Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
From Canterbury, day 3 of Kent against Essex is about to get up and running. If you heard my update a moment ago, we have had a 10-minute delay to proceedings because of a bit of a shower just after 10 o'clock, just as the players had finished doing their warming up and we're heading back to the changing room. Nasty grey cloud passed over the ground, dumped a bit of rain on it, and then disappeared off, and sunshine is back. And this is what we were greeted with, Nikki Chowdhury, when we arrived, and it has come back. So, well, unlike the forecast that we were perhaps expecting to rather interrupt play this morning, it's going to allow us a bit of cricket.
Yes, it is, and you can never trust the forecast, can you?
Can never trust the forecast.
You can never trust when it's going to rain. It doesn't rain. When it's not meant to rain, it rains. And luckily, the sun is out again. Absolutely, and we have a full change in the commentary box for these final couple of days. Paul Newton is here from BBC Essex. He's got an update at 11 o'clock, so he'll join us just after that one. I'm here, Ben Watts, for BBC Radio Kent, and we have Nikki Chowdhury with us as our third voice as well. So Kent are about to resume on 74 for 4, 499 runs behind Essex, who were 573 all out. Feroz Kushi top scoring with 164. And then 4 late wickets last night, helping Essex really take full control of the game. And Jamie Porter is about to bowl to Jack Leaning as they seek further inroads. This one defended back down the pitch. And it is up to the likes of Leaning and Jordan Cox to repair the situation for Kent, with the top 4 all dismissed last night. Robinson and Compton by Porter for 14 and 2 respectively. Compton was actually bowled leg stump as Porter was bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Robinson caught in the point area by Ben Allison as Leaning faces up to a delivery from Porter which goes wide of the off stump. Bell Drummond with an edge behind to Rossington off Sam Cook for 18, and then Denley also caught behind by Rossington off Sam Cook for 11. Having been out there for 45 balls, and then Leaning 19 balls. 19 runs he scored off 54 balls. So he's had a couple more deliveries this morning, and then Jordan Cox joining him as well. So Kent are kind of on the fringes of the possible relegation battle. And Porter bowling to Jack Leaning. No ball signalled by the umpire for a front foot overstep. Kent are 7th in the table. 114 points going into this game. Warwickshire behind them on 104, Somerset 99, and then Gloucestershire 62. Yorkshire just above Kent on 116. So it is vitally important for Kent, Nikki, that they do get something out of this game, you feel? Yeah, definitely. It's really important for them. And they've got a whopping job here, don't they? They've got a lot to repair.
They certainly do. This is quite a task to head out to bat, knowing that you're still 500 effectively just shy of runs behind, and you've lost 4 wickets already. So any early wickets for Essex would really put Kent on the back foot. Porter again bowling wide of the off stump. It didn't look like it swung away really until it passed the batter actually and went through to Rossington. 3 slips in play, point cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket and a long leg. The field, Essex themselves in 4th in the table going into this week with a game in hand over the 3 teams above them. Feels unlikely that they will be able to get up and around Surrey and Hampshire and shake it up for the possible title, as Porter again bowling another delivery which this time does swing away from the outside edge of the batter. Leaning played inside the line, wasn't necessarily close to really edging it. But a better delivery from Porter, just drawing the batter in that touch more.
I feel like the rain might just save them, don't you think, Ben?
Well, the forecast Paul Newton was telling us for tomorrow
is not very good.
Is looking a little bit bleak for cricket fans, as Porter bowls once again, and Leaning again almost plays the original line, and then it swings away through to the keeper. So good start this from Porter, who's got 1 extra delivery because of the no ball. It feels like the forecast for this morning, Nikki, has actually deterred potentially some of the crowd
Yeah, I think it may have, because you told me it was going to be raining a lot this morning, so I didn't even bring my sunglasses.
Yeah.
And now look at you, you've got them, you whipped them out, and you're sat here in the sun.
Luckily for me, I just keep a pair in my bag. So yeah.
You've done me good here, Ben.
Sorry. Well, I did text you last night and say the forecast doesn't look great as Porter bowls outside edge from leaning. The first runs of the morning, wide of the slip cordon through the gully area. Will this go all the way to third man? It's going to hold up because of the shower that we've had this morning. You suspect that there is just a touch of moisture still in the outfield, and so that ball holding up, only going for 3 runs. Jack Leaning moves to 22. 79 for 4 Kent then after the opening over on day 3. Yeah, well, we were looking at the forecast and it was saying pretty much rain all the morning, and it was only going to be this afternoon that it would be clearer. So yeah, even this early sunshine has perhaps taken us by surprise, and maybe it's taken a few spectators by surprise as well, who might have just looked at the forecast and the match situation and thought, oh, Kent are not doing very well here, it might rain tomorrow, I might not bother going.
Yeah, I think that's probably happened, don't you think?
So if you're in that situation and you're watching or listening from home,
Come back, come back,
you
come down.
A, come back if you're able to, or B, get in touch with us and say, yeah, that was me, kentcricket@gmail.com. You can email in, BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, and it looks like Sam Cook.
From the Nackington Road end, and this one just left outside the off stump by Jack Leaning. You know what, Ben? After the month I've just had, seeing everyone in whites is a total shock to me. Like, it's just...
How is it to see men in whites again playing
men
cricket?
in whites. I like seeing men in whites. I prefer seeing, like, it's quite nice. It's, like, soothing.
See, you're quite a traditionalist, although you've been working on the 100. From conversations we've had, you do like, you know, in inverted commas, proper cricket.
Yeah, I do like proper cricket, and it's quite nice to, like... The colours and stuff is fine, right? But nothing beats just being in nice whites, and here he comes. And this one's just been played down to fine leg by Jack Leaning. It's just coming in a bit to him, and that just gives him the 1.
Yeah, just a little hint of inside edge there, wasn't there, from Leaning? Maybe just... is it in the air, or whether it maybe just off the slope from Sam Cook? But it definitely is nibbling around. And that does sometimes happen here at Canterbury. When you get a little bit of moisture, albeit it shouldn't be on the wicket because they covered it pretty quickly, the ball, and then when the sun beats down on it, you do just get this little bit of humidity.
In comes Cook, and this one's just ducked by Cox. Straight into the hands of the keeper. Obviously no run here. And yeah, proper cricket. It's nice, let's be honest. Like, it's all well and good, like the fast pace of the game, but nothing beats like watching a bowler set up a batsman and watching that plan get executed. And it's just a bit of like, I feel like more mental aspect to it, if that makes sense. Like, it's more of a, it's like chess.
Yeah, okay.
Not that I play chess, but there's nothing wrong if you play chess either. Here comes Cook to Cox, who's just played that to point. No run.
See, without revealing your age on the radio, Nikki, I feel like your attitude to cricket is perhaps senior of your years. You're supposed to love the crash bang wallop of the 100.
No,
and how fast paced it is.
It's not just the 100 we're talking about. I like the crash bang pace. Is that what you said? Crash bang
wallop, yeah.
There we go. Here we go. Cook's into Cox again, who's just on the front foot, defends it straight back down the line. No, it's fun. It's all well and good, but you could say I'm a bit of a traditionalist. Maybe I was brought up that way. Like, I would rather go to Lord's to watch a test match than go to watch a T20.
That's fair enough.
I would definitely rather go to watch day 1 of a test match at Lord's. Here we go. Cook to Cox again. Just played that off the back foot. No run. And that is the end of the over. Kent 80 for 4.
So you would disagree with Ollie Pope, who I saw Mark Church tweet yesterday, refer to the Oval as the home of cricket?
Okay, so playing for Surrey, I would still say Lord's is the home of cricket, okay? Like, even there, we were there on finals day, and it's just, what an atmosphere. Just walking from the dressing room down through the long room, thinking you're going to deck it down the stairs, and there's loads of people there, and it's just it's a different feeling. I feel like going to the Oval and going to Lords is completely two different environments. The atmosphere is completely different. And it depends what sort of atmosphere you're looking for.
Here comes Jamie Porter. There's a very serene atmosphere here at Canterbury, as this one is another no ball for a front foot overstep. So every time he does that, it's 2 runs to Kent, taking the score on to 82 for 4. Yeah, I think if you want, you know, Friday night cricket social,
then you're off to the Oval.
Then you're off to the Oval.
Yeah, you're definitely off to the Oval.
That's what it's the home of. And then home of T20 cricket is probably Edgbaston because of finals day.
Yeah.
And all the fancy dress and all the
So you wouldn't get the fancy dress on that scale at Lords, though, would you?
Well, of course you wouldn't.
Exactly.
Here comes Jamie Porter past the umpire again. Front foot is fine this time. Low carry through to the wicketkeeper as it passes the bat.
Barely any carry on that one.
Yeah, that was slightly peculiar, that bounce past Jack Leaning. And well, I guess Trent Bridge is the home of the One Day Cup final, where Kent will be heading off to, not this weekend, next weekend. Although, ironically, there's a club side called Bexley from Kent who were off to Lords for their national final.
Was that T20 Cup final?
It's 50 overs.
50.
Yeah, as this one's played away out towards backward point. I think it's the ECB National Club knockout. So yes, they won their semi-final. So they're off to Lords. I might be wrong, but I think it's on the same day that Kent are off to Trent Bridge for their final.
Oh, okay. So it's all happening.
I'll double check that, but it does seem ironic that, I don't know, is it that a club side are playing at Lords and the 2 county teams are playing at Trent Bridge? Here comes Porter, left alone outside the off stump. The people of Bexley are currently shouting, going, yes, we are more important. We shall go. We shall go to Lords. For us, it is more of a once-in-a-lifetime thing. County cricketers play at Lords all the time.
Just chuck that in there, why don't you?
So, in that sense, I'd be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Let me find out when that final is. Somebody tweet me if they know it in the meantime. Here comes Porter, defended back down the pitch by Jack Leaning.
You found it yet?
So I know it's between Bexley and Nantwich.
Bexley and who, sorry?
Nantwich.
Nantwich. Where's that?
I think it's up near Carew. I might be wrong. I will double check that. It says final results and fixtures 11 o'clock Lords, but it doesn't say the date. Here comes Porter, clipped away into the gap at mid-wicket by Jack Leaning, so he will come through for a single. 24 for him, 1 for Cox, 83 for 4. Still 1 in the over because of that no ball. There must be a date on this. Yeah, 17th of September, so the exact same day that Kent are playing their final at Trent Bridge. Bexley have got their final against Nantwich.
So you're going to be heading up to Trent Bridge then?
I will be, yeah.
You've been up and down the country, Ben.
I am always up and down the country, in fairness. There's 4 to bowls. This one is defended by Jordan Cox. Back to the bowler. End of the over. Kent are 83 for 4. Yes, so Paul Newton was asking me, as we were chatting before play got underway, did I see Darren Stevens knock at Southampton against Hampshire? To which I said, no, I didn't, because I did the quarter-final against Leicestershire, then went to Carlisle for a football game, stuck around in the Lake District for a couple of days, and so I missed the Darren Stevens masterclass.
Ben,
which...
you had one job.
Which, while disappointing to miss it, as I pointed out to a couple of Kent fans, I missed the last One Day Cup semi-final that Kent won, so, and the one I did commentate on, we lost, so actually.
Here comes Cook, and it's just defended to point by Jack Leaning. That's just gone, looks like just gone away from him a bit, isn't it?
Just a little bit late on that, Jack Leaning. Yes, so Kent lost the 2014 semi-final against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in what was when I pretty much started, actually, doing commentary for the BBC. And then the one they won was 2019 against Worcestershire when Podmore hit the winning runs.
24.
I think I was at Wembley that day. I think I went to an Ed Sheeran concert.
Oh, wow. Here comes Cook again. This one just played off the hips to mid-wicket, no run.
Kent, of course, will be hoping for a different result to the last time they got to the One Day Cup final, when they were fairly comprehensively beaten at Lord's by Hampshire that day.
I went to Wembley for the first time the other week. Never been. It was quite the experience.
You weren't just there though, were you? You were working. I've seen your social media from backstage.
Here's Cook, and Jack Leaning's just left this one outside the off stump. Yeah, I was hosting a concert, which was pretty cool. It was a packed Wembley arena, and that was my first ever experience of it as well. So they threw me in on the deep end.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of fun.
I say it looked fun.
It was so much fun. It was just cool to be backstage, like. And
Yeah, I went, well, not quite to the same extent, but I've kind of been backstage at the O2 a bit.
Here comes Cook to Leanings, just driven to mid-off. No run here.
As in the old Millennium Dome, for people that don't want the sponsor's name. But yeah, I was there for a boxing night. It was Sunday afternoon. But
Was that work? Or
yeah, so
okay.
it was Kent boxer Chev Clark, former GB Olympian. That was his first pro debut. So as I sort of came in, they took me out the back to get to ringside, and I had quite a seat. They, boxers were all walking past me on their way to the ring. It was quite an atmosphere.
Here comes Cook. Slightly shorter delivery and just played off the back foot by Leaning. No run. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And actually, what really surprised me is the amount of security that there is backstage. Like, every 5 steps, there is a security guard. And I was like,
I mean, you'd hope that is the case.
no, you'd hope, but I didn't expect it on that level.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously you go with expectations, but then there was a lot of security, which is great.
Yeah, actually I did my post-fight interview with Chev in his dressing room.
Cook into Leaning, this one again left outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. Kent 83 for 4.
So that, yeah, the media personnel sort of chaperoned me backstage because I didn't have the right pass or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And then I was just sort of sat there waiting for him, and then he came in and then was going through his post whatever routine, and then he just sort of turned around to me, and as he was sort of getting unchanged, sort of goes, "Oh yeah, just crack on, just ask me questions." As he and they were sort of untying his gloves or whatever, etc. And we were just chatting away. Yeah, it was a bit slightly bizarre experience, but there we go. Yeah. So 83 for 4. Kent have moved on from 74 for 4 at the start of the day. Jordan Cox is yet to add to his overnight score of 1, but Jack Leaning has taken most of the strikes so far. 24 from 75 balls for him. And Jordan Cox, the man on strike, lets this one go from Jamie Porter. And, well, for Jack Leaning, I can imagine he's just happy to be playing cricket again, because one of the peculiar instances with the 100 is that, if you're the sort of reserve batter for a team,
much cricket.
you don't play for a month.
Which is quite a long time.
And I must admit, I didn't quite understand why, without the COVID sort of bubbles this year, that they couldn't have released players to play in the One Day Cup. As Porter is bowling again, this time to Jordan Cox. Softly defends into the offside. They will scamper through for a quick single, and it's well judged.
Yeah,
that's Allison at point, who has failed to pick it up cleanly anyway.
That's exactly what I was wondering, because if you're going to be sat on a bench, wouldn't you rather get some game time and some exposure playing?
And you'd have thought, even, for Jack's team was over Invincibles, that if you then did need to call upon him, and he's not played for 3 weeks, let's say you needed to call upon him in the final, and he's not played for 3 weeks, he's not going to be in any kind of nick. He's on strike here on 24, trying to play himself back into form and defending this one up towards mid-on. So he would have surely benefited for both his 100 team and his county to be, come back to his county, play a couple of games. Then I don't know. I feel like they could have been more flexible with that.
Yeah, especially if they know that X player is not going to be playing for a while, or they're not on their plans for the next few games, then you can let them go and then at least go back to county and play there, should they need to be called up.
Porter once again, 3 slips. A little bit of cloud cover coming over. And this one is a wide delivery that has been slashed away by Jack leaning through the covers. Chasing it, Snater towards the boundary. And that little bit of moisture on top of the surface, just making it very nice for him to get the slide out and to rein it in from the rope. So Jack leaning with another 3 added to his tally. And he moves subsequently on to 27 and Kent 87 for 4. Gary got in touch earlier on kentcricket@gmail.com. Talking about overs in the day as Porter bowls. Oh, there's a little bit of extra bounce there to Jordan Cox, and it's left him. He just about dropped his hands underneath the delivery as it passed through to Rossington. He said, "Can you just confirm how many are in today's play?" It said 98, but being off for 10 minutes, are we back to 96? I think we're still on for 98. So lunch was due to be at 12:30, and it's because of the 10-minute delay, it's just been pushed back to 12:40.
And it looks like there's some raindrops coming back.
Very gentle.
I can see
This
something.
cloud that I've just mentioned has come back over. Does appear to be trying to rain on us as Porter bowls. Cox just slightly squared up by that, defends into the covers. And the end of the over from Jamie Porter. I wonder if there will be a little look from umpire Burns to umpire Debenham, but it's very minimal at the moment. And once again, this cloud should just pass us over, although I'm looking away to my right and it's a little bit more extensive than perhaps we'd hoped. So, yes, Gary, as far as I'm aware, it's still 98. And we just have pushed everything back 10 minutes wise.
Yeah, still a bit cloudy. I feel like it's going to be one of those days we're going to get bits of rain and then be on and off. So here comes Cook from the Nackington Road end. And this one's just defended to point by leaning, no run. Talking about Cox, he's been called up to the England T20s team.
He has. That is a very good point.
Off to Pakistan. I think they're due, off the top of my head, to reach on the 14th of September.
So presumably this will be his last game
Must be, yeah.
for Kent before he goes. Well, he's not going to be included in the One Day Cup final because Kent have said they're only going to pick players that played in the competition so far. But
I really like that, you know. That was like, when I saw that, I was like, that's good on them. Like, that's. Here comes Cook, and just a play and a miss by Jack Leading.
I thought he might have nicked it the way it was moving away from the bat as it went through to Rossington.
He just played down this initial line of it, and the ball just kept moving past him.
Yeah, I think they could have had a real selection headache and potentially, you know, upset a fair few people in the dressing room if they hadn't have made that call, because, you know, potentially Crawley could have come back in, Cox before his call-up, Billings, Leaning, Milnes, Clarkson. A lot of guys away from the 100 who are in the T20 team.
In comes Cook to Leaning and just played that to mid-wicket. And they've taken a single there, just slightly stronger bottom hand on that shot, I think, and not intend where he intended to play that.
Yeah, a little hint of inside edge, wasn't there? I mean, and Lancashire have said that they're not going to do that. But to be honest, I don't think that really changes things too much, because Butler, Salt, Wood, Gleeson are all away in Pakistan as well with Jordan Cox.
Yeah.
So it's only really the spin department that they would look to strengthen with Parkinson, Tom Hartley. Livingston's actually not on that list for Pakistan, but I think he's had an injury, hasn't he?
Here's Cook to Cox, who's forward and just defends that. Picked up by cover, no run.
So, yeah, I think Lancashire will strengthen slightly, but and will probably be the favourites on paper. Although, of course, Kent managed to beat them here in the group stage in order to keep their hopes of, well, in order to qualify, actually. It was the Yorkshire game was the penultimate one where Stewart hit the last ball for 6, and then they went and beat Lancashire to get through out of the group.
Here's Cook to Cox, who's forward, playing that to mid-off. They've taken off the fielder, taken the fielder on here, and they managed to take a single. Cox gets his first run of the day.
It felt like, actually, that Cox was always trying to hit that on the up, and actually, if he'd have timed it properly to mid-off, they probably wouldn't have run a single because it would have gone too quick to the man.
It would have gone way too quickly to him.
But actually, because he didn't quite time it. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. So I'll just butt in briefly as Cook's bowling. Leading defends. Yeah, we're back up and running, and it was just a 10-minute delay, so started at the slightly later time of 10:40, although of course that's an earlier time than normal, which is 11 o'clock, but they start half an hour earlier in September, and so far it's so good for Kent, who have started off just consolidating their score, moving on from 74 for 4, their overnight score, onto 89 for 4. Jack Leaning has faced the bulk of the strike so far, moving on to 28. A couple of potential boundary scoring shots haven't quite gone for 4, maybe because of that little downpour, a little drizzle we had just after 10 o'clock. I think it's just slowed the outfield slightly, so he only was able to get a couple of 3s to move on to 28. Jordan Cox is there on 3 and about to take strike. Jamie Porter, a couple of no balls from him so far, hasn't quite found his rhythm, and he's over pitching here, and Cox depositing him through the covers for 4. So a steady start from Cox and Leaning. Of course, Kent need to go well because Essex made 573 all out in their first innings. So Kent still 484 behind. A lot of batting to do for them over the next couple of days if they are to probably get at the most a draw from this game. They're 93 for 4 as commentary continues online via the BBC Sports app and website. Well, very nice stroke there from Jordan Cox to get himself properly up and running for the day. And, well, the first boundary of the day, actually, as he takes strike again and defends out towards mid-on. Nicky's chuckling because we've got some music in our headphones from the studio still coming through after that update. I'm not going to sing it. I'm not going to sing it.
I rate this music.
It's that I Want to Dance With Somebody song. I'm not going to sing it. Porter comes in and bowls. Defended by Cox with soft hands, angled down into the slip cordon area, where it is fielded by Dan Lawrence in there, who was one of 3 victims for Daniel Bell Drummond, which doesn't often happen, but he's becoming a more than useful part-time medium pacer for Kent. We've reached the chorus, everybody. Here comes Porter, in and bowling, driven away out towards middle.
You're trying so hard not to sing to this.
I know. But nobody else can hear it, so they would just hear me singing, so it would be dreadful.
It's only us two, we can hear it.
Yeah. After 2 balls time, I'll ring up the studio and so we no longer have it in our headphones. But there we go. After that other random grey cloud.
Is there another one coming?
No, it's just blue sky and sunshine over the ground at the moment, and a little bit of cloud over sort of the Nackington Road end in the distance. This one's softly played by Jordan Cox into the covers for another single. Good running once again. These two always have a pretty good understanding together, which presumably comes from the fact that they, in the Bob Willis Trophy year, put together a record 400 plus, I think it was 423 runs against Sussex when they both got double centuries. So they spent a fair bit of time together at the crease. The man who's on strike, formerly of Yorkshire, Jack Leaning, and the Margate-born Kent wicketkeeper batter, Jordan Cox. And this one defended by Leaning. Ended the over 94 for 4, as Nicky says. Yeah, Jordan Cox off to Pakistan. I mean, were you surprised by that decision? I mean, you've been watching him for the Invincibles at the 100.
I feel like there was talk in the camp, right? So he's been performing well. So I feel like credit's given where it's due, right? And another one that's just popped up on the news this morning was Alex Hales has been called up as a replacement for Johnny Bairstow. So he'll be heading out to Pakistan and the T20 World Cup as well out in Australia, which is good news for him. Although I did see on social media he's currently sat in Cape Town. So Make sure he gets back in time.
Thank you, bud.
And the song has finally gone.
It's all right, but shout out to Mike in the studios on his own today.
Here comes Cook into Cox, who just played that to point. No run.
He's juggling a lot of plates.
It's all right. I don't mind. It was a good song.
But yes, Alex Hales.
Yep. Who's currently sat in Cape Town. I saw something on Instagram this morning. He's sat out in Cape Town. I'm like, you're off to Pakistan next week.
I mean, he's a man of leisure, isn't he? Because he plays a bit of white ball cricket for Nottinghamshire, but other than that...
And he's just won the 100 trophy for Trockets. Trent Rockets.
Trockets?
Sorry,
Is that the colloquialism?
That's the, yeah. We were like, oh, Trockets are here. Here comes Cook to Cox. Leaves that one outside the off stump. A bit of carry there.
That's the one that play in the yellow...
Yeah, the yellow and red. Don't even get me
yellow and red
started
that
on
looks like the crisp.
Yeah. What's those crisps? They're the
Skips.
skips.
Yes,
there we go. They literally look like skips.
Are they prawn cocktail flavoured?
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right. Other ones are available, but those are the specific ones that the Trent Rockets kit looks like. Yeah. So yeah, they won the men's one.
They won the men's.
Your Oval Invincibles
We won the women's.
gang won the women's one. Defended the title.
Defended the title as here comes Cook to Cox. Just defended that one. It's been squared up slightly on, and there is no run.
And there was a fair few South East Stars and Oval Invincibles players in that England Development 11 who played India yesterday.
Yes, there was. And
T20 warm-up, and Rihanna McDonald-Gay got
6 foot.
6'18",
including a hat trick.
In a T20.
To be fair, I did see the video, the clips of that game, but some of the shots they were playing were like very questionable from the Indian women's team. Like, I was like, really? And here comes Cook to Cox again. That has just driven that to mid-on. No run.
See, I didn't.
Did you see?
No, I didn't.
Have seen the clips? I'm going to get them up.
I haven't
for you.
seen all of the clips.
They're very interesting shots. Like, I know you got to score, but
fair play though. 6 for 18.
Yeah.
In a T20 is outstanding from Rihanna, one of the 5 Kent players who was involved in that game.
Here comes Cook to Cox, who's driven that straight down the ground. That's literally come off the foot of Cook, though, and ended up at mid-off. So there's no run there.
You know what that was? Village. Village attempt to field the ball off his own bowling by Sam Cook.
You know what? It didn't go for runs, though. Like,
just
if he missed
stick
that.
a boot out.
Listen.
Yeah, so also Grace Scrivens, Alice Davison-Richards, Tammy Beaumont, and one other Kent player were involved in that game. And why have I forgotten who it is?
You should know this. Here comes Cook to Cox, who's again driven that down the ground. And that's making its way down to the mid-on boundary. And that's 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Alexa
Lovely.
Stonehouse was the other one.
We got there in the end.
Thanks, Nikki. Paul Newton's going to jump in. So you'll hear from Nikki again in half an hour's time when I take a bit of a break, or maybe 20 minutes' time. We'll wait and see. But Nikki will be back very shortly. Paul Newton from BBC Essex is going to come in. And yes, glorious shot. Best one of the day so far from Jordan Cox. Classical on drive. Down the ground for 4. And Kent are on to 98 for 4. And, well, despite the joy for the Essex bowlers last night, obviously neither Paul or myself were here for the first couple of days, but I think we can safely assume that this is a fairly good pitch to bat on.
I think so. I think it's one of the many pitches that have been doctored in inverted commas by the ECB's instruction, I'm pretty sure, to groundsmen to make them more batsman friendly, because we've had 4 pitches at Chelmsford this season that have been very untypical for Chelmsford and have basically been either one innings games or games where if there was a result, you know, it was more down to batsman error than anything in the pitch. As we see Snater come in from the pavilion end, this ball is just pushed into the covers for 2 runs. And that takes the score to 100 for 4. The applause now rings round this lovely St Lawrence ground here, which currently is bathed in sunshine. There are showers around, but I think we should get away with a fairly full day's play. Probably not quite, well, we've already lost 10 minutes, but they'll be able to make that up, actually. So if we weren't to get any further interruptions, I'm sure we would get to not only the full 96, but probably the extra 6 that were lost last night. As here's Snater in, bowls, and this ball stabbed into the offside by Jack Leaning, who has a very good record against Essex. Actually, he's often scored runs against them, notably up at Scarborough. Saw him get 100 in a one-day game a few years ago, and he also made a very good 70-odd in that game at Scarborough that was all over in about 5 sessions. But Jack was the one batsman in the second innings who really showed some resistance, batted thoroughly well against the likes of Sam Cook, Mohammed Amir and Simon Harmer, as this ball is played back past the bowler, but for no run, to Porter, stooping to field at mid-on. Porter, who was relieved for this over by Shane Snater. So Kent, 74 for 4 overnight, 100 for 4 now.
Yeah, and Jack has actually really added to this Kent batting lineup since he's come in by almost being that glue guy in the middle order and not being afraid to bat time rather than being someone that has to look to score all the time.
Albeit he's very capable of doing so.
Indeed.
In white ball cricket, for example, Snater bowls to him, and this ball's played to Kushi. 164 yesterday. He was last man out, so this time he fields, throws the ball in, and there's no run. The score remaining at 100 for 4, with 12 to Jordan Cox, 30 to Jack Leaning, who, as you rightly say, he's a very capable batsman and a bit of a catcher, I would say, for Kent. I'm not at all sure Yorkshire were well advised to let him go.
Yeah, I think maybe the move was what he needed.
Yep, no, I think that can be true. Snater's in. Bowls, and that's good judgment. It's left. It didn't miss the off stump by all that far, but far enough.
Yeah, maybe he's found a home where he is that bit more valued, and I guess he was in and out of the team a bit at Yorkshire. But
I think that was it, yeah.
Yeah, he's and across all formats as well. So he wasn't playing much white ball cricket, I don't think, at Yorkshire. So that is something that he's obviously had with Kent and won the T20 Blast last year. But yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but he must be averaging at least 40 in this format for Kent.
Yeah, good player. As Snater's in. Bowls to him and just guides this down to Porter at mid-on again, and no run. So a tidy-ish over from Snater without really threatening to get this breakthrough that Essex are looking for. 100 for 4, but we're now into the territory, I think, Ben, where for all the fact the ball was nibbling around a little bit first up this morning, we've got the second contribution of the ECB to many a rather dull game this season. I mentioned the first one of getting in the groundsman's ears, but of course the even bigger one, I think, is the new Duke balls with the smaller seams and the tendency to do whatever they're going to do for 25 overs, which is just what had gone overnight, and then to get softer and softer and more innocuous. And I don't think anybody's happy with them. They've caused a great deal of controversy at all levels of the game. So let's hope that, well, the trouble is they change everything every year. There'll be more changes for sure.
Well, and I think they thought they'd rectified the issues of the early season, didn't they? We got a new batch of the balls midway through the campaign, but here comes Cook, pushed away by Jordan Cox. Good running as he just dabs this down into the cover point area for a single. Yeah, I think we thought as the Kent score ticks past a century, or in fact it's already done so, but it's now 101 for 4. Yeah, we thought that maybe this new batch of balls were going to be better for the bowlers. Can I just also say we've been talking about an incoming final for Bexley Cricket Club at Lords, but today there is a final involving Canterbury Academy, school side, who you might have seen an article in the Times about them, because they've beaten a number of private schools to get to this final today. And David Fulton, commentary colleague of ours, but also a former Kent captain, is involved a little bit with the coaching there, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Jack Leaning. Phil Relf, the director of sport at the school, and yeah, they've done fantastically well just to get to this final. So it's been a little bit of a success story with some of the teams that they've managed to beat off. I'll find that list in a moment, actually. So yeah, wishing them the best of luck in their final today. And then another piece of news which I've just seen is that Harry Brook's going to make his Test debut against South Africa, as this one's driven by Leaning up towards mid-off, but straight to the fielder, which I think is perhaps what we might have suspected when the news of Johnny Bairstow's freak injury seeped through last week.
Yeah, I mean, a wonderful player, Johnny, and very, very sad to hear such a freak accident. Dangerous game, golf, but even so, you don't expect what happened to him to happen. But Harry Brook, I've always been a fan of, and wish him all the very best. Hope he does really well.
Feels like an overdue Test debut,
Yes.
perhaps. As Cook bowls to Leaning, pushing this one out towards point, where Ben Allison does the fielding. Because he was in, red hot form at the start of the summer, wasn't he? And didn't get the nod.
No, exactly right. And as ever, players tend to get picked when they've just sort of gone off a little bit. But I think he is in pretty good form. So he came to Chelmsford once, first time I saw him, and Essex bowled Yorkshire out for 50 and went on to lose the game. And Harry Brook made a brilliant 100 in the second innings, and he took Simon Harmer on and basically, in so doing, won Yorkshire the game.
Cook bowls, outside edge from Leaning and wide off gully. Played with soft hands. This one should go for 4 as it rolls across some of the practice wickets in front of the Frank Woolley stand. And so Leaning will move on to 34 and the Kent score to 105 for 4. And so far it feels like these two have played well, and soft hands has been key to that, and playing inside the line of the ball at times as well.
Well, you see, there's a minor triumph for the bowler to find the edge, but it hasn't carried anywhere. Even if you took third slip up and stood him about 2 yards away from the bat, it would already have hit the ground.
Clipping away into the onside and straight to the fielder, Jack Leaning, who hangs his head and can't quite believe that he's picked out the one man on the leg side in that situation, as Cook drifted onto the leg stump and Leaning saw an opportunity to score. And Essex get their opening breakthrough of the morning, and it's Jack Leaning who looked like he was setting his stall out for a long stay at the crease, only for him to get that little flick into the leg side wrong and hitting it in the air. Cushy taking the catch, who is having a fantastic week here at Canterbury, and Sam Cook strikes, and Kent are 105 for 5 as Jack Leaning just rehearses the shot again in an act of disappointment and disbelief in what he has just done. Walks off for 34. And 105 for 5, as I mentioned, and we await to see who will come out, because Sam Billings is obviously 7 on the card for Kent, but he wasn't out in the field at all yesterday, and I saw him this morning with his leg pretty strapped up and didn't look like he was moving particularly freely at all.
Yeah, and we see a little microcosm of what
But
makes...
he is coming out to bat.
Microcosm of what makes cricket such a fascinating game, because Cook bowls a very good ball, which was one of only 2 or 3 that have taken the edge today, and as I was saying, it didn't carry at all. Next ball, not a very good ball, strays onto Midland leg, nicely clipped off the pads, but just not quite getting over it. And Leaning, who played thoroughly well, very well caught a low diving catch by Cushy, who had to pitch forward but clearly got his hands under the ball. And Leaning will be very disappointed, because having survived and scored runs from a very good ball from Cook, which on a different pitch, admittedly there would have to have been a gully in, but on a different pitch would have carried and been caught. Albeit, he give the batsman his credit, he did play it with soft hands. But then next ball, everything was right about the shot, except he just fatally didn't quite get totally over it. So Sam Billings does make his way out. Kent are 105 for 5, and I was almost about to say that it didn't look as if a wicket was anyways likely to fall, and next ball one did, and you just have to put it down to a sort of minor batsman error. And I think for Kent to lose the game, they'll have to make quite a lot more errors, because we've now moved into this territory where the ball has lost its hardness. That was the last ball of the over as well. Sam Cook's having a bit of a week as well, because of course he won the 100 competition with his side at the weekend and took the little matter of 4 for 18 from his 20 deliveries. Phenomenal bowling, and he scored 38 yesterday here and has picked up 3 of the 5 Kent wickets to fall. Snater's in and bowls, and Cox plays this ball into the covers for no run. Nick Brown is the custodian of the cover region, and He bats left-handed but throws right, and indeed has a good throw with his right arm. 105 for 5.
As you say, Paul, that's cricket for you, isn't it? I had a tweet earlier on from Andrew Harrison saying I think it's going to be a day for the traditional cricket fan, and I think his suggestion was maybe that it was going to be about batting on a flat wicket, but
Snater bowls. And, this ball almost as an afterthought there. I thought Cox was going to leave it, but he does tap it back to the bowler. Perfectly safe, no threat whatsoever. 105 for 5.
yeah, it feels like there's just enough movement out there for the seam bowlers to as we saw with Leaning, force a mistake, because although we're saying Cook's line has drifted onto leg stump, he had just been swinging it a little bit, and maybe that just forced the mistake, or at least it was, you know, after a number of good balls and the one off line.
And a little bit of an edgy shot, but all along the ground. No hint of a wicket there. It goes out to deep cover. Ben Allison, and they get a single, and that takes Cox along to 1,306 for 5. And I think Kent fear the very sound of Sam Cook approaching the St Lawrence ground. The last time there was a conventional championship match here in 2019, Kent had a first innings lead of over 100. The only way Essex could possibly have a hope in the game was if they could somehow manage to skittle Kent's second innings. Well, they bowled them out for 40, and Cook took 7 for 23. Pitch very helpful, but brilliant spell of bowling.
Yeah, whenever and as someone that only sees Sam Cook a few times a season, whenever I do see him, particularly in red ball cricket, always just so impressive, isn't he?
He is. He's unspectacular, but very, very accurate.
Definitely under the radar, underrated.
And he uses his brain a lot. You know, he's a very clever cricketer. He snaters in and bowls, and that ball goes very close to the edge there, but fortunately doesn't take it of Cox, who has 14. Billings yet to get off the mark. 106 for 5.
Yeah, just feeling for that one outside the off-stump. Billings.
Sorry, it was Billings. I was misled by the ball, which seemed to have the light under Cox.
These two are quite hard to tell apart, actually, because they've both got short sleeve shirts on and then the sleeveless cable knit jumpers, so you can't see their numbers.
Snater again, pavilion end. Bowls, and this ball's dabbed out into the covers, and there's no run as Allison fields.
Yeah, they both got sweatbands on their left forearm as well. Billings does have a slightly quirkier style to Cox, perhaps, but I just thought there as he went onto the front foot and that weight transferred over, there was a little bit of just the way he moved. It was almost like there was a bit of pain in that kind of muscle injury that he's got, that groin issue that he's picked up in this game.
Snater comes in off quite a long run up this slight slope. Bowls edged and taken, but in fact it moved sharply away. It looked as if it had taken the edge.
I thought it had too.
Yeah, it certainly deviated so sharply. I thought, well, he's edged that one and gone, but I can relieve Kent supporters with my apologies if I've alarmed you. Rossington duly caught it, diving in front of first slip, and I don't think it would have carried to first slip, so a good intervention. But I could immediately see nobody was looking excited, and it hadn't taken the edge, but that certainly moved slightly alarmingly from the Kent point of view.
And it was the way that Billings reacted as well, because he had a slightly open bat, and then his head sort of snapped around to look behind him, and that's normally the big indicator of when someone has nicked it. So, yeah, luckily for Kent, Billings did indeed play behind the line, or in fact, I've just noticed, which I hadn't noticed before, I probably should have done, going out to the middle, that Sam Billings has a runner out there. So Ben Compton is at the non-striker's end. Did you see that the whole time, Nikki? Yeah, she's nodding at me. Sam Cook is off an inside edge from Jordan Cox, and they've run a single. How did I not notice that?
Well, I didn't, so I can't tell you.
There you go. Neither of us noticed, apart from Nikki sat at the back of the box.
Very crafty, you see, sitting behind us there, knowing all the time.
Well, I just saw that there was a batter out there in a long sleeve and thought, oh, has Billings taken his jumper off? No, it is because Ben Compton is out there as a runner. So that confirms what we were saying, that Sam Billings is not moving particularly well out there, and well, he's brought a mate with him, so he doesn't have to move between the wickets. So Billings is now just walking down the track and doing a bit of gardening, but he won't be sprinting 22 yards anytime soon.
No, I mean, he's an incredibly fit man and normally very, very quick indeed. So he'll have to curb his natural instincts when he can see that there's a single available.
So Sam Cook, angled run from the Nackington Road end to Billings. Oh, that is an absolute jaffa. It's hit him on the toe, but I think was sliding down a leg side, according to the umpire. But what a delivery. He's gone for almost Yorker length, I think.
Yeah, it was slower ball. It was, if you remember, the one that was hit for 4 off Cook about 20 minutes ago was another slower ball, but just slightly over pitched and beautifully hit away between bowler and mid onto the boundary. But this one he got smack on, and obviously new batsman at the crease wasn't ready for it in terms of being well enough set at the time, and well, it must have been a close shout, that.
I may just amend my original thought process, having seen the replay, as Cook is turned away into the onside by Billings, who again just moves awkwardly there, having played the shot and overbalances. I think he's batting across his stumps, almost to try and negate some of the movement, and it looked to me like it hit him bang on the toe, but outside the line of off stump.
Yes, I think that's right. I was going to say, to me, was more off than leg. And,
yes, you're definitely right.
But
yeah.
As you rightly say, more fine bowling, intelligent bowling, using his head to produce variations from Sam Cook.
Billings does need to be using the bat, though, rather than the pads, with the way he's taking guard, and he turns this one into the onside.
Yes, no, that's a...
That'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. I do just wonder how Billings is going to approach this. Does he just try and grit it out? Does he just block everything and try and be a foil for Cox up the other end? Or does he think, well, I can't really run, I'm not moving particularly well out here, do I try and play a few shots to... I guess the match situation, he needs to just try and bat time for his team here. Billings, despite being on one leg almost. Yes, and Kent have lost their first wicket of the day, and having looked pretty good with the bat after a 10-minute delay for a shower, and then the sunshine greeting us, and Leaning and Cox out there looking like they were negating the bowling of Porter and Cook pretty well. Jack Leaning with soft hands had just guided one away for 4 runs, and then the next ball he tried to clip a leg stump delivery away for a boundary into the mid-wicket area, only to pick out Feroz Kushi and hit the ball in the air. So he departed for 34, looked mightily annoyed at himself as he walked off. Sam Billings has come out to the crease, the Kent wicketkeeper, who wasn't on the field at all yesterday, the captain as well, because of a groin issue picked up on day 1 of the match. He's got a runner out there with him. He is definitely moving gingerly, Sam Billings. He's yet to score from his 8 deliveries. Jordan Cox is there on 15. And although the weather and the scoreboard, with Essex having put 573 on the board in their first innings, would make you believe that this is a good day for batting, Kent are obviously well behind in the game, so a tough graft ahead for the likes of Cox and Billings. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Kent are 107 for 5.
Well, no run came off the 1 ball you missed while Ben was doing his update there for BBC Radio Kent. Rather strangely to my eye, bearing in mind that Shane Snater, with the last ball of his previous over, moved the ball away so sharply that Ben and I both thought that it had taken the edge. But that's it for Snater for the moment. I think it's probably because he's going to be brought on at Nackington Road end. And Ben is going to make way for Nicky Chowdhury to rejoin us as Ben Allison now takes over at the pavilion end, runs up the slope and bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump. Jordan Cox, the man on strike, has played very well indeed this morning. Not spectacularly, hasn't added many runs, but nevertheless he's not looked particularly in danger at any point. He's on 15. Sam Billings, who's looked very uncomfortable indeed, for the very good reason that he clearly has an injury, and every time he plays the ball at all, he's tending to, you can tell it hurts any sort of movement. Welcome back, Nicky. We'll bring you in after this next Allison delivery. 2 slips in the gully. Still a bit of sunshine, still 1 or 2 threatening clouds around. Allison bowls a little bit of wobble there in the delivery, nicely guided to square leg, or mid-wicket rather. Porter runs round from mid-on. They get a single, 108 for 5, and Cox up to 16.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself?
I'm very well, thanks.
Good.
Now that the sun is back, can't complain.
You're a sun lover.
I'm a sun lover. I absolutely love it. And what I do love is your shirt today.
Thank
It
you.
is so cool.
Thank you very much.
It is so cool with all those printed flowers. You look like you're in Hawaii.
Well, yes, it is a Hawaiian shirt. But
Have you been to Hawaii?
bought all the way from Amazon.
Oh, come on.
But, no, it is a nice colour. I agree. It's Allison to bowl, this time to Sam Billings, yet to get off the mark. Oh, and he plays at this, and he has edged this one. Well, last time I made the mistake of thinking he'd edged it when he hadn't, and on this occasion he just a tiny feather through to Adam Rossington. Didn't, whereas the previous one, Rossington had to dive to take it. This time he didn't really have to move, just open the gloves wide enough for the ball to disappear into them. And Billings departs unlucky, you'd have to say. He wasn't able to give of his best.
Yes, definitely. He's got that injury, and I think that's just maybe been one of the reasons he's just nicked that, because the front foot hasn't been getting out as much as it could have been, I think, because he's obviously in a bit of pain. So he's just laid off that one a bit. And as a consequence, he's gone for no run. So now that's going to ease up the confusion with Ben and that runner as well. So when Ben's back, he's not going to be confused about that extra runner. I can't believe you didn't notice it.
No, well, as I say, I also didn't notice it. So what do we know, as they say? But well done yourself for duly observing it as we see the Grant Stewart make his way out to the middle to come and join Jordan Cox, with Kent teetering somewhat at 108 for 6. And 10 minutes ago, I think we'd all have said it didn't look too much as though a wicket was imminent, but suddenly two have gone down rather quickly. In fairness to Billings, you'd have to say that it was an uneven contest, because he was too much injured to be able to defend himself properly. And I mean, we haven't even seen him attempt an attacking shot, and I'm sure that would have hurt a lot more. But he does depart, and you'd have to say as well that Tom Wesley got his bowling change correct, because Billings has duly picked up the wicket.
Yeah, he succumbed to that, didn't he? And definitely with that front foot, he just looked a bit tedious. He looks like he is in pain. So hopefully that's nothing too serious and it gets better soon.
Yeah, it's a nasty looking injury to my eye. I totally echo your wishes that he makes a quick recovery, but injuries like that can have a nasty habit of a bit like a hamstring that can...
Oh, they're not a good one, are they? Hamstrings aren't a good one.
Yeah.
They can last a long time.
And they recur just when you think you've got over it.
And then, yep, it's back.
You need only ask Dan Lawrence about that, because he was chasing a ball in April, bearing in mind he was still in the test team at the time, or had been in the West Indies, where he got a 90 odd, and therefore could have expected that in a largely failing England batting order he'd keep his place. Here's Allison in, bowls to Stewart, who stabs the ball a shade uncomfortably down to Porter at mid-on, 108 for 6. But Lawrence, as I say, toward the end of April at Edgbaston, was chasing a ball out towards the boundary, and he was just about to put in the dive to knock it back from the rope when his hamstring went. You suddenly saw him reach behind him, and that was the last that was seen of him for about 5 weeks. Came back at Old Trafford, got 100 there, but again the hamstring went.
Yeah, it's not a nice one. It's
No.
such a big group of muscles that it's very uncomfortable.
Billings bowls, and this ball's beautifully clipped off the pads. That's very nicely timed. It's going to go for 2. I hesitated because so did the batsman, but they have got through for 2 as it went to wideish mid-on, 110 for 6. First 2 runs of his innings to Grant Stewart there, with a nice clip off the pads. But yes, and unluckily for Dan Lawrence, by the time he did get back, suddenly England were winning right, left and centre. Suddenly they didn't need him, and even now that Bairstow's got an injury, Harry Brook, thoroughly deservedly, let it be said.
Yeah, he's set to be making his debut,
yes,
isn't he?
He is. I'm looking forward to seeing him play.
That all kicks off tomorrow at the Oval.
As
The home of
Allison,
cricket.
yes, Allison to complete the over. Bowls, and that's left, and Gus of But batsman is safe. He being Grant Stewart remains on 2. Jordan Cox has 16. Kent resuming at 74 for 4. Have added 36 for the losses of Leaning Kushi. Good low catch at the wicket of Cook for 34. And just now Sam Billings in all sorts of pain out in the middle. Had a runner caught by Rossington. Just a thin tickle off the bowling of Allison in his first over of the morning for naught.
Yeah, he did. Unfortunately, that little injury, I don't know if it's going to stay around with him for a long time. I don't hope it's something that he can just...
Yeah, the problem is, Nicky, we've got to end the season. I think Kent have still got 4 games left, including this one. It was 3, in fact.
I think there was 3 county championship games in September, right?
Yeah, and they come thick and fast.
They come very quickly, as here comes Snater in to Cox, who's just defended that to point, and there's no run here.
Yeah, Essex, this is the first of 4 games they have left, but other teams have only 3.
Yeah, Kent don't play next week.
Yeah, Kent miss out next week when Essex are at Headingley, and then play in the final 2 weeks. I think they've got enough points to be safe, but as Ben was saying, they'd welcome any further points just to make sure.
You'll never say no to points, will you? As
Nope.
Here comes Snater into Cox again. Bowls, and this one's a short one, and Cox has just went to pull it, but he's mistimed it, and it's just hit him in the stomach by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's sort of doubled up, so I think you're right. It looks like he's a little bit winded. He'll be all right, but all of a sudden, Kent having sort of looked pretty good through the first 40 minutes or so, and not having particularly looked like losing a wicket. They've not only lost 2, but the Essex bowling suddenly looks as if it could take another wicket at any moment.
Like a wicket's in the air.
Yeah.
In comes Snater again with his hair blowing against the wind to Cox, who's off on the back foot, defends it straight down the line. No run.
Yeah, he's a well-organised batsman, Jordan Cox, and well capable of batting at 4-day tempo, which Essex certainly did until a little bit of late hitting from Sam Cook and Kushi once he got to his 100. It was fairly pedestrian going, and the problem with slow pitches is that it's not easy to take wickets on them, but also it's not easy to score quickly.
No, you can't score quickly on them. As in comes Snater again, and Cox is driven this just wide of mid-on. He's managed to scamper 1. Are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they are. So that's going to be 2 for Cox, which brings Kent to 112, and Cox moves to 18.
Yeah, slight misfield there at mid-on. There should really only have been 1 run, but they get back for the second. All contributions great for the receive, because that save the follow-on target of 424 is still an awful long way away, with only 4 wickets standing and just 112 of those 424 on the board.
And in comes Snater again. Cox on strike. He bowls, short ball delivery, and he's just played that down the gully line, and it is going to make its way down to the boundary for 4. Bringing Cox on to 22. Kent 116 for 6.
It was nice pick up that from Cox.
Yeah.
It was just a little bit short of a length, but beautifully timed. It went past the diving Nick Brown in the gully like an absolute rocket, and once it got past him, there was no stopping it whatsoever. So very well played by Cox. Moves along to 22.
Very well played, and you can tell that the ground isn't as heavy as it was earlier after we had the initial shower this morning. So things are just starting to go a bit quicker off the field. As in comes Snater to Cox, who's forward. It's an inside edge down to fine leg for 4. A very, very fine leg for 4. So that's going to be the end of the over. Kent 120 for 6 off 13. I can't read that.
I think it's 30.
39, right? Yeah, I thought it was 39.
So 14 overs have been bowled so far today. Consecutive boundaries there. The first one, not the best of deliveries from Snater, but the second one, unlucky. It was the proverbial variously Surrey cut, Staffordshire cut, Chinese cut, you name it. It's the one where the batsman tries to push the ball probably into the cover area, gets a thin or thick inside edge, and it just misses the stumps. It missed the leg stump. If there'd been a fourth stump outside leg stump, I think it would have hit it.
I think it would have just hit it. It was very, very fine.
It was. It was beautifully judged in inverted commas by the batsman. And Cox has moved along to 26, taking 10 runs off that Snater over. And Allison, with a wicket in his first over, will now bowl his second. And that's first over of the morning specifically. 3 slips are in place as he runs up the slope now from the pavilion end. Bowls, and this ball stabbed defensively into the offside by Grant Stewart, and there's no run. 120 for 6. And from an Essex point of view, runs are fairly irrelevant here because they've got an absolute shed load of them in hand.
They've got so many of them.
And they'd be quite happy to sort of give away almost sort of half a dozen boundaries if it meant that they could buy another wicket with it.
Yeah, they definitely won't be so fixated on that. They'll be happy to give away a few runs with that many on the board.
So Allison comes in again to bowl to Stewart. Good straight delivery on middle and off. Played down to the skipper, Tom Wesley, at mid-off. Wesley's been in good form generally this season. 54 he had on the board before he was run out on day one here. I wasn't here to see it, so I don't know who was to blame for the run out, but it's an annoying way to get out. However, he had already reached a half century. 120 for 6 on the board, Kent, with leading 34 and Billings no score, the 2 men out this morning. Allison bowls and attempted drive here misses, takes the batsman on the pad, runs a few yards into the offside to be retrieved by Nick Brown, and the score remaining 120 for 6, and we've still got some nice sunshine.
Some lovely sunshine.
Well, you'll have had a great summer, Nikki, because we must have had more sun than anyone could possibly have expected.
We've had such a great summer, honestly. It was amazing, and I feel like now that you can tell that the weather's about to take that turn into autumn, you can't complain because we've really been spoilt this year, haven't we?
As Allison is in, bowls, and that one is edged and caught behind, and Allison picks up his second wicket in very similar style to the Billings dismissal, except that this was a much more pronounced edge, and the batsman there, Grant Stewart, did rather hang the bat out at it, and it's just ended up in the gloves of Adam Rossington.
He was very much stuck in the crease there and played all with his hands for that one.
Didn't move the feet, did he?
Did not move his feet at all. It was like they were super glued.
Yeah, I'm afraid that was a decent delivery, and it did leave the batsman off the pitch, but he kind of got drawn into it and couldn't get the bat out of the way, so he departs for 2, and we have been saying that all of a sudden wickets...
You did say a wicket. Yeah. It felt like a wicket was going to come, and you were bang on.
Yes, it just did, I'm afraid, from a Kent point of view, but Essex, well, if there isn't rain interruption, and I'm not saying for a moment there's likely to be, but we know that there are showers around. We had one at about 10:10 this morning that delayed the resumption by 10 minutes. 120 for 7 at the moment, though, and Kent need some good resistance from the last 3 batsmen, Matt Milnes, Podmore and Quinn. Quinn once of Essex, of course, Matt Quinn, as the new batsman makes his way out to the middle.
Yeah, Ben's not looking too happy. His face is drowning every time a wicket falls. Oh, his excuse is apparently it should have been raining, so...
Yes.
There are some clouds, but I don't think they're going to save you now, Ben.
Yes, Harry Podmore making his way out to the middle. The forecast today on the whole is upbeat rather than downbeat, for all the fact we know showers are around, whereas tomorrow it's a very definite downbeat. So Kent always have the hope, if they can bat rather better second time around, that they may, if they can still be there tonight, not have much batting to do tomorrow. But again, you never totally trust weather forecasters. You were saying, Nikki.
You can never trust them
because
you plan things according to the forecast, right? And then you obviously, if you're doing something outside or whatever it could be, and the days it's meant to rain, it never rains, and then you've got to readjust your plan. And the days it's not meant to rain, it starts to rain, And again, you've got to readjust your plans.
Well, I have a saying, never cancel something you're intending to do because of a bad weather forecast, because the number of times I've gone ahead and done it and thought, crikey, if I'd listened to the weather forecast, I wouldn't have gone. Here is Alison in, up from the pavilion end. Bowls to Podmore, and I think he was taking the bat away there, but he did it so extravagantly that it almost looked as if he was attempting a repeat of what Grant Stewart has just done, namely edging it through to Rossington. He doesn't do that. He's still there, and it's 120 for 7.
Yeah, I feel like I've played the rain card quite a few times, and sometimes I've lucked out, sometimes I haven't lucked out. I feel like it's just a risk you've got to take.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there have been a number of forecasts, even in this driest of summers, where there has been a threat of a shower, but certainly where I live in East Essex, not a drop has fallen as Alison's in and bowls, and the ball's clipped off the pads, and there's a slight misunderstanding. Been interesting if the shy from square leg from Kushi had hit. It doesn't, and they do get through for the single in the end. 121 for 7. That got Podmore off the mark. He also keeps the strike, and in 40 overs, Kent, replying to Essex's 573, have struggled to 121 for 7.
Yeah, we've had an amazing summer, honestly. Like, I think, is it weird to think that since COVID, the year, like 2020, we had an amazing summer, and then since then we've just had really good periods of weather. I think no one can really complain. I'm not going to go into what's causing it, and then
Yeah.
but if it's global warming or whatnot. But
no, you were right. Right on the heels of the first outbreak of COVID in March 2020, we had an extraordinary 3 months, April, May, June.
I felt like I was abroad half the time, just sitting in the garden and revising for exams at that point. And I was like, why is it so sunny? I'd feel like always get a bit jealous. I'm like, why am I inside having to study? And here comes Snater to Podmore. Ball slightly back with a length delivery, just defended to mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, just going back to that incredible weather of 2020. It never actually got anything like as hot as it did this summer, but it was very nice indeed. And out of the roughly 90 days of April, May and June put together, I logged 37 of those days in which from dawn till dusk there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. And that is remarkable. You know,
I'm impressed that you've jotted this down, that if you noticed there's
Yes,
a cloud and you've got a little diary about this.
I do.
In comes Snater, and again slightly back with the length delivery, just pushed into the offside, no run.
Yes, so far from regretting the fact I now keep a fairly concise diary, which includes describing the weather each day, I actually regret not keeping a diary earlier in my various careers. You know, when I was a school teacher, I took lots of
Oh, I used to teach.
Yeah, I took lots of schoolboy football and cricket, and I would love to have kept, you know, notes on all the various games.
Yeah, I do love like looking through old like past memoirs. In comes Snater, and then this one's left outside the off stump by Podmore. Yeah, there's something feel like quite nostalgic about looking back at like even like old photos or team photos, but when you used to play for this club or that county,
Yeah,
and like it's quite nostalgic. I quite like it.
And particularly, from my point of view, old scoreboards and scorebooks. You know, it's lovely if you can look back. I took 3 teams at a time, and so I had a match nearly every day of the week. And you know, to see who got runs that day or took wickets, I wish I'd kept a record.
In comes Snater, and this one's just squared Podmore up a bit, but he's managed to get that down through the gully region. It's made its way down to the boundary for 4, so I'm sure he's going to take that and not question those extra runs, bringing Kent to 1 at 25 off for 7.
Yeah, I mean, it like nearly everything, it went straight to ground, so it wasn't that he was nearly caught.
Just squared him up a bit, really.
Yes, it did, perfectly described, leading edge, but as I say, straight to ground and past gully and away to the boundary, as Critchley has been doing the retrieval work from second slip.
Here's Snater to Podmore, and he comes from the Nackington Road end, bowls, and he's just beaten outside the off stump here. Nice delivery from Snater.
It was, and Snater can feel a little bit hard done by this morning in that he's beaten the bat on 3 or 4 occasions at least. He's watched Ben Allison come on and get 2 edges straight away. He's got 2 wickets, whereas Snater got one that both Ben and myself thought had taken the edge and hadn't. And you could make an argument, or Snater could, that he got Allison's wicket for him effectively.
Yeah, you can say that was all my doing.
Yeah.
I built it up, and in he comes again, and this one's it's gone down and down to the keeper who's let it go. I think that's going to be a bye, and it is going to be a leg bye.
Yeah, to be fair to Adam Rossington, he did very well to get a glove on that diving to his left.
It's going very wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have gone for 4, having just flicked the pad. Slightly stray delivery from Snater, who has a slingy action, and therefore he's not the most consistent in terms of line and length, but can be very, very effective indeed. He's got some great figures to his name in the last 2 or 3 years, which have seen him improve considerably. So well done to Rossington there, at least sort of turning the ball around the post for a corner and reducing what would have been 4 leg byes to just the 1. So 126 for 7. And you'd have to say, so far it's been Essex's morning, for all the fact Kent have added 52 runs, but they've lost the wickets of Leaning caught Coochie, bowled Cook 34, Billings caught Rossington, bowled Allison 0, and Stewart caught Rossington, bowled Allison 2, and it's Allison again. 3 slips in the gully now. Bowls, and that has been edged and put down at slip, and away it will go to the boundary there, and I thought slip had it there. But
he should have had it there,
yeah,
let's be honest. That one,
definitely,
it's not one he wanted to have put down.
I'm afraid it's the night of the realm. We must be very careful in modifying our criticism that not his best effort there. He got both hands to the ball. Seemed for a moment, I thought he'd caught it, but it slipped through his hands and went down for 4 runs, and Cook looks gives an anguished look there at first slip, probably saying, not as young as I used to be, you know. But anyway, 130 for 7.
I'm sure they'll forget about that very soon. He'd want to forget about that one.
And that was one, the very rare one, that actually did carry, and carried quite high as well. Probably slightly awkward height for Cook, as Allison bowls again, and this ball's nicely played back past the bowler.
Beautiful
it's
shot.
Probably going to go for 4. Porter's in hot pursuit, but it's coming down and hitting the rope right now, and 134 for 7. Consecutive boundaries for the second time in the last 15 to 20 minutes. But nevertheless, that was a very nice shot indeed. On drive will bring Ben back at the end of this over.
But before you do nip off Paul, I've got a question. What are those 2 cuddly toys?
Ah, there's 3 of them actually.
There's 3 of them. I've just noticed them, and I'm thinking there's some little cuddly teddy bears on your little box.
There's a sooty who's being looked after. Oh, and that one's edged and is gone. So the reprieve was short-lived, and it's 134 for 8. And that is the end of Podmore. Caught Rossington, bowled Allison 13. It's a hat-trick of dismissals for Allison. I don't mean a literal hat-trick, but 3 caught behinds in a row as Kent slumped to 134 for 8. Ben needs to come back because he's got a midday update to do. Just to give you the roll call, the white bear there and skipper of the team is Chuffy.
Chuffy?
Yeah, Sooty is sitting in front of him, a 45-year-old Sooty. And that's Ted in the Lord's regalia with his Lord's pullover on the near side. But
I'm going to ask you more on this when you're back later. Yeah. I'm very intrigued.
Over to you, Nick, and you'll be joined by Ben Watts.
Thank you, Paul. So yeah, Kent now 134 for 8. Had a few caught behinds this morning. There's been a bit of movement in the air as well. It's definitely the moisture in the atmosphere, as you'd say.
I can tell you straight off, Nikki, that I'm noticing another runner's coming out this time. This time I've clocked him.
And you've clocked him. You just didn't clock it initially when there was 2 batsmen coming out.
No, I didn't. I didn't look. I saw Sam Billings, and then I missed that Ben Compton followed him. But this time, Grant Stewart is heading, having just got out a moment ago. He's kept his gear on and is heading out to go run for Matt Milnes, who again was off the field yesterday with a back issue.
What's going on?
He's coming.
Everyone's got a little bit of a niggle
to replace
something.
Harry Podmore. Yeah, it's kind of a perfect storm a bit for Kent in terms of injuries, because of course Nathan Gilchrist was ill, or having originally been named in the squad, and then Podmore wasn't going to be playing in this game. So he was a late replacement for Gilchrist in that sense. And then, yeah, a couple of injuries in the game, but Milnes and Billings bravely heading out to the wicket to try and help their team out, but haven't been able to do so. And having batted for the early part of the day, Leaning and Cox, and looked very assured, that wicket of Leaning has brought about a cascade of wickets following that, as this one is left alone by Milnes outside the off stump. And in fact, it's the Allison bowling change, bringing him on at this pavilion end.
He's done wonders for Essex.
He's just been getting that little bit of shape away from the right-handers, and also, for me, getting a bit of extra bounce with his height.
He does look tall, doesn't he?
And he's, yeah, and...
Well, anyone compared to me looks tall, let's be honest, but he does look tall.
But yeah, Kent having looked pretty safe, the wicket of Leaning, which was a full stroke, has since brought about 3 genuine caught behinds, all off the same bowler. All to the wicketkeeper, as Allison is bowling and Milnes leaving this one alone. A rare blemish, though, from Alistair Cook. That slip to drop Bobmore.
Yeah, you don't see that often, do you?
I think he thought maybe second slip might come across him and take it.
It did come at that angle slightly, actually, so I can understand.
Yeah, there was maybe a bit of wobble.
But it was a lovely height, though. You wouldn't have... It was literally just down your throat.
True. But yeah, he didn't take it, unfortunately, for Kent. After Pommel had that superb straight drive, he was then dismissed, and Milnes forward and defending this one into the offside. And the end of the over. So Kent desperately need Matt Milnes to stick around with Jordan Cox here, who's on 26 up the other end, but running out of partners rapidly, with Kent 134 for 8. And well, if Paul is indeed right that there is a lot of rain forecast for tomorrow, Kent will know they need to at least bat until the end of today to give themselves a chance. If they were rolled out twice today, and then it rained all day tomorrow, they would be feeling pretty down in the dumps.
Yeah, but you can't rely on the forecast.
You can't, of course you can't, but
I feel like tomorrow, what happens if it's just like this?
They've got to at least get to tomorrow and give themselves a sniff, otherwise it will be a very poor defeat.
Yep, indeed. We've got Snater continuing from the Nackington Road end. In he comes. And this one's left just outside the off stump by Cox.
Kent 134 for 8 here at Canterbury, and they've lost more wickets, with Sam Billings out for 0, Grant Stewart for 2, Harry Pommel for 13, all dismissed by Ben Allison, the replacement at this pavilion end for Essex, all edging behind to wicketkeeper Adam Rossington. That cascade of wickets falling off the back of Jack Leaning being caught by Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket. A false stroke, really, from Leaning, having looked so solid up until that point. He departed for 34. Jordan Cox is still there on 28, and he really just needs some help out there from the batter Matt Milnes, who also is out there with a runner, having been off the field yesterday with a back injury. So Kent very much struggling here at Canterbury as commentary continues online. They're 136 for 8 and trailing Essex by 437 runs.
I'm guessing you just did the update, but I didn't hear the cue for that coming in, so...
Well, no, I was expecting it to come slightly earlier because they're going to Prime Minister's questions today.
Yeah, I didn't even hear it come in. Yeah, I just got the notifications, Prime Minister questions today. In comes Snater to Cox. Bowls, and this one's just going down the leg side, and Rossington's done a great tumbling dive to his left just to stop that, because that was going wide. That was definitely going to make its way down to the boundary if he did not get a hand to that.
Yeah, good keep him. Yeah, perhaps the people of Kent are better off not knowing at the moment that the cricket score is not going particularly well. Kent have got still 35 or so minutes till lunch.
Snater in, and Cox is forward, drives that beautifully off the front foot down to the mid-off boundary. That's a beautiful shot, leaning into it. 4 runs, bringing Kent to 140 for 8. You can tell Cox was searching for that for a while. He was looking to play that shot for a while. And I think now he's, you know, when you've got it and you're like, right, I just creamed that one.
Yeah, you're sort of shaping yourself up to
He's
try and...
looking for that one, and now he just got the right delivery.
Yeah. Essex got quite a funky field for Cox. There's a catching mid-wicket, as well as a forward square leg. 3 slips still.
In comes Slater to Cox, and this one again, he's forward, plays that to mid-off, but no run, mid-off rounds that.
Probably would have maybe tried to run a single if he still had his mate Jack leaning there, but of course now it's just
You can tell
the bowlers.
Yeah, you can tell when Leaning and Cox back together, they've got a very good understanding of each other. So the singles there, I think there's not much calling going on there. I think they just know.
Yeah, there's almost...
You know, sometimes when you bat with someone that you've been batting with for a while, or you know how they play, then there's not much calling. It's just a look and you're off.
Yeah, you almost just run on instinct, don't you? You know each other's game so well.
Snater's into Cox, who's forward defences into the offside. No run here. And that is the end of the over. Kent 140 for 8 of 43 overs.
Arguably, he should have sent Jack Leaning out to run for Matt Milnes.
He could have, couldn't he? There's no like rule on who you can send out.
I guess Stewart sort of probably stuck his hand up and said, "I'll do it," seeing as he was still fully padded up.
Yeah, otherwise you're just gonna take time to pad up again. And
so there's currently a meeting between the 3 batters out there in the middle.
Between the 3.
Little punch of gloves between Milnes and Cox, and Stewart is there.
Must be nice to have somebody extra there for the chat.
extra players to punch gloves with. Come on, lads. Grant Stewart's almost the
like their hype man.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He's like the motivational speaker. He's kind of the... He's there to almost coach the 2 batters through it. He doesn't have to take any of the strike. Hype man. Ben Allison then, he is bowling up an absolute storm so far today. Back of length, and back goes Matt Milnes, defending out into the offside. A bowler that generally... I mean, Paul Newton will know this more than I, and we'll maybe chat about it later, but whenever I've noticed Ben Allison or seen Ben Allison play, it's always been in white ball cricket. It was always, well, someone that's kind of got into this Essex team more as a white ball specialist and a T20 specialist particularly, but just bowling himself into this team now. And it's a thick outside edge from Milnes, looking to drive wide of gully. He's only going to get 1. Jordan Cox quite happy to say no and take strike. So, yeah, for Ben Allison, I guess the same has almost been for Snater, in that they've had to be patient and wait their turn to get into this Essex team. Because of, in the past, they've had Porter and Cook, then plus maybe an overseas seamer as well. Often they've just rotated 3 seam bowlers with Simon Harmer up the other end. Obviously Simon Harmer's with that South Africa test squad, so it's given an opportunity for Snater and for Allison. Obviously Matt Quinn leaving for Kent. Back goes Cox. This is a quick single into the offside. And an overthrow possibly, as it's shied at the stumps, but it's backed up on the boundary. So, yeah, Cox happy to dab and run on that occasion. Very quiet around the ground today. There are a few spectators, a fairly...
To our left, there's a few on the little...
modest smattering of, well, optimists who rocked up this morning.
They didn't trust the forecast. They did the right job.
Deciding that actually they thought the weather forecast wasn't going to be as damp as it suggested last night. And so the rain has not arrived to save Kent so far, and Essex have just stamped their authority on this game as Allison bowls and Milnes lets this one go outside the off stump, and it just feels like Essex are getting that little bit more out of this wicket than Kent managed to do. 573 on the board Essex made.
That's a lot of runs.
And Kent did choose to bowl first as well. They won the toss and chose to bowl, thinking that there might be some joy for the seamers, only to see Brown get 45, Cook 78, Wesley making 54, Matt Critchley 90 before Feroz Cushy made 164. Even Ben Allison himself got 53, and Sam Cook 38, as they really rubbed salt in the wounds by that stage. This one's left alone by Milnes outside the off stump, and then Yeah, Kent losing on top order wickets yesterday. That wicket of Jack Leaning today has brought about 3 more.
It's been a long 2 days on the field for those Kent boys.
Yeah, and it clearly seems to have...
Not just on the body, I think mentally as well. When you see that total, then...
It definitely does take its toll, doesn't it? That mental energy that you use up in the field. And this one left alone outside the off stump. Every time you look up at the scoreboard, like you say, and you see that mammoth first innings tally that Essex put on the board and how far you are behind it, just feels like a long, long way away. Kent are 142 for 8 and still trailing by 431 runs with just Matt Quinn to come in this innings. And plenty of overs left in the day. Why is there some random rain on our commentary box window?
I was just looking at that. I was like, maybe I'm seeing things.
Where is it?
Now I can see there's more. It's like...
Where is it even coming from, though? There's sunshine.
The
well, but I can't see any grey clouds.
There are some up here, but they're not like
above
heavy enough.
Above us is blue sky. Away to our right, it's the sunshine, and the ground is bathed in it. But some very random moisture, and the umpires are just looking up away.
There are some like thicker clouds. Is that what you call them? Thicker clouds? I don't know. I'm not a weather person.
No, neither am I. But normally, I mean, when you play enough cricket, you kind of get an idea of what clouds might rain on you, and these ones don't look like they would do so. So that is very random. That
you know what I
spray that we've had.
What tells you if it's going to rain is the way the trees move. It sounds really silly.
There's a bit...
But the way they start to move, they can tell
if you say so.
In comes Porter to Cox, who's driven this down the ground, just come off the shoe of Porter and ended up at mid-on, and there's no run.
In fairness, there often is a slightly cooler breeze that sort of preempts the rain. Yeah.
It's just the way the trees move is different, and also... No, don't laugh at me here, because I've spent a lot of time on a cricket pitch, and I know when it rains, and I've seen like there's a little link, and the birds actually go, because the birds don't like rain. So when you see the birds fleeing, that's the sign. As in comes Porter to Cox, who's played that down at 2 deep square leg off the back foot, just the one. You'll notice when it's going to be like a heavy downpour, the birds turn.
I see. Now I'm not going to disagree with you, because
just laughing at me.
The birds know. That's for sure.
The birds do know.
They know when the rain's coming. They're not silly. They've got that 6th sense. I need to scarper here. I'm about to get rained on. Is what they say to one another, I would assume.
At least you're not laughing at me now. In comes Porter to Mills, who's just played down the first line of that, and that's beaten him outside the off stump and gone straight into the hands of Rossington.
Good delivery, that. Again, just seemed like it got extra bounce.
It did. It took a little bit of height, that one, didn't it?
Just never felt like... Well, I mean... The ball's 40 overs old, but... Just don't remember seeing Kent bowlers particularly getting extra bounce. I mean, maybe Beau Drummond got a little bit of something out of the ball, but...
In comes Porter to Mills again. He's left outside the off stump. Gone straight into the hands of Rossington, no run.
Just sort of played the line, didn't he? Maybe there was a bit of slight movement away.
They've had some movement with the ball, though, haven't they, Essex?
It feels like every Essex bowler has got something out of this pitch or out of the ball in the air.
There's a bit of a breeze coming. It's getting a bit windy.
There's another random grey cloud.
I love how every time you like stick your head out the window just to see what's happening.
Trying to look at the clouds.
In comes Porter, and this one's just played softly down to point. And they've taken a 1 here, and I got a bit confused because I was looking at the wrong person. Yeah. There's a run.
I think Matt Milnes got confused, to be honest.
I think he didn't know where to go.
He sort of set off as if,
and then he came back, he was like, oh, I'm not meant to run.
Then he remembered he had a runner out there with him. Sometimes you can't sort of rein in that natural instinct as a batter if you're out there with a runner.
You're ready to go, aren't you? Mentally, you're thinking you've got to go. And then
you ever batted with a runner?
Have I ever batted with a runner? I haven't had a runner, but my my other partners had a runner. In comes Porter to Cox, who's played this down to mid-on. No run, defended. Yeah, so I've been on the pitch with a runner, but I've never had.
I was going to say, I think I've been on as
But
a
it's
runner
really
before.
confusing. I feel like it's really confusing because, like, initially you look up and your first instinct is
You can
you're not-
almost ball watch as the runner, can't you?
Yeah.
And then you forget you're out there to solely run.
yeah. It's a
But
bit
yeah,
weird. It's a bit weird.
and
See,
it
like
does-
I'm trying to think about it and I've got
That's the
confused.
thing, and
so
it does often lead to mix-ups, doesn't it, in some capacity? And how often do you see the injured batter who is out there with a runner eventually ends up getting run out in some way? But Milnes is there, and actually he's kept the strike for the next over, which wasn't necessarily the best idea from Kent because Cox is the set batter. He's at the non-striker's end. Milnes facing up to this short ball from Allison. And actually Milnes has played that very well, hooking it away off his nose, kept it down to send the ball out towards long leg. Stewart, who is doing the running at square leg, manages to get through for a single on Milnes' behalf. And Cox is now back on strike, 145 for 8. Just seeing a pickup truck on the far side of the ground
I wonder what's in it.
arrive. I can tell you what's in it in a minute. As Allison bowls and Cox leaves it, and the trailer that it's carrying is a brand of alcoholic beverage. So I will assume that that is going to park up, and in a few moments' time, when they're all set and ready, the hatch will open and the pints will flow as the afternoon goes on, if people so choose. But yeah, just interesting that they've decided nobody needs a beer in the morning and watching county cricket. We'll turn up after 12 o'clock. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Cox, which, I mean, is a commendable theory. But as we all know, we've been to our local pub and seen people nursing a pint at 10 a.m.
See, I don't get that. That
No,
really,
I don't personally
I'm
either.
not-
I would never
like,
do that,
that's,
but-
that's not something I would do. I always like drive past those people and think, wow, like.
A credit to, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not
if-
sure how
if-
you do it. Because, like, for me, like, in the morning, I'm still like.
yeah, I wouldn't do it personally, but hey, if that's you,
No judging.
go live your best life. As Ben Allison bowls, Jordan Cox nudges this into the onside. Again, a couple of odd raindrops just falling. We are being treated to a few
Yep, I can see them now.
showers or very, very light interludes from grey clouds that are passing over the ground today, having been delayed by 10 minutes at the start. After a bit of a shower after 10 o'clock when the players had finished warming up. Oh, this one comes back and hits Jordan Cox and then has gone on to his off stump, I think.
Yes, it has.
And he departs for 34. Ben Allison has yet another wicket. And Kent are reduced to 145 for 9. And I was just about to say that perhaps that bit of weather that we had just after 10 o'clock has just added a little bit of something to this wicket that the Essex bowlers have been able to exploit.
I think it has, and I think he got hit as well, didn't he? That did not look very pleasant. Just want to see that on the replay if we can get that.
So yeah, just seeing it now. Don't know if it hit his elbow possibly and deflected onto the stumps, but Jordan Cox, who again, like Jack Leaning, looked very assured for making 34, has to walk off. And Kent 145 for 9 and almost certain to be batting again in their second innings this afternoon. Well, there is a bit more rain falling, but Matt Quinn is heading to the crease, and as regular listeners will know, whenever Matt Quinn is at the crease, we're here for a good time.
I remember going up to Edgbaston. That was a good one.
Absolutely, you and I were on commentary
That
for
was funny.
that one ball
That one ball.
that he faced in the second innings that he
smashed for 6 over long on, and then tucked his bat under his arm
And
and
walked back.
off.
Did it with style. That is.
Declaration. Thank you very much. This rain's falling a little bit heavier.
It is.
The Essex supporters are probably starting to gather a theme that every time it rains, I'm perking up at the possibility of a possible delay to proceedings, because Kent are in desperate need of it at the moment. Essex massively on top. Allison bowling up a storm and down the leg side. This one to Quinn. End of the over. Allison, having not picked up a wicket until this morning, has now got 4 for 31. And Stuart and Milne still out there. Matt Quinn then joining them.
It's a bit heavier now, isn't it? Yep.
It still does just feel like it's going to probably pass over, but
Yep. I think it will.
I think just, you know, the bit of moisture that is landing on the wicket is just helping provide a little bit of extra zip for the Essex bowlers, and they're really exploiting the way that the conditions have favoured them so far today. Just maybe brought this pitch to life a touch.
Yep, definitely. So Kent 145 for 9. Got Mills on strike. Porter's coming in. Bowls, and it's defended back to mid-on. No run. Got 3 slips in. A point, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, which is a bit unorthodox, and a deep square leg and a fine leg as well for the field. Essex will be keen to get this final wicket ASAP, as in comes Porter, bowls, and Mills as forward, defends that in to mid-off.
It's definitely heavier now.
It is.
And the umpires are having a bit of a conversation. I think the ground staff are poised and potentially
they're on
might
the
be
side.
invited
They're ready
on
to
here.
go. Ground staff, and they are going to be getting off. Ground staff are on the pitch with the covers, and the Essex players, along with Quinn and Mills, are making their way off the pitch due to some showery rain.
Showery rain?
Showery rain. Do you not remember?
Rainy shower?
No, there was a breakfast show on the radio, and they used to go showery rain, showery
Wet
rain.
rain, as Mark Church likes to say. So there will be a brief interruption in play. Keep in touch with our Twitter at BBC Kent Sport for the latest about when a resumption might take place. To be honest, I wouldn't go too far, because I don't think this will delay us for too long.
Yeah.
I suspect that the umpires may well, even in a minute's time, when this cloud passes over, turn around and say, come back out, let's carry on. But for the meantime, we're going to have a brief pause online. And we'll be back soon.
Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you. Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. The rain has subsided. The players are back after a lunch interval. And Jamie Porter is bowling to Matt Milnes, and he defends out into the point area. Looks like it could be one of those days where we're a little bit on and off with showers, etc. The sunshine that we had prior to lunch, and we had for a fair bit of the morning, with the occasional random cloud that rained a little bit, has subsided as this one's defended away into the onside, and it is mostly grey and white cloud overhead here at Canterbury now, with Kent 145 for 9, and Matt Milnes out there on 3 not out. Matt Quinn there yet to score, having faced one delivery, and Kent had looked pretty assured out there with Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox up until the point that Leaning was caught mid-wicket, full stroke off a delivery that was just straying onto the leg stump from Sam Cook, and then after that it was Ben Allison who took over from the pavilion end, removing Billings, Stewart, Podmore, all caught behind before Cox played on for 34. Porter bowls to Matt Milnes. He defends once again into the offside, just as the sun tries to sneak through the cloud cover. And well, just one more wicket now required for Essex to make Kent bat again, which with a deficit of 428 runs, you would assume is definitely going to be enforced. Waiting for a BBC Radio Kent update at 1 o'clock. Paul Newton is doing one for BBC Essex as well before he will join me, as Porter is in and bowling. This one left outside the off stump. Through it goes to Rossington. And a maiden over from Jamie Porter, and then Ben Allison hands his cap to Sir Alistair Cook, who will take it to the umpire, and he will be chomping at the bit to try and complete a fifer. Having taken those 4 wickets this morning, Ben Allison will continue, unsurprisingly, from the pavilion end, and it'll be Matt Quinn on strike to face him. As I alluded to prior to the rain interval and the early lunch, it's always entertaining when Matt Quinn is out there with a bat in hand. Extravagant leave outside the off stump to let this one through to the keeper to start with. Nicky Chowdhury and I were reminiscing earlier about his one ball that he faced in the second innings at Headingley against Yorkshire, that he duly plonked over long on for 6 before walking off. It was at Edgbaston, you're right. Did I say Headingley? It was against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Thanks for pointing it out. This one is outside the off stump. See, I just make stuff up when I'm left on my own. Just make stuff up, make up nonsense. The first bit of the story was right. Edgbaston, yeah, Ken won that game. That was the week we had certain games rearranging times because of the scorching weather. I remember coming down for an interview after the first day and it was so muggy, even though it was 7 o'clock. There's a big swing from Matt Quinn, aiming it into the leg side, just backing away to give himself a little bit of room. And the couple of leaves that we saw prior to that, not hiding the fact that Matt Quinn will look to score when he's at the crease. Or will he aim at this next delivery? In and bowling. Oh, bit of extra bounce once again for Ben Allison. Through it goes to Rossington. So 5 dot balls in the over so far, 1 to come. Erratic, certainly a good way to describe the weather, Steve. Unfortunately, if you're of a Kent persuasion, I'm not sure if it's fortunate or unfortunate as Matt Quinn gets off the mark with a little clip into the leg side, that the rain has subsided, because the way the match situation is going, Kent fans probably want it to be raining right now, because they're 146 for 9 and trailing Essex still by 427 runs. So they have only 1 wicket left in their first innings, then they'll have to bat again, and then they'll need to try and bat out for the rest of the day, plus tomorrow with any help from the rain, in order to try and get a draw. So as much time that can be taken out of the game by the weather will suit Kent fans. Essex fans will have been very pleased with what they've seen so far today. Ben Allison taking 4 wickets to remove Billings for 0, Stewart for 2, Podmore for 13 and Cox for 34. That all after Jack Leaning was caught mid-wicket off Sam Cook for 34 himself. So Allison is currently chasing a 5-fer. That one left alone outside the off-stump. As commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website, we're going to try and dodge the showers for the rest of the afternoon. Kent 146 for 9 in their first innings and trailing by 427 runs. So Paul Newton, I think, has finished his update. Nikki's done well not to trip over, having collided with the set of headphones. She'll be back in half an hour's time. And Paul Newton is going to slide in alongside me, as Nikki pointed out earlier on, wearing a splendid Hawaiian shirt today, trying to bring some summeriness to this slightly April-like weather we were saying on our route to get our lunch a moment ago.
Certainly is, as Snater's on his way from the Nackington Road end, 3 slips, and has a bit of a mow at this, but Matt Quinn fortunate a little bit not to, well, I say get the edge. If he'd really caught it, he might actually have picked up 4 runs from it, but
could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. 146 for 9, and Quinn quite capable at times of providing a bit of obduracy at the bottom of the order. Very popular man in Essex, Matt. Really nice fellow. Came over from his native New Zealand to join Essex, well, must be 7 or 8 years ago now. Snater's in bowls to him. Stabs the ball to Allison, the day's leading wicket taker at cover. And score remaining 146 for 9. And I think we can fairly take it that if and when this last wicket falls, the follow-on, which for which the necessary for Kent was 424, so they began the day still needing further 350 to save the follow-on. Well, I'm afraid they've not done well enough to have that in their sights, as this ball is edged over 3rd slip and inevitably down to the boundary. And it's one of those things where you say, well played the batsman, as long as you're not the bowler. 150 for 9, hence the extra applause. 48.3 overs bowled. Kent been at the crease for 216 minutes, that's just over 3.5 hours. You say well done, because the big thing you must do if you're going to have a mow at the ball is go for it, good and proper, no half measures. And he went for it, got a thick edge and cleared the slips, from which point it was always going to go to the boundary. And he now has 5. Milnes remains on his lunchtime 3, 150 for 9.
Viva Matt Quinn, that's how he bats.
Indeed. In comes Snater, bowls to him, and that's a nice shot. That's going to go through the covers. May or may not quite reach the boundary. The answer's not, actually. It stopped quite quickly, maybe partly down to the shower that we had that brought about an early lunch. Cook does the fielding, Sam Cook that is, at deep cover, and they get 2. 152 for 9. Quinn has 7, and as we said some while before lunch, that from an Essex point of view, runs are virtually totally irrelevant. It's just the wicket column they're interested in, but Kent will be very grateful for any runs they can get from their point of view. Snater's in, bowls to Quinn. Oh, that's a very good delivery, and it just goes by the outside edge, and it's just wide of off stump and through to Adam Rossington. 152 for 9. Weather still threatening, but certainly clouds generally have lifted since the fairly heavy little period of cloud we had. One thing that's quite encouraging, quite a strong breeze has got up, and that usually helps blow the clouds over nice and quickly, so that if we do get an interruption, hopefully it wouldn't be a long one. Snater's in, bowls to Quinn, stabs the ball to Nick Brown at short mid-wicket. Another Snater over ends. Snater's been the unlucky bowler, if you like, for Essex, while Porter's got 2, Cook 3 and Allison 4. He hasn't got a wicket in spite of beating the bat on a number of occasions and having a catch. No, in fact it was Allison who had a catch at slip put down, or otherwise he might have a 5-fer. But Allison is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Going to continue his search for a 5-wicket haul. Bowling to Matt Milnes. Still out there with Grant Stewart at square leg as his runner. He's driving very pleasantly through the covers though here, and he will stand and watch the ball as it rolls away towards the boundary rope and will make it. So very nicely timed by Matt Milnes, just leaning forward into that stroke. Those will be the ones that are painful for him, having had the back issue that kept him off the field yesterday. To really fully lean into the shot and time it as he did, credit to him.
Yeah, not much has gone right for Kent in this game, because probably with hindsight they would choose to bat first if they won the toss another time, and of course they've got 2 walking wounded, Sam Billings and now Matt Milnes.
Yeah, it feels like a number of things have gone wrong for them so far this week, as this one's left alone by Milnes, and the way things played out this morning, probably a continuation of that, with Jack Leaning looking like he was quite settled out there, only to play a full stroke and to get it wrong and to be caught mid-wicket, and then Billings, who was really struggling, out for naught. Grant Stewart nicking behind, Podmore also falling as well. Matt Milnes still out there, but Cox playing onto his stumps. Not much for the home fans to enjoy, and Essex, the visitors, having. This one's defended by Milnes off Allison's delivery. Very much the better of it this week.
One thing that intrigued me, watching from, or not watching, but from afar, I wasn't here on the first 2 days. On the face of it, Essex make 573, and Daniel Bell-Drummond, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 37. Standout figures that leave me without knowing whether he might have an injury or anything, but why didn't he bowl more?
Feels like a valid question, as Allison is in and bowling. He's on the leg stump and tickled away down towards fine leg, probably for 4 runs. Won't be cut off. Yes, it goes, and it's leg byes signalled by the umpire. But Essex just a little bit ragged after their resumption. And Kent moving on to 160 for 9. Just not quite in the groove that they were prior to lunch, where it felt like everything was going their way and wickets were tumbling regularly.
Yeah, been a few little strayings down leg side and errors of length as well. They had that nice shot through the covers for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of width to Matt Quinn. This one's a nice delivery and very nicely played away, and actually it's been palmed away for 4 runs by extra cover. Would have been cut off by mid-off, but actually the dive at extra cover and the subsequent hand on the ball has helped deflect it past his teammate. I can't quite work out who that is on the floor.
Brown.
Nick Brown has pushed it past Tom Wesley and given Matt Milnes 4 more runs.
Well, that rather underlines what you were just saying. And in a sense, it's a bit harsh on Nick Brown, because it wasn't a case of a bad misfield, but he dived to a very good off drive, and as you say, just deflected it past the keeper, who was Tom Wesley.
Very strange occurrence, that one, as Milnes is in behind this next delivery from Allison, and the end of the over. So 164 for 9, with a couple of boundaries to Matt Milnes in that over, plus the leg buys, which went for 4 as well. And then Quinn taking 6 off the last one. So again, just getting a little bit of joy after the interval, having, at the time when the rain fell and we came off for an early lunch, Kent would have been absolutely desperate to get off the pitch as quick as possible.
Indeed. Now, this partnership has so far put on 19, which is more than any other partnership today, apart from the overnight partnership. So, useful runs, and certainly every minute that Kent can delay Essex being able to apply the follow-on is to their advantage. As Snater comes in from the Nackington Road end, 3 slips crouch, bowls, and this ball is played by Quinn down to mid-on. There's no run there. It's 164 for 9, and as you may have heard us say earlier, while the forecast from now on for the rest of today, on the face of it, was fairly encouraging, with percentage likelihood of rain very often down in single figures. The reverse is true tomorrow. Typically, there's a 70% likelihood of rain at any given moment. So if Kent could see the day out, they may well get a draw. Snater bowls and loses both off and leg stump. I know that sounds highly improbable, but 2 stumps have left their moorings. And that is the end of the Kent innings, with Quinn bowled by Snater, who I was saying earlier is the one Essex bowler not to get a wicket, and he obviously took umbrage at hearing me say that and has put it right. He gets his wicket, and he does deserve one, to be fair to him. And there we are then. Kent are all out for 164, the little matter of 409 behind Essex's 573. Snater 11.2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Allison the pick, 12 overs, no maidens, 4 for 40. All his 4 wickets coming in a row in the morning's play. He thus misses out on his 5 for, and doubtless will insist that Snater buys him a pint at the end of the day, because I don't remember Allison having a 5-wicket haul in county cricket. He hasn't played all that many times, to be fair, and I know you were saying that you associate him more with white ball cricket. Of course, it is a difficult attack to get into, the Essex one, because bear in mind, if Harmer were available, he almost certainly wouldn't be playing in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So 164 all out then, Kent. And well, we will have a short turnaround before the second innings, and as Paul refers to, the forecast for tomorrow, in fact I've just had another look, and from about 9 o'clock tonight in Canterbury it's meant to rain and then just keep on raining. So from an Essex point of view, they've had the perfect start to this day, and they will look to get this wrapped up in the remaining 72 overs that are left in the day's play. If they can bowl Kent out in that time, and they have plenty of time to do so, they will win the match. Whereas for Kent, they need to at least bat those 72 overs until the close tonight and give themselves a shot at the rain helping them out for a draw tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you've just indicated, according to the likelihood of rain, and we don't go over much by weather forecasts, we all know there are exceptions to their being right. In fact, they're frequently wrong. But you'd have to say that of all the days really throughout the summer, tomorrow's looks the grimmest weather forecast of them all. One point Ben mentioned earlier is that there is always a chance, with Kent being out on a promontory near the coast, with Canterbury rather being out on a promontory near the coast, that you might get microclimate weather rather than what the rest of the country is getting. Anyway, Porter 2 for 49 in 12 overs 1 maiden. Sam Cook 15 overs 5 maidens 3 for 27. Hardly ever goes at much more than 2 and over, and again going at under 2 and over. Snater 1 for 42 and 11.2. Allison 4 for 40 in 12 overs no maidens.
Players are headed out for the Kent second innings. Jamie Porter is poised at the Mackington Road end, and Ollie Robinson and Ben Compton are out to open the innings for Kent.
Yeah, I'm interested in this choice of ends for the Essex openers. Come back to that point after this first ball of the second innings.
Porter to Robinson. Oh, playing and missing outside the off stump. Ollie Robinson going for a drive, which when you're 409 runs behind and you've just been skilled for 164, doesn't necessarily feel like the most sensible shot. First ball.
No, he's rather fortunate there. In the first innings, it was Porter who operated from the pavilion end and Cook from the Nackington Road end. But it was from this pavilion end where Cook will presumably bowl from after this over, where he took his 7 for 23 here 3 years ago.
Porter in. Robinson lets this one go, and it's not far away from shaving the off stump.
Well, Robinson could have got out to either of the first two deliveries. That was a wafer-thin gap between stump and ball there as the ball went past.
As you say, Sam Cook, you would assume will open the bowling from this pavilion end.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
But the way Ben Allison's bowling, you'd be half tempted to let him keep on going. The rhythm he had before lunch. Porter bowls. This time Robinson is forward and defending. towards mid-on after 2 slightly precarious moments where he could have nicked the first ball behind and almost got bowled the second one. A long time for Kent to bat, with a couple of overs for the change of innings, so 70 overs at the outset of this one remaining in the day's play for Kent to bat if they are to give themselves a chance of getting a draw with some help from the weather tomorrow. This one is driven up towards mid-on, slight misfield, but won't be a run.
Yes, the weather, again, there's always a threat of a shower around, but on the whole I think we should get quite a bit of the 72 overs that were still available at the start of this second innings, and that's 72 overs specifically for the remainder of today's play.
Porter in and bowling. Oh, again Robinson lets this one go, and it comes down the slope and isn't far away from bowling him.
Well, we get a great view of it up here on the second floor, and I think we're talking there a matter of little more than 1 millimetre closer, and it would have shaved the off bail. Neither of the two that have been so close to hitting the off stump would have gone over the top. Very good first over from Jamie Porter.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't have gone over the top, and it's really come back. Just having a look at the replay, as Robinson plays at this next one, he's really been given a working over at the moment by Jamie Porter as he bowls a maiden. And this time Robinson was trying to force it off the back foot, and the ball again coming back into him has gone in between bat and well, hip, if anything, back hip, before darting through to the wicketkeeper. So Jamie Porter showing there perhaps why he is indeed bowling from the Nackington Road end, to just get that little bit of assistance from the slope.
No, absolutely right. If one thinks at Chelmsford that the Hayes close end is the end where there's just a very slight incline in his favour as he runs down, and here it's a much more pronounced one, and so I think it's a good decision to bowling from the Nackington Road end, whereas Cook doesn't really mind as he comes in now. I think Ben's just about to do an update, but Cook bowls and takes Compton on the pad. No run.
Yeah, Ben Compton, of course, 1,000 runs to his name in County Championship cricket this season, except his recent trot of scores, 2-0-5-4 in those last couple of games before we had the break for the 100 and the One Day Cup. He's on strike here to Cook and defending. Yeah, and I'm watching Kent in their second innings in this match, because they've been bowled out for 164 in their first. We saw a few boundaries when play resumed after lunch. Matt Quinn edging one over the top of the slips. Matt Milnes getting a couple through the covers to end up 11 not out, before Quinn going for a big shot was bowled by Snater for 7. So 4 wickets for Ben Allison earlier on today. Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning, who were not out overnight, ending up both top scoring for Kent, but just with 34 runs. Kent will need to put in a significantly better effort second time around. They have at least 68.5 more overs to bat out today. The forecast for tomorrow is not great, so if Kent can get through to the end of the day, they have a chance of being saved by the weather and getting a draw out of this game. So Essex will want to wrap this up today as they look to put the foot down, having got 573 for themselves, and then bowling Kent out for 164. Kent naught without loss in the second innings. Commentary resumes and continues via the BBC Sport app and website. And just as Cook has overpitched.
Yeah, Cook clipped off leg stump by Compton to the square leg boundary, beautifully timed, and that is the first blow in anger for Kent in their second innings. There's a remarkable first over from Porter, where 2 deliveries beat the batsman's push by and failed to take the edge by a millimetre or so, and then we saw 2 leaves that came within about a millimetre literally of hitting the off stump. Here's Cook in and bowls to the left-handed Compton. Oh, and he comes forward, and it's nearly the batsman, the bowler's revenge there, as that again was very close to taking the edge. And you fancy that these early overs are going to take a deal of getting through from Kent's point of view. 1 ball left of the second over. They're 4 for no wicket, having followed on 409 behind. Sam Cook bidding to follow up his great win in the 100 competition at the weekend, taking 4 for 18 from his maximum 20 allowed deliveries. At the moment he's remonstrating with somebody beneath us, walking behind the bowler's arm, and Cook still not happy that whoever it was is settled down, but now all appears to be well, and he will come in to complete this over and bowl up to Compton. Oh, and another one just goes past the outside edge as Compton pushed somewhat nebulously forward. So a couple were offline unusually for Sam Cook in that over, and one of them went to the boundary, but in the second half of the over he was back to his best. And a fraught beginning for Kent, trailing by 409, 2 overs gone, following on 4 for no wicket.
Yeah, slightly curious case of the way that Ben Compton's season has panned out, because if we add to the 2 from the first innings to his recent run of scores in the county championship, it reads 2-2-0-5-4, so 5 single, as this one's defended away. In fact, just pushed by Ollie Robinson past mid-off for a couple of runs to get him off the mark in the second innings. Yeah, so sort of 5 single-digit scores in a row in first-class cricket, Ben Compton. But, of course, there's been a big break between this one and the Lancashire game. And in that time, 9 innings in the One Day Cup, 380 runs at an average of 42, including 5 half-centuries. So with that in mind, it doesn't feel like Ben Compton's form has gone anywhere.
No.
And yet this trot of singles-figure scores in first-class cricket as Robinson drives up towards mid-on says otherwise. You have to go back to the Surrey game away, where he got 48 at the Oval second innings. The last 50 he got in red ball cricket was 80 against Gloucestershire in the win here at Canterbury, and then the last 100 he got was the 140 at Northants, which was, you know, some months ago. But of course he's had a really good One Day Cup in between, so it's a slightly curious run of scores for Compton, as Robinson is forcing this nicely off the back foot, but well fielded by Ben Allison at point. So far in this over, Robinson playing it slightly more competently than the previous, where Jamie Porter was all over him.
Yeah, we were saying a little earlier that one of Essex's strengths here is because Harmer's not available for this game, they've gone in with 4 medium pacers, and they're all as likely to take wickets as each other, really, highlighted by the fact the opening pair, Porter and Cook, got 5 of the wickets, and the replacement pair the other 5.
This one off the bat of Robinson, rather, and away for 4 runs, down towards third man. Wasn't an outside edge as such. It almost felt like he played it late, and the ball, as he rode it on the back foot, was just angled away into that gap.
Yeah, decent shot, and you do get value for any runs you do make here, because the outfield, in spite of a couple of showers, is pretty quick, and there's been a fair number of boundaries registered today.
He's on strike, and nudging this one up towards mid-on. Robinson, who's now on to 6 and 4 for Compton, 10 without loss, Kent, in their second innings to cut the deficit down to 399.
Of course, Essex, with this massive array of runs in their bank, can afford to have plenty of attacking fielders. They've got 3 slips. Perhaps Gully has gone more to backward point now. Short mid-wicket.
Robinson facing this next delivery from Porter. Defends out towards wide mid-off. And the end of the over. So 10 without loss, 3 gone. Second time around, Porter 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. Cook 1 over, none for 4.
Yes, nothing like the danger in that over from Porter that there was in the first, where he basically came so close on 4 occasions out of the 6 deliveries in that first over to removing Robinson, whereas on that occasion Robinson very much looked in command. And meanwhile, Cook from the pavilion end is on his way to bowl to the left-handed Ben Compton. 3 slips, bowls, and this ball is slightly awkwardly played but perfectly safely to short mid-wicket. Nick Brown, and no runs, score remaining at 10 without loss, still 399 runs short of saving an innings defeat. Cook very businesslike in the way he walks back, doesn't hang around, and gets through his overs for a quicker bowler reasonably expeditiously as he's on his way in again. Slanting approach. Bowls to Compton. Compton nudges the ball into the covers and fielded by Shane Snater. So still 10 for no wicket in the Kent 164 all out. Ben Allison took what I think are his best first class figures of 4 for 40. There were 3 wickets for Sam Cook, 2 for Jamie Porter and 1 for Shane Snater, as Cook's very quickly on his way again. Bowls to Compton. Compton forces it into the offside, but straight to Allison. Backward point, no run. Modest crowd here, and understandably so. Unpromising weather forecast, and of course Kent, the home side, in a rather parlous position overnight. Cook's in to Compton, and for all the fact you hear the cries of anguish from the Essex fielders, it's just played pretty much off the middle of the bat to short mid-wicket, but the bat came down fairly late, and I think the slip cordon were thinking he might be going to miss it, and there'd be an LBW shout. Not sure it would have been upheld even if he had been hit on the pad. Cook again, right arm over to left-hander. Compton leaves, and quite a gusting breeze has got up since the morning period, which was mainly played in sunshine, whereas we've only briefly seen any sun since lunch. 145 for 9 when a shower forced an early lunch at 12:20.
Yeah, Nicky's phone app suggests that it might rain in the next hour, so it could be one of those days where we get interruptions from showers.
Cook to Compton. Leave outside off stump, and an uneventful over really there. Nothing particularly troubled Compton. Wasn't a bad over, but not it was a maiden in fact, without however really testing the batsman. There was just one delivery perhaps that caused Compton to think a little bit, but Cook yet to really hit the spot that he can do in that over. 10 for no wicket after 4 overs.
So Jamie Porter charging in from the Nackington Road end. Pushed away by Ollie Robinson, and this could go for 4 runs. Again, past point. Slightly squarer this time. Dan Lawrence chasing it down to the rope, but won't get there. So Robinson does indeed get 4 more runs. Moves his score onto 10. Kent 14 without loss. Just as Porter was running in there and I was pausing, was just reading an email from Peter Ellis, who's got in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com. Get some of those thoughts to you in a moment. So Robinson waits. Porter outside the off stump, left alone. So Pete says, hi there. All this is a dismal batting performance by Kent, all the more so after their recent superb performances in the One Day Cup. It's obvious that players who have just been playing in the 100 are going to be completely out of touch in red ball cricket. Kent should have stuck mostly with the one-day cup team. At least that's a longer format. There were many excellent performances, including the so-called second team or emergency call-ups. It's a great team spirit and will to win, which he would have kept ticking over. As this is a full delivery which Robinson digs out towards mid-off. Says having to rely on the weather or helpful results elsewhere could backfire on them. So that's an email from Peter, kentcricket@gmail.com. Also making the point that he'd have been willing to let Sam Billings leave the county to make sure of keeping Ollie Robinson, due to Billings' sometimes lack of availability. As this one's driven away by Robinson, should be 4 more runs. Again, it goes between third slip and point. So square driven with a hint of outside edge, but Robinson showing a willingness to get on the front foot and try and score boundaries. And his second one in the over takes the score on to 18 without loss and him to 14.
Yes, Essex can afford to, if you like, prove a little bit expensive here. It's all about whether they can take wickets. They've got that cushion of a 409-run first innings lead to play with at the point at which they enforce the follow-up.
Robinson waiting. Pushing this one out towards point, and as Peter is pointing out, this could well be one of Ollie Robinson's last games for Kent. It may well be the last time he bats in a red ball game here at Canterbury, because strong rumours that he's going to leave the club at the end of the season, because of course with Sam Billings signing a contract extension, Jordan Cox still being at the club, there's just too many wicket keepers really. And you know, Robinson was on loan at Durham earlier on in the season. Reports will have you believe that he's off there permanently next season, as this one's clipped away out towards wide mid-on for a single. So if you think that perhaps Robinson is playing this game as an opener in Zach Crawley's stead, possibly for the Hampshire and Somerset games, Crawley would come back into the Kent team and Robinson might not play in those. He'll play in the one-day cup final at Trent Bridge. So by that extension, this could be his last Kent innings on this ground that they're currently witnessing. He's on 15 not out, and Compton on 4, and Kent 19 without loss, following on after being bowled out earlier on for 164 by Essex. 390 the deficit as it stands.
Well, he was more than a little fortunate to survive the very first over from Jamie Porter, where he was nearly out to both the first 2 balls and equally to 2 of the remaining 4. But he's looked very much better since then and has moved quite comfortably along to 15. Not a man to take life sitting down. He's shown a willingness to attack the bowling, as Cook is in to bowl to him from the pavilion end. Oh, and that's a play and not a miss. He's caught behind, and that was again just a little feather. It's about the 4th caught behind that we've seen today. And well, I was saying he was beginning to play well, and he just rather fenced at that without really moving the feet very much, and just a feather through to Adam Rossington, who didn't really have to move to take the catch. And Sam Cook gets his 4th wicket of the match and therefore first of the innings, as Kent are 19 for 1.
Well, let's hope that that isn't Ollie Robinson's last time out there as a Kent player here at Canterbury, because he's walking off having made 15, but just, it feels like to me, just pushed a little bit too hard at a defensive stroke, and as a result a little nick behind to that Sam Cook delivery. And Kent's fortunes not on the turn just yet. Wickets continuing to fall. Robinson on his way, having looked pretty good out there and having looked positive. Just felt like he wanted to sort of make a statement, try and cut that deficit down rather than necessarily look to bat long. Daniel Bell-Drummond heading out there to replace him at number 3, just as a little bit of rain that perhaps Nicky Chowdhury was forecasting is beginning to fall very gently at the moment.
But if it gets any heavier, maybe the umpires and the ground staff might bring a pause to the situation. And if that was the case, it'd be a rubbish time for Ollie Robinson to get out. But a perfect time for Essex to take a wicket.
Absolutely. And Cook, I was always going to be interested to see how he get on from this end, where I saw him take 7 for 23 as Kent were bowled out for just 40 in the equivalent fixture in 2019, the last time that we had a, if you like, regulation traditional two-division form of the county championship. He had Daniel Bell-Drummond LBW on that occasion in the second innings. Let's see how Bell-Drummond copes with him now. Light rain falling, 3 slips at the ready. Cook bowls, taken on the pad, no shout, it would have gone down leg side, and they scoot through for a leg bye, and 20 for 1 is the score, trailing by 409, having been asked to follow on. Robinson just gone, caught behind by Adam Rossington off Sam Cook for 15. Cloud cover is mixture of little flecks of blue, but yeah, I think they're going to come off. That is going to be it for the time being. Hopefully it's a shower that will soon pass. I say hopefully. For those who are just interested in cricket and for Essex supporters, if you're looking at it from the Kent point of view, you're probably saying, no, I'm not hoping that they soon come back. In fact, tell them that they're very welcome to remain under cover for the rest of the day and hopefully all tomorrow, because looking at it realistically, Essex can't possibly lose this game and would, you know, long odds on win it by an innings and plenty if the weather did not intervene. Well, it is at the moment. It may not amount to very much because there's quite a lot of brightness out there. Of course, that is another factor. It isn't just rain. Now that we're in September, anything much after 4:30ish can fall the way of bad light. But 20 for 1 is the score then, and Kent therefore still require a further 389, 390 to make Essex bat again.
Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you. Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
Again, we're back from Canterbury and awaiting the resumption of play as the two Kent batters head out to the middle with the Essex fielders in pursuit. The rain has stopped and the outfield has been cleared of all the standing water on the covers, etc. Ground staff working very swiftly actually to get us back on the field of play for 3:15 after
it did really chuck it down,
it did
didn't it?
really chuck it down.
There's a point when I looked up and I couldn't actually see anything. I was like, what's going on here? But it's all clear now.
It is indeed. Nikki Chowdhury alongside myself, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, and we will have Paul Newton back with us in a few moments' time as well from BBC Essex, as Sam Cook is preparing to complete his over. In terms of overs lost, roughly around 20 or so, 23 I think, have been lost. As Cook is pushed away out to mid-off by Ben Compton. That may well get him 2 with the way the ball is rolling, and yes indeed they had decided on just 1, only for Snater to then slide and misfield the ball, so 1 extra run added. In fact 3 more in this over, and then there will be 45 more overs remaining in the day's play. Kent have picked up just 1 batting, well, 1 bonus point full stop in the game. That was actually a bowling bonus point of course, wasn't it? And then they missed out on the second one because their 6th wicket fell the ball after the 110 over cut-off. Essex have 7 batting bonus points, batting and bowling, as this one is pushed away off the back foot by Compton just for 1 run, having bowled Kent out for 164, and then of course got that big score on the board as well. So Essex in a healthy state in the game, but they want to turn those bonus points into the full set by bowling Kent out again, and they have at least 45 overs should the rain stay away, and we believe from the forecast this afternoon that it will.
Fingers crossed.
So Essex will be trying to get the job done today if they can. Try and skittle through Kent for a second time as... Oh, Cook has beaten the inside edge of the bat and it's been caught by Adam Rossington, and Daniel Bell-Drummond goes. And that is the start of what Essex are hoping will be a continuation of what we've seen so far today, and that's just been a cascade of Kent wickets. Bell-Drummond departs for naught. An inside edge through to Rossington, who has taken an excellent catch. Oh, one-hander low down to his left.
What a catch that was. Oh my goodness.
And Kent are 23 for 2 and Bell-Drummond is walking off.
I think Rossington surprised himself with that one as well.
It was almost like he wasn't expecting it, to be honest. And it must have only just sort of caught the inside edge of Bell-Drummond's back because the delivery cut him in half, but he almost did well to hit it. And then you thought, well, if he has hit it, it's probably going to fly past the keeper for 4 runs. So for Rossington to get down low and to take it in one hand, impressive from him. But Daniel Bell-Drummond, after what has been a pretty impressive red ball season for him, frustratingly with his bat tucked underneath his arm, walks off, having made 18 in the first innings and then a duck now in the second innings, and Kent are in a real sticky situation in this game.
They're in a bit of a pickle, aren't they, Ben?
Still 386 runs behind, and as we say, with the weather seemingly set fair for the rest of the day, Kent fans will have wanted that rain to continue falling. There's a couple of you who got in touch via email and on Twitter were very much hoping that the rain would stick around.
I'm sure the Kent boys wished that the rain stuck around.
So Joe Denley, the new man to the crease, hit at number 4. Robinson out for 15 just before the rain interval after lunch. Denley clips his off his hip down towards long leg for a single to get off the mark straight away. He'll keep the strike for the next over. So 45 overs to go in the day. Kent have only had 6 overs in their second innings, but already find themselves 24 for 2. With Compton now on 7 and Denley on 1. Yeah, Clive was saying that he was watching earlier on. Said it was very dark on my laptop. I was hoping for light.
It
or
was
rain
very dark
going.
here.
He said, yeah, he was hoping light or rain was going to intervene. Although he did realise his laptop had gone into battery saver mode. So when he plugged it in, it did look a lot brighter at Canterbury on the stream. But yeah, so his email was titled Kent's Batting Woes, and then Phil was getting in touch off the back of an email I read out from Peter, saying he agreed with the previous correspondent about the 100 players not being in touch.
In comes Porter to Denley, who's just played that ball just on the back foot, slightly back of a length delivery, no run. We've got 3 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg and a long leg. That's the field.
Yeah, he says, well, appalling batting were some of his other words, along with agreeing about he'd have rather seen Kent let Billings go in favour of Robinson. And then he also wondered why Essex in comparison to Kent.
In comes Porter Denley, who's forward, defends that to mid-on, no run.
He says, I wonder why Essex seem to be able to bring through so many high-quality seamers, whereas Kent can't seem to produce any, even though we are geographically similar and have very comparable league systems. He says, sorry for another moan, but it's been one of those seasons. Aside from
similar,
well, yeah, aside from the moaning, I think Phil's got a good point in terms of, Essex and Kent being on the border of one another in the southeast.
Okay, like that. In comes Porter to Denley's in, and Denley leaves this one outside the off stump.
But you look
It's been signalled a no ball.
Yeah, you look at Sam Porter. Sam Cook and
It's been a long day, has it, Ben?
And Jamie Porter. Well, it hasn't really, but yeah, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. You look at Ben Allison coming through. We saw a couple of the other guys in the One Day Cup that Essex are producing, and yeah, obviously Kent are having to bring bowlers in from elsewhere because they're not being produced through the younger age groups.
In comes Porter to Denley's again, just beaten with that delivery. It's gone straight into the hands of Rossington.
So I think that's a good sort of case study almost there for somebody that
I've got a lot of time in my hands.
What are Essex doing right that maybe Kent aren't doing in terms of bringing through young bowlers. We did also have a message from Janine earlier on who said she's enjoying the coverage. She's an Essex supporter, was considering coming to the Spitfire Ground today, but decided against it because the train fare from Billericay was over 50 quid and showers were predicted.
In comes Porter to Denley, slash this one through the offside. That's going to make its way down to the deep cover boundary. That's going to be 4. That's going to bring Kent to 30 for 2.
Wide half volley from Porter. A bit of width for Denley to, as you say, throw his hands at.
Found the gap quite easily. Nice little gap there for him. 50 quid from Billericay to Canterbury. I swear it's not even that far away.
That is a pricey train ticket. I mean,
train tickets
that
now
might have been a peak.
In comes Porter to Denley, and that's just played to mid-wicket, no run.
With the early start, that was probably A, peak ticket, and then B, I would assume it was the fast one from St Pancras to Canterbury.
But still, like, train fares, like I heard in
You
Europe,
can go the long way round for cheaper, but
in Europe and Spain, I think they're making train travel free. And in Germany, I think they've set like there's like a travel pass for like €7 and you can take unlimited. That's expensive.
right to your MP, your new PM.
Borders into Denley, and he's left this one outside the off stump, and that's going to be the end of the over. Kent 30 for 2, Denley on 5, Compton on 7. But yeah, like going up to London, or even when I was travelling during the 100, like train tickets, kind of like surprising. Just going from where the Oval was, so Vauxhall back to Gatwick Airport would cost me 25 quid, which is a 40-minute journey, which is ridiculous.
I guess the minute all transport is expensive because petrol as well.
Although petrol's gone down a bit, so it's not that bad. compared to what it was when it was like 190 something.
But then again, it used to be less than £1 a few years ago, or you know, around about £1 per.
It was 99p during lockdown. I remember that. Should have stocked up.
Should have stocked up.
Just taking barrels
loads
with
in
me.
your garage. Here comes Sam Cook around the wicket to Ben Compton, slides this one down the leg side. Kent 30 for 2, 7 overs into their reply, having made just 164 first time around. Essex 573. Fair to say that no Kent batter has quite made this pitch look like Feroz Kushi did. But even then, you look at Allison, who made 53. Sam Cook has made more than anyone in the Kent first innings with his 38 off 41 balls, albeit he was having a nice time with 3 boundaries and 2 sixes. As Compton pushes this one away out towards backward point. And it was a very much pressure off situation because Essex had 500 on the board at that point. And we talked earlier on about how the wet had maybe just meant that there was more out there for the bowlers, because there was a little bit of rain there was rain overnight, and then there was a little bit of rain this morning,
And then this afternoon.
and then the sun but then the sun came out, so there was a little bit of humidity there. This is another good delivery from Sam Cook, which Compton almost plays inside the line off. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, this afternoon, so far, signs that the ball is going to continue to move around and cause problems for the batters. That one to Bell Drummond that caught the inside edge of his bat and through to the keeper.
That was a great catch.
Yeah, certainly was, behind the stumps by Rossington. But we're just seeing from Cook and Porter this ball 7.5 overs old, still wobbling around. Around the wicket comes Cook. To Compton, defends out into the covers where Snater does the fielding. Dot ball. And Essex 1-0 as well, that Kent have got a couple of walking wounded in Milnes and Billings, who both went out to bat with runners earlier on.
Which you didn't notice.
I noticed the second one. Didn't notice Ben Compton.
If you didn't notice the first one and I didn't mention, you wouldn't have noticed the second one.
That's probably true, actually. Sam Cook continuing around the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Oh, full delivery, edge caught. Snaffled at second slip. A low edge. Ben Compton through to the cordon. And his single-digit run of scores in county championship cricket, off the back of scoring 1,000 runs earlier on in the campaign, continues. 2 and 7 he makes in this match. 2 and 0 against Lancashire. 5 and 4 against Warwickshire. And he has been the glue in the Kent order for much of the season. But he won't be in this second innings. And Kent, still with 43 overs to bat today, are now 30 for 3.
I bet the Kent supporters are going to be wishing for some dark clouds.
Fortunately, they're not going to come this afternoon. They've had, well, I think we've had the rain for today. And it's up to someone to, well, stand up and take ownership of the situation. And Jack Leaning is heading out.
It's like deja vu.
Having been out there this morning, Jack Leaning, and looking really considered and looking pretty solid out there, it must be said, Jack Leaning. And it was his wicket that brought about the cascade of others. And his wicket that led to the, well, Ben Allison spell, where he managed to take 4 wickets and reduce Kent to the brink of being bowled out before we eventually saw that just after lunch. So Jack Leaning will hope that he can maybe continue in the manner that he began this morning, but just maybe put that clip to the leg side in the to one side for now, which the shot that brought about his wicket. 30 for 3, Kent, second time around. And, well, pretty miserable viewing for those that have actually made their way to Canterbury. Not only particularly if they're home fans, they stuck around and watched it rain. They're now,
They just hope they're cricket fans.
Well,
They're here for the cricket.
they've got more stickability than their team's batting at the moment. The Essex supporters that have travelled will be cock-a-hoop.
Cock-a-hoop. Wow, I learnt a new word today.
So 1 ball remaining in the over for Sam Cook. And bowling to Jack Leaning. Oh, edged and caught. And he's on a hat-trick, Sam Cook. Jack Leaning gets a first ball up. And again, he's just pitched it up, invited the edge. He's found it. Second slip with another catch. Kent in absolute disarray.
You know what's deceiving about Cook is the angle he comes in at. So he comes in so wide from the top of his run-up. Comes in, and when he bowls, he's so close to the wicket. And then obviously he's taking it away. So the whole deception of that, the angle's coming in, it's obviously led to another wicket. And back goes Leaning.
First ball, Jack Leaning on his way.
Mm-hmm.
And Kent a 30 for 4. And Matt Critchley has taken those 2 catches in 2 successive Joe Denley crouched down. A double wicket maiden from Sam Cook, that over there. Joe Denley at the crease will wait for Jordan Cox to come out, and then we're in a pretty similar situation to Kent when they were overnight, 74 for 4. And well, maybe I was putting the mockers on it when I suggested earlier that Kent surely couldn't do much worse than the 164 they made first time around, could they? But yeah, unfortunately, it's gone even worse second time around. And at the moment, 379 runs, the deficit looks a long way away. The 43 minimum overs remaining in the day.
Looks a long, long way away.
Looks a long, long way away. And as we've said already, there is due to be rain overnight. Tomorrow it's meant to rain. If Kent can just bat for 43 overs, they get a draw in this game. All they have to do is bat for the remaining couple of sessions. This session remaining is only worth 45 minutes. Then it's tea. Then we've got one more session in the day. All Kent have to do is bat that out. And they can potentially earn a draw from this game. Not due to their own ability, but due to largely from help from the weather. At the moment, they
make it sound so simple.
Well, at the moment, they might be sat at home watching it rain, but off the back of a defeat. So somebody somewhere has got to get out there and block a few deliveries.
Here comes Porter from the Nackington Road end. And they've gone up. Where's that hit him?
I think it's high on the pad.
Well, it's
slightly bizarre that Denley was in pain, wasn't going to run. Cox was suggesting they should come through for a leg bye. Denley then thought about going for a run, but then by that point the throw was coming in from the boundary.
Yeah, he did look like he's in pain.
Looked leg-sidey from Porter, again bowling from a bit of a wider angle on the crease. Angling it in.
In comes Porter again. And this one's just driven over cover. That's a beautiful looking shot by Denley. And the ball is gonna make its way to the boundary for 4. Although it did look a bit deceiving. I thought it was just slowing down just before the rope. But it's made its way down to the boundary. And that puts Denley on 9. Kent 34 for 4. Got 3 slips, a point, a cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg in front and a long leg. And here comes Porter in again. It's a shorter delivery and Denley's just off the back foot. It's taking his bottom hand off it just to manage the bounce on that delivery, no run.
Update on the way for BBC Radio, Kim.
Porter's in again. Denley's on strike. In he comes, bowled. And Denley's just played this, whipped this through mid-wicket. It's a beautiful looking shot off the pads. And the ball's going to make its way to the boundary. They're going to come back with 3. A good bit of fielding by the man at mid-on, who made his way down. He chased that one in hot pursuit.
I've got news, but it's not good. It's quite the opposite. Kent are 37 for 4 here, Pat, and they are in absolute disarray. Essex all over them. Sam Cook removing Daniel Bell-Drummond swiftly after the restart, caught behind, inside edge through to Rossington, the wicketkeeper, diving away to his left, taking a really good one-handed catch. And then in the last over, Sam Cook getting 2 wickets and 2 balls. Had Compton caught a second slip, just pushing forward at 1 as he bowled around the wicket to the left-hander. And then Jack Leaning, first ball, edged it to second slip again. Matt Critchley taking the catch. So Sam Cook's has so far taken all 4 of the second innings wickets. Since then, Denley's hit a couple of shots away to move on to 12. One was a little bit uppish and just over mid-off, and then the second through mid-wicket. He's there with Jordan Cox. Kent have got a couple of injured batters to come as well, as we saw them back with runners earlier on when Kent made 164 all out. So they're still 372 runs behind. They have 6 second innings wickets remaining and 42 overs minimum today to still bat out. So it's looking a long way away for them to just even reach the end of day 3. If they can, there's rain around tomorrow. They might get lucky in this game, but at the moment they need to show a little bit of resistance as well as potential help from the weather. They're 37 for 4 as commentary continues online.
We've got Cook from the pavilion end. And I think Ben's going to leave us and Paul's going to join us. So we're going to have Cook to Denley. Cook from his wide run-up, making his way in. And it's just back of the length. And it's been edged to second slip, but just short. So it was the hat-trick ball. And lots of hands on hips and heads here. A few teapots on the ground, but it did not carry to second slip. So I think Denley's lucked out.
Well, not only the hat-trick ball, but 3 identical dismissals had it carried, because the other 2 were caught by Critchley at second slip. One a left-hander, one a right, admittedly, and that was very near. It was the same fieldsman, but it just didn't quite carry to him.
Yeah, very similar looking dismissals, wouldn't they be? In comes Cook to Denley, and this one he's forward, defends it to cover, no run.
Well, Sam Cook in his last appearance in a conventional championship match here, which was 2019. You'll be aware that in the previous 2 seasons realignments have been made to the competitions because of COVID, but Cook helped bowl Kent out for 40 in their second innings, and he took 7 for 23. At the moment he's 4.2 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 8.
Here comes Cook again, bowls, and this is just coming in a bit, angled in, and it's just hit Denley on the pads going. He's looking to work that into the leg side though, wasn't he?
Well, he was. I mean, you have to say here that although Kent are in a mess, and there's no 2 ways about that, but some good batsmen.
There are some good batsmen, yes.
Are looking absolutely unable to lay a bat virtually on Cook, and then they regret it if they do, because it'd be an edge. It's extraordinary. I mean, the likes of Bell-Drummond and Leaning and Joe Denley, I mean, these are very good players.
Some very good players indeed, as Cook is in and Denley's forward. He's driven that. It's just beaten the man at mid-on, and it's going to make its way down to the boundary. It was a beautiful looking shot, a lovely straight bat face, leaning forward. It's quite a hard shot to play in these conditions as well.
Yeah, no, it's very well played. I mean, as I say, he's a fine player with some good innings against Essex in his time in both white and red ball cricket. And that was a bit more like it as Cook, just slightly overpitched. But then again, that's an inevitable consequence of the fact he's trying to pitch the ball up and get the players driving at him. And he's got 4 wickets to show for why it's a good policy.
Cook into Denley again, bowls, and Denley's forward. Just a bit of an inside edge down to the man at long leg, and they've taken a 1 there. That puts Kent onto 42 for 4. Denley on 17. Cox yet to get off the mark.
Yes, Cox, who played well this morning. He probably had a bit more of an excuse than others vis-a-vis his dismissal for 34. It was a tricky ball, but here he is faced with a mammoth task here.
In comes Cook to Cox, who's just left that one outside the off stump and didn't have much carry on that delivery, just dying as it's made its way through into the gloves of Rossington. That was the end of the over. Ken at 42 for 4. We've got approximately 41 overs left in the day.
Yep, we have. There's still a little bit of menace in the look of the clouds away to our right. Both the major weather predictors, the BBC and the Met Office, are sort of suggesting that there's only a very low chance of further interruption, albeit that doesn't cover for the possibility of the light deteriorating. But 42 for 4 as Jamie Porter from the Nackington Road end is on his way in with 3 slips. And bowls to Denley, and Denley very correctly forward. Plays it back down the track for the bowler himself to field, chucks it down to his skipper, Tom Wesley, who amongst his other jobs is the official ball polisher. And he does his best to shine one side of the ball. We are now in the 11th over only. It seems longer than that because, of course, we had the big interruption for about an hour and 20 minutes lost to rain. And Porter's steaming in again. Bowls to Denley. Denley plays this one off the lower part of the bat, back to the bowler. Score remaining at 42 for 4 with the card reading. Robinson, before the rains came, caught Rossington, bowled Cook 15. Then after that, long hold-up Bell Drummond in the over that was interrupted, immediately caught behind again off Cook for 0. Then we had Compton caught at second slip by Critchley off Cook for 7. And very next ball, first ball for Jack Leaning, caught by Critchley again off Cook for 0. Porter's in. Bowls, and this ball is played by Denley to Brown at short mid-wicket. I remember rather poignantly in that game I was referring to in 2019 here between the two sides. It was Mohammed Amir's just about last game of red ball cricket, and he took quite a few wickets. Cook, as I say, got 7 in the second innings, and rather poignantly, Porter's only wicket in the match was the very last wicket of Kent in their second innings. Well, he got the first 2 actually in Kent's first innings this time. He bowls now to Denley, and Denley not after the middle of the bat, was looking to play that straighter, goes to mid-on, Tom Wesley. There is no run. It was perfectly safe along the ground all the way. Denley has 17 from 21 deliveries. And Cox, who's only faced 3, yet to get off the mark.
I feel like the sun's about to make a little bit of an appearance.
Yeah, I think you're
Getting
right.
brighter.
A little bit of blue sky. And Porter again. Bowls to Denley, and Denley has played this one nicely to mid-wicket, and having been very well stopped initially by Feroz Kushi, he sort of got hands to that, diving to his left, but in the end the ball spilt out rather like a goalkeeper shoveling the ball out just beyond the post, and they do get a single. Denley to 18, it's 43 for 4. So that brings Jordan Cox. He's just got this one ball to negotiate in this over from Porter, and does so just easing the ball into the offside. Only travels about half a dozen yards to Ben Allison, who had 4 consecutive wickets when Kent resumed their first innings today from 74 for 4. They were going along quite nicely till Feroz Kushi took a good low catch off Cook, but then the next 4 wickets all fell to Ben Allison running up the slope from the pavilion end, and he got 4 for 40, which I think are his best first-class figures. 43 for 4 at the moment, Kent having trailed by 409 on first innings.
And we've got Cook continuing from the pavilion end. He's going to be very excited to have that ball in his hand as he runs in to Denley, bowls, and Denley's forward, defends that into the gully region, and it's going to make its way down to the boundary, but it's just going to be short of the boundary, so they're going to get 2 there. Outfield not as quick as it was before the little spell of rain that we had.
No,
it's got a bit heavier.
You can make an argument that with runs so much in favour of Essex that they really don't matter, that Wesley would be well advised to have a 4th slip there, because that's where the ball went. 3rd slip, Dan Lawrence dive, couldn't get a hand to the ball. 4th slip would probably have caught it.
Yeah, I think you're right. You've got a fair point there, Paul. And in comes Cook. And Denley is forward. He plays that to mid-wicket. No run. Just closing the face of the bat a bit. Trying to get that gap.
Now, I wasn't here the first 2 days, but obviously...
Nor was I.
but obviously a score of 573, you think, well, it must be as flat as hell, this track. And yet today, the ball, you know, it's not just that Kent have batted poorly. They probably have batted poorly, but the ball has definitely been moving around, and it's thoroughly suited the Essex attack.
It definitely has. It's been nibbly down here in Canterbury as Cook is in, and Denley's gone to leave that. Ball's just dragged back in again. And that's... Where did that...
It just jagged back
again, and it
flew off the inside edge.
Yeah,
down to fine leg. So the luck going with Denley. But having said that, I don't think the ball was actually going to be one of the ones that Cook would take a wicket. But
no, it wasn't a wicket-taking ball. I think Denley initially eyed up and was going to leave that, and it just jagged back. And
yeah, big off-cutter. And Cook is a brilliant bowler, actually. I do feel that once Anderson retires, he's got to be among the forefront of those in the queue to take his place.
As here he comes again. Bowls. And again, Denley's forward defends that. There's no run. Soft defence. Ball's dropped right in front of him.
Yeah, one of the things that makes Cook such a formidable bowler is that even when he isn't taking wickets, he hardly ever goes for much more than 2 and over. And he's at the batsman all the time. You don't get a rest. He doesn't sort of...
Yeah, he's quite persistent, isn't he? Very persistent. And I think what's really stood out for me is the angles he comes in.
Yes.
Yeah.
He doesn't bowl many that a batsman doesn't have to play at.
Exactly, as he comes in again, and this one's jagged back this time. It's just ended up at point. Come off the thigh pad, but there.
Yeah, another thing I admire about Cook is that although, like any other bowler, if he's had a bit of bad luck, he'll throw his arms up, but he very quickly gets back to the top of his mark and wants to bowl the next ball.
Well, when you've got 4 wickets to your name, you want to bowl the next ball and get that 5th. As he comes in, steaming in to Denley, whose forward defends it. Textbook defence, and it's picked up by Cook at the follow-through of his run-up. And it's the end of the over. Kent 49 for 4, Denley on 24, and Cox still yet to get off the mark.
And you do feel that if Kent are to sort of survive the day, we'll worry about whether the forecast is going to be true about tomorrow or not. But if they're to survive the day, this partnership is rather important, because Denley's a quality player and Cox is no mug. And Cox was 9th out in the first innings. You know, he was there all the way through until he got a ball that behaved a little bit unpredictably and was out in a very unpredictable way. This partnership could take the game into a 4th day. If it were to be broken soon, then Kent, I think, would struggle.
Well, there's a change in bowlers, so you never know.
Snater replaces Porter from the Nackington Road end. Bowls a decent delivery, but Cox was going to have nothing to do with it, and the fact that it moved off the pitch away, which was a good idea from Snater, but the batsman was not going to fall for that and provide Adam Rossington with yet another catch behind. He's taken a fair few today, 5 of them, and a couple of them very good ones. Snater's on his way again. Bowls, and this ball played back to the bowler. 49 for 4 on the board. Talking of Rossington, he had a rather strange move at the beginning of the season. He was going to be Northamptonshire's captain. They replaced him as captain. Now Essex at the same time found that their normal wicketkeeper Adam Wheater expressed a disillusionment with cricket, you know, not out of any malice to the club, but just, you know, he couldn't fire up his enthusiasm in the way that he has through his career as Snater's in bowls, and forced off the back foot to mid-off for no run, 49 for 4. And basically that was that. He played the first couple of games for Essex and hasn't had any hand in any game since, and I think we can assume that we've seen the last of him. We wish him all the very best for whatever he chooses to do next. Excellent fellow, many years fine service to his original county. He left and played for Hampshire for 4 seasons and then came back 3 or 4 years ago. In fact, it's more than that. It was 5 years ago. Snater's on his way in, 3 slips crouch. bowls, and that ball's eased into the offside by Cox. Ben Allison fields at point. There's no run, 49 for 4. But Essex were very quick, therefore, to snap up the services of Rossington, who's done very well for them, really. He's not a classical style wicket-keeper. Slightly above average build for a wicket-keeper as well, but he's improved today. You know, he's pretty useful and also more than useful with the bat. Snater reaches the top of his run-up at the Nackington Road end. 10 wickets have fallen so far today, and this ball is easily offside, and Cox almost a nervous little 3 or 4 paces down the wicket before being told by Joe Denley to get back and be quick about it, because Allison was closing from point and
can't afford a run out in this situation.
No. And there was never a run there.
There was not a run there. I don't know why Cox was looking like he was on the move. But Denley clearly said, nope, that is not happening. Get back.
At the moment, we've got quite nice light with very, very faint sunlight as Snater's in, bowls nicely driven for 4. That ball goes through a big gap between bowler and mid-off, who's very wide, and no hope of Wesley being able to cut that off. So 50 comes up for Kent, 53 for 4 in 13 overs exactly. They've been batting, even though the innings started shortly after lunch, but they've actually only spent 57 minutes at the crease. And a good scoreboard here giving us all these facts. And Kent 53 for 4, having trailed by 409 first innings.
That was a beautiful looking shot by Cox, wasn't it?
Yep. Waited for it because it was a slightly slower ball from Snater, and got the timing just right in the placement.
Exactly, placement with mid-off being quite wide. He's just really found that gap. And
I think he'd been eyeing that gap.
I think so. And here comes Cook from the Villian end. It's bowled to Denley. It's a short one. He's gone to pull it, and he's been caught at third slip. It was a bit of a missed time.
Yeah. It was a well-taken catch. The ball sort of looped up.
It kind of took a bit more height. I don't think Denley was expecting the ball to just take that trajectory and fly on him. But it did.
And a 5-wicket haul, the first 5 wickets, 5 in a row for Sam Cook. Brilliant bowling, 6.1 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 19, following his 7 for 23 here 3 years ago. Denley been playing well. Cook surprised him a little bit, I think, Nicky, with a short one. He doesn't bowl many short. It was a bouncer. It got up, as you say, probably a little bit more than Denley expected, and looped out, possibly off glove rather than bat. May have been a mixture of both.
I think it was off bat. I think it was just the edge.
Well, you could be right, yeah. And but it was quite slow in its trajectory because Brown had a lot of ground to make to it, dived to his right and just got it. He's very good at that type of catch, Nick Brown. And Kent lose an absolutely key man if they're to see the game out tonight. Whereupon I've just looked at the weather forecast for tomorrow, and they're talking 60s and 70% likelihood throughout the day of rain.
I don't trust the weather forecast anymore.
Well, I agree with you there, but the point I'm making is Kent have rather more to play for tonight.
They have a lot to play for tonight. You don't want this all going and finishing off by the end of the day. That would not be nice.
That's right. And I mean, it's 8 points for a draw now. And when you think, I know Kent, I think they've done well this season. They got the deserved, though delayed, promotion from 2019 because, of course, the previous 2 seasons have been ruined by COVID. So they got their deserved promotion. They would not want to sort of immediately go down, and they could just do with a few more points to make absolutely certain there's no chance of them being one of the couple of sides to go down. And they would be well advised if 8 points were available here to take them, but Joe Denley is a key dismissal.
It's a key dismissal. He's a very good-looking batsman. Plays some beautiful shots, but I think that one just caught him out a bit. I don't think he expected it just to take that height on him, and unfortunately he's had to go. Kent are 53 for 5 with Cook on a fifer. This is his 7th over. He's bowled 2 maidens, 19 runs, 5 wickets, and in he comes again. Stewart on strike. He comes, and it's just coming into him a bit. Stewart's looking to get off the mark, but no luck. Balls ended up with square leg.
Yeah, it would have gone down leg side.
It would have gone down leg side. It was angling in, I think, just the way.
Yeah, and Cook, he did appeal, but in a very half-hearted way. Initially, I think...
It wasn't, very convincing, was it?
No.
It was just like, it's hit the pad, maybe I should just...
Yeah, his initial instinct, as all bowlers have, is to appeal, but halfway through he thought, no, that's going down leg.
Here comes in again, bowls, and this time Stewart's forward, solidly defends to mid-off.
Of course, the point should be made here that Kent have got 2 walking woundeds. So, although technically they've got 5 wickets in hand, but Sam Billings was in real difficulty.
He did look like he was in pain earlier, didn't he, when he came out to bat?
Matt Milne's not as badly handicapped in terms of... he wasn't in terrible pain batting out there, but both needed runners.
They did indeed. And in comes Cook, and this one's left outside the off stump by Stewart.
Yeah, judge that well, Grant Stewart. He could easily have been drawn into trying to play at that, but...
I think he's watched his other teammates
exactly.
may fall into trouble.
That's right.
Maybe
he's got to be careful because Cook's moving it both ways. You know, some of them are off-cutters and some of them are more than holding their own and leaving the batsman, but he judged that was going to be one that moved away, and he was absolutely right.
And he comes again. He bowls, and Stewart's forward, driving that to mid-on, looking for a run, but mid-on's hot on the chase. So a dot ball.
Must admit, I'm surprised with the state of the game and the complete irrelevance of runs from an Essex point of view that Wesley doesn't put a 4th slip in here, because we've seen a couple go in that direction, and that catch from Denley that Brown just got his hands under was, you know...
Yeah, definitely.
That where a 4th slip would have been, yeah.
Got so many runs to play with as in comes Cook. Ooh, he's just beaten him outside the off stump. Stewart's looking around as though what just happened there, and that's the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden from Cook. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 19 runs and 5 wickets.
Well, this is the man who effectively won his side up the 100 at the weekend. He took 4 for 18 from his 20 deliveries, so he's having quite a week with a 5-wicket haul here, which has included both a single wicket maiden and a 2-wicket maiden. And for good measure, earlier in the season, in a T20 game at Lord's, he bowled a 3-wicket maiden. As here is Snater in from the Nackington Road end bowls, and the ball is just defended into the offside Ben Allison at point, and the score remaining 53 for 5. But looking down the wicket-taking bowlers column, it reads Cook, 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 Cook. And some very good players have gone in that. Ollie Robinson, Ben Compton, Dominic Bell Drummond, Joe Denley, Jack Leaning. On a different day, on a different pitch, those 5 are well capable of sort of getting way past 300 between them, as this next ball is played back to the bowler. We've got sort of faint sunshine, a little bit of blue sky around, and the forecast does suggest that probably we should be able to get to the rest of the day's overs. In 36.4 overs remain, and in the circumstances, that's rather a lot of overs still.
Yeah, still quite a lot to get through today, especially with those 5 wickets down already.
Snater bowls, and this ball's angled to Ben Allison, backward point. Again, there will be no run, and Rossington with a mighty effort throws it underarm with a lot of height on it down to the skipper at mid-off. 53 for 5. Snater, who just got the 1 wicket in the first innings, and that was the last man, Matt Quinn. But he's bowled fairly well, and he comes in now to bowl again. That just brushes the pad, going down leg side. Nicely taken by Rossington, who anticipates the deflection well. And Cox it is who's on strike, remains on 4 not out, achieved with a lovely off drive for 4. 53 for 5 on the board.
So, Paul, do you think Kent are going to be able to hang around till tomorrow?
I've got my doubts, to be honest.
You've got your doubts.
I would say not without further interference from the weather, which there could yet be as Snater's in. Bowls, and it's pushed back to the bowler. Mind you, whereas somewhere like Denley was never going to just be all dour defence and simply, you know, not try to hit anything that he didn't absolutely have to. He made it clear that he was out there because he's an aggressively minded player, full of lovely shots. He always knew that he would go for his shots. Whereas if Kent could find a couple of guys who just purely kept everything out that was on the stumps and ignored everything that wasn't, his Snater in bowls. Well, that one rears on Cox. It does well to get the ball down to ground. And certainly, although I wasn't here on the first 2 days, I would be fairly sure this is not quite playing like the pitch that Essex made 573 on. So maiden over to Snater, and Kent 53 for 5.
I wonder what Ben thinks. Does he think Kent are going to be able to hang around till tomorrow?
I think Ben probably thinks, what a pity he can't see another dirty black cloud on its way over the ground. Yes,
Ben's going to go do a rain dance now.
I'm glad you said that, because I've got to go and do a 4 o'clock piece for BBC Essex. Over to you.
Catch you in a bit, Paul, as here comes Cook. In Stewart, his forward, and plays that to mid-on. It's no run there. It's getting quite a bit of movement here, Cook. I feel like the Essex boys have a lot of runs to play with as well. So as Paul mentioned, perhaps they could possibly think about getting that 4th slip in. Because at this rate, if they're Kent are 5 down, they've got loads of runs on the board. As here comes Cook, and this one's been flicked off the pads. And they're just going to get 1. Stewart's made his way to the non-striker's end. It's going to be a leg by. Yeah, what do you think, Ben? Do you think Paul's...
I think Kent are going to have to bat a hell of a lot better than they have so far in this game if we're going to be here tomorrow, because so far it's been pretty pathetic from them today, hasn't it? Essex have bowled well, but Kent have just been not the races at all.
It's not been great, has it? As in comes Cook, and Cox has just played that to point.
And I think their big issue is the fact that their glue guys, if you like, Compton and Leaning are out as well. Denley's been in pretty decent form off the back of the T20s and kind of this middle to back end period of the season. So to lose him as well, and a slightly freak dismissal with a short ball that's hit him in the glove or bat and then ballooned off his helmet or his shoulder to slip.
Cook's in again, and this one's driven to mid-on, wideish mid-on. They've managed to take a single here, Cox has.
And it's kind of down to Jordan Cox now.
It's a lot to put on his shoulders,
well,
isn't it?
I mean, it is, but he's their hope of getting through to the end of the day. If Jordan Cox can face a lot of the balls,
deliveries, yeah,
in the 35 overs and just find guys to stick around with him, Sam Billings, I think, will...
Because that's what you wouldn't want, right? Cox is in, but he's losing wickets at the other end.
I think, you know, Sam Billings will look to go out there and block it, but obviously Stewart's come in ahead of him in the second innings.
Here comes Cook. It's Stewart who's forward, drives to mid-off, no run.
Grant Stewart likes to whack boundaries and score sixes, you know.
It's a very different setting and environment that he's going to have to play for now, isn't it?
Absolutely, and other guys to come. Matt Milnes again will look to block it, but he's injured like Billings is. Podmore would rather score runs quickly than stick around. Matt Quinn almost saw Kent out for a draw, didn't he, in that game against Lancashire, I think it was.
Cook's in again, bowls in this one. Stewart's forward, defends, and it's going to be the end of the over. Kent 55 for 5. We've got roughly 35 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, the most immediate thing is tea. 4:15. Get through to that without losing any more wickets, and hope and pray that after tea the ball doesn't swing around as much, and maybe they've had the worst of it in terms of the way Sam Cook was just bowling up an absolute storm earlier. I mean, he looked like he was almost going to get a wicket with every ball he bowled, didn't he?
He did at a point, didn't he? And You could tell he was very happy when he had that ball in his hand. He'd bowl the ball and make his way back to the top of his run-up very quickly.
So, 55 for 5. BBC Ready Kent update coming shortly, as this is a short ball which Jordan Cox pulls away out towards deep square leg. Throws Cushy on the boundary doing the fielding. Snater continuing from the Nackington Road end. Rob Mellor getting in touch. kentcricket@gmail.com. I'll get to your email in a minute. But first of all, hi to Ken and Brenda. Celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary recently in a Canterbury restaurant last Saturday.
No.
I was going to say, Ken... I fairly remember Ken, as this is driven away up towards mid-on. Even before reading your email, Rob, I seem to remember that Ken is one of our gents who lives in one of the retirement apartments. So the other week, Alex Blake smashed one into the top floor flat, and I did accuse Ken of being asleep. And then Brenda appeared with the ball, I think, having found it, or came out to see what the noise was after Blake had smashed it into their window. Here comes Snater. So I'm glad we managed to get the second half of the story, or their half of the story, after I accused them of being asleep. So yeah, apparently Ken lost the flight of the ball, was staying small in case the ball came down on his head. I think he's listening to the commentary via the stream. But yes, I'm very glad that Ken was okay when Alex Blake decided to send a missile in the direction of his retirement apartment on the side of the ground. in the Lancashire game it must have been. This is down the leg side, and
What a grab!
Grant Stewart going for a big flick into the leg side, but Adam Rossington, as Paul put it earlier on, is a slightly larger size than some of the keepers you get on the circuit compared to Ollie Robinson, who's quite small and dainty. But he, got across well. Agile stuff. Moving to his left. Here comes that update. Gritting of teeth very much required. You need to be of stern stuff to listen to the fact that Kent are 56 for 5 in their second innings. So they have just 5 second innings wickets remaining in the match. And they still have 34 more overs to bat just to get through to the end of day 3. If they can do that, weather might be on their side and fortune tomorrow. But in the meantime, they've got to grit this out. They haven't been doing so far. And 5 wickets all falling to Sam Cook, who's been bowling up a storm for Essex, removing Ollie Robinson for 15 earlier on before the rain interruption. And then after that, Daniel Bell Drummond out for naught, caught behind, got rid of Compton, and leaning in successive balls, both caught by second slip. Almost had a hat-trick, actually. Denley nicked it, but went short of that slip fielder. He then got him out with a surprise short ball that ballooned up to third slip, who took an easy catch. So Jordan Cox is out there on 6 not out. Grant Stewart is there with him on 1. Denley with 24, the only resistance today, and in this innings, and then earlier the only resistance coming from Leaning, who made 34, and Cox, who made 34, as Kent were all out for 164. So it's been a complete turnaround from the first couple of days of this game, where Essex put 573 on the board. As a result, Kent are 352 behind. Ben Allison about to come into the attack now as commentary continues online. Kent 57 for 5. And so with 10 minutes until tea, maybe 3 overs in that time, possibly?
Yeah, I think 3. As in comes Allison from the pavilion end, and this one's just been left outside the off stump by Stewart. Allison replacing Cook, who's had his fair share of the wickets, as you could say.
Well, he's got all the wickets in this.
I know. Allison's probably like, come on, give me a go. I'm sure the Essex boys will be keen to get this done by today. As in comes Allison Stewart, who bowls. And this one, just edged but short of slip.
Yeah,
had a bit of movement, that one.
It's one of those where the visiting team, whichever way you want to look at it, wants to get home early. So if Kent were away from home right now, you'd almost say, well, they don't want to. They want to get home early. They don't want to stick around another day if they know they're going to lose.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas Essex want to get this win wrapped up before the possible rain tomorrow. Get home early with the points.
Allison's in, and it's this beaten Stewart on the off stump again. I think it didn't have much carry this delivery, did it? Kind of just drooped down as it reached the batsman. But yeah, you wouldn't want to have to hang around, especially if the weather forecast is accurate tomorrow. It's really annoying hanging around, especially if you're in that mood to play cricket, like going on and off. It's very disruptive.
Went all the way to Derbyshire in the One Day Cup to see 0 balls bowled.
Ouch.
So did a few Kent supporters as well.
Allison's in, Stewart. It's a wide delivery. That was a very wide delivery.
Just took off. It's still
taken
going.
off. It's still going. They've come back for 2.
And wide indeed has been signalled. When do you see an actual wide given in county championship cricket by an umpire? Not very often at all. I'll try and get to the serious bit actually of Rob's email in a moment.
Yeah, and are we still on this? Have you not read it?
Well, I just saw the bit about Ken and Brenda and got distracted. So I'll tell you what he was seriously saying about Kent's play this season. 65 now.
In comes Allison to Stewart, who leaves this one outside the off stump.
He's getting quite pronounced movement away from the right-hander, but
is.
so far
Maybe
hasn't...
a bit too much movement?
Well, yeah, and so far he hasn't got the bounce that he got earlier on
Yeah.
today. And then, yeah, it's almost moving too much that Stewart can just leave it alone. So he just needs to adjust the radar, if you like.
Recalibrate and go again.
Good word.
Allison's in, bowls, and this one slightly straighter. Stewart's on the front foot, defends to mid-on, no run. And now he's having a bit of a wander towards the square leg umpire. I love a good wander to the square leg umpire.
So you go to when you're batting.
Yeah. It's like a little, it's like a little zen, a mini zen amongst the chaos, right?
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. A little bit of time out
Yes.
before you concentrate again.
As in comes Allison, and Stewart's forward, defends to mid-off. That's going to be the end of the over. Kent are 60 for 5. 33 overs left in the day, and we have some lovely sunshine now. We've seen it all. I'm just surprised it hasn't started hailing, let's be honest. There has been a day where I think it was sometime this year that we experienced everything weather-wise. I think there was hail, there was sunshine, it was windy, there was snow. Only something you get in England, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It has been a day full of, well, erratic weather, and well, I don't think you can even say it's been erratic batting because it's been consistently poor, apart from maybe glimpses of Jordan Cox, who defends this one up towards mid-on, and Jack leaning earlier on. A little bit of Joe Denley in the second innings. Rob says, I think the current match has summed up our season so far. Our bowlers haven't been able to bowl a testing line and a length consistently enough. There's always seemingly a short wide one or a filthy half volley, or sorry, a fifth stump half volley, not filthy, every over. We've been unable to consistently build pressure as Snater bowls and Cox defends. He says our opponents have been able to do that and we've kept on nicking it. Okay, this pitch might have been spiced up a little by the dampness, but this has still been a recurring theme all season in Championship cricket, not just this game. And then another email coming in from John. Says, Ben, we've been woeful all season, bad decisions, poor bowling, and not great batting, to summarise the word he used. Here comes this one, driven away by Cox off Snater. Kevin's got in touch on canecricket@gmail.com.
Hi, Kevin.
He's very nice about you, which
What's he said?
says you're witty, articulate and knowledgeable. Breath of fresh air. Nikki Chowdhury alongside me, Ben Watt. So,
Oh, thanks, Kevin. That's very nice of you.
so yeah,
See, Ben doesn't give me any praise, so it's nice to get some praise.
you can pay Kevin later as this one's driven away.
Yeah, Kevin, what's your bank account and details?
PayPal. 2 runs here for Jordan
Almonzo,
Cox
it to you.
as this one's driven away. Just a little bit uppishly, actually, but thankfully for him, there was a big gap at extra cover. Kevin says, great performance so far from Essex. Sam Cook bowling brilliantly again. Before this match, Cook was averaging 20 with the ball. I've had various discussions with people who say he's not quick enough for England. Nonsense. He should be the next cab off the rank. I think you're right, Kevin. I think sometimes coaches and selectors are a little bit too obsessed with pace. And actually, particularly in English conditions, we know that it's all about skill. You know, Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson's not necessarily quick, is he?
I'd say to some extent,
Chris
bowling
Wokes.
at a consistent high pace is also a skill, right?
This one's left alone by Jordan Cox. This
'Cause
delivery from Snater.
Because otherwise you'd see plenty more bowlers through the system bowling consistently in their 90s.
Yeah, I guess it is rare to be
And to be
quick and
yeah,
you know good enough to bowl the right areas as well.
and to be bowling it at a consistent level in terms of consistently every over, not just the odd one that's been clocked in the
Yeah,
out of the 6.
I'm with you. 62 for 5 as Cox with 3 slips. Defends this next one from Snater. Goes through for a quick single up towards mid-on. And we'll get there comfortably. And we'll keep the strike as well. So good stuff from Jordan Cox. So 2 minutes until tea. I suspect we'll have one more over then.
I think you're right. You're right. 3 overs then.
Cox maybe, as I was suggesting, trying to take ownership out there and saying I'm going to be the guy to face the majority of the bowling. And yeah, I feel like the last sort of England county select 11 game, was it, or Lions game,
That was down here, wasn't
was
it?
Sam Cook involved in that game? I feel like he is kind of on the radar of England, and rightly so. Probably does fit that next cab off the rank bracket.
Here comes Allison, and Cox has gone to try and reach this one outside the off stump, but I think he was better off leaving it.
It was
It's
a
pretty wide.
delivery, yeah.
Pretty wide delivery, and given the situation, 63 for 5, he might have liked to keep that bat slightly closer to him.
Yeah, so Sam Cook did play in that game here
He did.
for the Lions against
That
South
was
Africa.
in August, right? That was down here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Billings got pulled out the 100, so he could come play that one.
Correct, yes.
As in comes Allison, and this one's left outside the off stump by Cox.
So Cook got 1 for 67 in the first innings, and then second innings he got none for 41. But yeah, he was involved in that game, and obviously the Lions did win it. So that to me would suggest the other bowlers in that game, seam bowlers, Ollie Robinson and Craig Overton, they've obviously got England Test caps, a number of them between them. So if Cook was opening the bowling as well in that game, he's got to be the next cab off the rank.
In comes Allison, and this one again left outside the off stump, swung quite a lot and died as it reached Rossington, who's having to dive to take that into his gloves. Have some really varied carry, haven't we, Ben?
Yeah, I mean earlier on,
The one that took Denley.
Allison was getting some big bounce. In fairness, that was a short ball from Crook. But it just felt like that period where Allison was getting everyone to schnick off behind to the keeper. His extra height was just making something happen out there.
In comes Allison again, and this one's just played and nudged to point by Cox for no run.
But yeah, since he's come on for this spell, he just bowled a little bit too wide. Hasn't seemed to get the same carry through to the keeper. Has got some away movement. But Snater and Allison so far not able to keep up the pressure that we saw earlier on from Porter and Sam Cook. Obviously Jamie Porter's been involved in England squads in the past as well. So yeah, it doesn't feel like it'll be too long before Sam Cook is maybe in the mix.
In comes Allison, and Cox is forward, defends that, and it's picked up on the follow through by Allison, who's now making his way back to the top of his mark and has chucked the ball to mid-off, who's going to give it a good old shine.
So who played in the county select 11 earlier on in the season? Because that wasn't a Lions game as such. Against India. There was one against New Zealand as well, I think, because that was the one where Compton got the 100.
Allison's in and Cox is forward, drives to mid-on for no run. That's going to be the end of the over. Kent, well, that was a maiden over for Allison, which was great. And it's going to be time for tea as well. Players are making their way off the pitch. Looking at the score, Kent are 63-45. And I think we're going to have a short break.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna
Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
Welcome back. After the tea break, we are ready for the final 31 overs of the action on day 3. And the first ball from Snater to Stewart, left alone outside the off stump. Kent 63 for 5, resuming still 346 runs behind Essex, and with Sam Cook having taken all 5 of the second innings wickets to fall so far. Kent earlier on in the day, 164 all out. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts and BBC Radio Essex's Paul Newton alongside me. Snater from the Nackington Road end continues. Stewart defends out into the covers.
Well, these two have done well in an innings where a wicket was going down, you know, every time you blink, basically, when Sam Cook was putting in such a brilliant spell, 5 for 20 in 8 overs and 3 maidens. But the bowling looked relatively innocuous in the 10 or so overs up till tea, and Stewart has got 1 off 22 deliveries and Cox 9 off 31, so 63 deliveries between them without being out.
This one a little push outside the off stump. Stewart trying to drive this ball from Snater, but plays and misses as it goes through to Rossington.
So certainly it's you know, we saw how well Cox played this morning when he was only 9th out and was out in a slightly bizarre way in that it was hard to see exactly what happened, but the ball sort of seemed to flick the bat and go onto the stumps.
Yeah, Waddick quite deflected off on its way to the stumps. This one's flicked away by Stewart, but it goes off a leading edge through backward point for 4. And I don't think he really was particularly trying to aim it there. More like through mid-wicket, but fortune on his side on this occasion, and Kent to 67 for 5. Somebody somewhere was giving that a rather loud cheer. I'm not quite sure why. No such milestone has been reached.
No, but
Kent have just got 4 runs to their score.
Obviously a bit of an in-joke, I think.
Maybe.
But, 67 for 5. The runs largely irrelevant. The wickets entirely relevant. Can Essex bowl Kent out tonight?
Snater in from wide on the crease, edged and dropped by Alistair Cook, and that was a straightforward catch. In and out.
Yes, that will trouble him a little bit, because that was such a simple catch. You can hardly, as slip catches go, it was slow motion, and he took it on the tumble to his right, but it wasn't one where he was having to reach right out. Maybe he might even have been better staying on his feet to take it rather than going down with it, because it just spilt out.
By Sir Alistair Cook standards, that was an absolute dolly. Snater bowls and Stewart turns this away into the onside, straight to Cushy. Dot ball and ends the over, and Snater probably looking at Sam Cook up the other end and seeing wickets going his way off all kinds of bits of bat through off Denley to that one for 3rd slip that ballooned up, and then Snater by comparison not getting the luck from the Nackington Road ends. Looks like Sam Cook striding purposefully to his mark to carry on and try and get more wickets on top of the 5 that he's already got in the game.
Yes, what makes that catch worse in some ways, Ben, is it's his second drop. Alistair's second drop. The other one was harder, but one you'd expect him to catch.
Yeah, the one from Podmore earlier on, I wasn't sure if second slip maybe looked like he was going to move and then didn't come across.
Well, here's Sam Cook. 5 wickets already, bowls by far his worst ball of the day. So bad that the batsman couldn't reach it, but just straight enough, just not as wide enough to be signalled as one. But that was a real post-tee loosener.
Well, post-tee cricket from Essex.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
So far, seemingly.
You have to feel a bit sorry for Shane Snater, whose that catch was put down on. Has to be said as well, it's getting a little bit dark now here, as the bad light could yet be what ends play for the day. Cook is in, bowls, and this is driven, and the bowler gets a hand down on it, and there's no run. Batsman is Cox, who's made 9, and Stewart has 5, and Stewart it was who lived rather dangerously in that Snater over, and in the end I'm sure even he would have had long odds on being on his way back to the pavilion, because it was such a sort of easy slip catch by slip catch standards, and I thought Cook had got it at first, but Not so. Sam Cook bowls again, pavilion end, and that is slashed at. Not a very good shot by Cox there, and Essex won't be sorry to see that shot, because what would make them sorry is a totally negative approach from Kent of just leaving anything that's not on the stumps that they don't have to play at. Well, that was one he shouldn't have been playing at, even under normal circumstances, and very fortunate not to get the edge.
Yeah, that wasn't a great decision by Jordan Cox to chase after that one.
Normally his judgment's been very good in both innings today, as faces the next Cook delivery. He leaves this, but it was an off-cutter and wasn't that far from clipping the off stump. You can never tell with Cook whether it's going to be the one that leaves or the one that cuts back. Then he's got that Yorker in his armoury that we saw in the 100 competition the other day, and he bowls pretty good volley of those.
Yeah, and then it was the bouncer to Denley, which
yes, indeed, yeah,
is a rarity for him, as we were saying.
Makes it.
Yeah, I guess Cox has just about judged that right with the leave, even though it did come back at his off stump.
Cook bowls again, and circumspectly played out to Brown in the covers. There's no run there. 67 for 5. The light has dimmed considerably since we resumed after tea. If you were to say that it was 8 out of 10 when they first came out, it's down to about 6.5 now.
Yeah, so the floodlights have been extended, so they can be used if needed, which we may well be on the verge of that, as you say, Paul, with the light.
Cook again. Bowls. And that one carefully played down to mid-off, Tom Wesley, and another excellent Sam Cook over. I say excellent, the first ball wasn't, but after that he bowled very well as usual. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 20. It was a maiden over, and the perhaps one snag for Essex in terms of their bowling attack is that in this second innings all the wickets have gone to Sam Cook, and I will say Jamie Porter I thought has bowled pretty well. Snater unlucky to see Stewart put down in his first over after tea. Will now try again from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, I think we're some way off the light deteriorating enough for bad light, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Stewart. Snater continuing to him. So for any Kent fans out there that are hoping that the weather will help them out even further, it's still going to take something more, and we are not expecting any further rain today.
But at this time of year, the light can prove an obstacle.
Shane Snater bowling again. Grant Stewart driving up towards mid-on, but collected. So no run on that occasion.
As you were highlighting before tea, Ben Allison bowled a rather uninspiring couple of overs, where he bowled so well this morning, but reverted to a problem I have seen him have before when he came back just before tea, and that was bowling very wide outside off stump. Essex really have to make the batsman play.
Snater forces Stewart onto the back foot, defends into the offside. Just noticing something on Twitter to point out that Aaron Beard got a century for Essex's second team.
Yes,
against Warwickshire.
He's quite capable with the bat, and indeed in the 50 over competition he was promoted to bat at 6 or 7, but didn't actually have a great time then. Obviously he has today.
Yeah, and against a decent looking bowling attack for Warwickshire. This one's left alone by Stewart. The next one from Snater. The likes of Hannon, Dalby, Miles, 2 Brooks, Lintott, Jahal.
Yeah, no, it is very decent, as you say. And of course, if Ben Allison weren't playing in this game, Aaron Beard probably would have been. Always bear in mind that the real person Essex would have been playing, even on a pitch not expected to take turn, would be Simon Harmer, but he's obviously still with the South African party.
Snater again in and bowling past the umpire to Stewart. Oh, and that's not far away from taking the edge. Again, Stewart was just looking to play a little bit close to his body, pushing at the ball towards the cover area.
Yeah, he's not had much luck today, Snater, because the ball's been sort of helping all the Essex medium pacers, and whereas obviously Sam Cook's had a great time, he's taken 8 wickets in the match, but it was only the very last wicket that Snater got in Kent's first innings. But that's not to say he didn't bowl pretty well, but when he's beaten the bat, it just hasn't tended to take the edge in a way that it has for other bowlers.
Kent's second team not far off earning a victory against Hampshire at Folkestone today. As Snater bowls, this one balloons in the air again. It's been well, again, it's gone behind square, leading edge from Grant Stewart. Thought it was going to fall kindly for Ben Allison, but it went behind him and away for a single. So Stewart's had a fair bit of luck since the tea break, and he's still there on 6. Jordan Cox on 9, and Kent 68 for 5, with 28 more overs remaining on day 3.
But this partnership now has endured for the better part of 10 overs, and may even be slightly over 10 overs, and that's a lot more longevity than any previous partnership. As Cook ripped through the top order single-handedly, removing Robinson, Bell-Drummond, Compton, Denley and Leaning. And Cook it is, who comes up from the pavilion end, bowls, and well left by Stewart. And 68 for 5 remains the score, though the actual run situation with such a huge first innings deficit, 409, really doesn't matter. And I was making the point with Nicky, Ben, that Wesley might just as well put a 4th slip in here, because you know, saving runs is of no consequence whatsoever, and getting wickets vital as Cook is in bowls. Good delivery, well played by Stewart, gets everything behind it, returns it to the bowler. Snater is the man who since tea has just got the ball to move around a bit. Should have had Cook caught in what was, by slip fielding standards, a dolly. Essex will hardly believe that the Knight of the Realm put it down.
Doesn't drop many. We've seen him drop 2 and not catch any today.
That's right, in danger of losing his knighted maybe. This next one goes through outside off stump, and there is no run there.
Having to hand back the keys to the city of Chelmsford, yes, or something.
Losing his right to parade sheep across London Bridge, which I believe is one of the perks of
well, so called at least, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone actually does it, do they, particularly?
No, but he does have contact with sheep, you know.
That's true, he could.
His wife is a farmer, and
he genuinely
they have
could.
sheep, yeah. In fact, it'd be rather nice if he did.
I think you should.
Close
Let's
the road,
make this happen,
you know?
yeah.
Cook's in. Sam Cook, this is, not Sir Alistair, bowls, and Stewart plays it to Brown at short extra, and there's no run.
Yeah, is there some sort of, I don't know, National Farmers Association day of the year to celebrate it? We should get Alistair Cook to take his sheep across the bridge.
Well, that would be a grand idea.
Yeah, why not? Promotes some good causes or something like that.
I think he's pretty handy with sheep. I think he helps with the shearing and that sort of thing. Here is Sam Cook again. Bowls to Stewart, who forces it off the back foot in a fairly defensive way to Ben Allison at backward point. There's no run, but that won't to worry Stewart. He's doing a grand job out there.
So he's going to get a bit of a culture shock when he retires, that he can no longer just go and stand on a cricket field. He has to. It's going to be almost more labour intensive for him when he retires.
Well, of course, he has this permanent parking permit for first slip. Even after today's 2 drops, he's still there. Yeah, he might have to work rather harder, and that's caught by Brown at extra cover, or at least he thinks he's caught it. Stewart played the ball, and he's reluctantly making his way out of the arena. Grant Stewart, I think he was perhaps stopping more, not because he didn't think it was fairly caught, but he was exasperated with himself because actually he hit it well. And he's been caught by Brown, who's got a very safe pair of hands there at short extra or wherever he fields. And that's his second catch of the innings, and Sam Cook makes it 6. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 20. Has a habit of getting wickets with the last ball of an over. And it was clearly caught, but for a good sort of 20 seconds or so. I wouldn't put it down as descent. I think Grant Stewart just basically needed a few moments to come to terms with the fact he was no longer welcome out in the middle, and he's also making one of the slowest exits I think I've seen off the pitch. Even now, decrepit in my old age as I am, I could almost catch him up if I absolutely had to. He's going off so slowly and so disconsolately. He did a good job, really, because he faced 37 deliveries. Okay, he was dropped with about 7 or 8 of those deliveries still to go before he was eventually out. But that will be a great relief to Sir Alistair, actually, because he's like anybody else. You absolutely hate dropping catches, and the 2 he's put down, Harry Podmore was out very, very soon afterwards, and here Grant Stewart's only lasted, you know, another maybe a couple of overs. So it's now the aforesaid Harry the Pod making his way out to join Jordan Cox, and 68 for 6 on the board. And Sam Cook, you've heard me say that he got 7 for 23 here the last time the sides met in a conventional county championship match, and here he is looking as if he might even beat that at the moment with 6 for 20.
Interesting that it's Podmore coming out to bat at number 8 rather than Sam Billings, who we saw in a lot of discomfort when he tried to bat earlier on. Clearly looks like he's doing his best to not have to be required in the second innings. I wonder whether he will bat at all, as Snater bowls to Jordan Cox, and that has reared up. Jordan Cox now has dropped his bat but is running through to the other end for a single, because that's hit him in the glove, but he gets up the other end to move to 10, and Kent on to 69 for 6. Well, they have 27 more overs to bat today, so I don't know, will Billings come out to try? Let's say he can have a few overs to bat out the day. Will Billings come out to try and see them through to that, and hope that rain intervenes on the 4th day? I mean, in truth, Kent don't deserve to draw this game. They've been thoroughly second best, and it would be an absolute robbery if Essex were to get anything other than maximum points in this game, the way it has panned out.
Yeah, it's a nasty one, that as you say, stood up off only just short of a length. It wasn't a bouncer, and that's why it hurt so much, or why Cox wasn't ready for it. It's got him on the knuckles, and hopefully the glove has done a good job in avoiding any breakage.
So Podmore facing up to Snater, turns this away out towards mid-wicket. And the problem that Kent have had today is not only that they've had batters who have been got out by genuine good deliveries and pitching the ball up and moving it around, they've also, a few of them, contrived to get themselves out, and I think Grant Stewart goes in that category because he's looked to drive the ball and he's hit it in the air straight to cover.
Albeit, yeah, it's very low, only just off the ground.
I mean, there is an element of bad luck about it, but this one's left alone by Podmore from Snater, a wider delivery. I think as Stewart's reaction, as you were describing correctly there, Paul, was one of, I can't believe I've got out. I can't believe I've almost had a bit of fortune,
yeah,
and given that away.
The thing is, if you're going the way he started to go, and the way he should have been going, of just defending, frustrating Essex, but if you set yourself to do that, and then you suddenly play an attacking shot, you know, it can be your undoing, as has just been seen.
Snater bowls, Podmore defends, back up the pitch. Yeah, it's a difficult one, because if you as a professional cricketer set your mind to block or leave, you know, you should almost in theory be able to defend everything but the one that leaves you at the last minute and catches an edge and goes behind. You know, they should be able to block deliveries on the stumps unless it nips back late and hits you on the pad. So, you know, if you take that really negative mindset and it's all about mental concentration, and this one's left alone outside the off stump, how long you can maintain that for, really.
Yes, I mean, probably the player who could do that for Kent but isn't currently in form, is Ben Compton. You know, he really can bat all day, and he made a very good 100 down at Chelmsford in the opening game of the season on what was a shirt front, but it doesn't detract from the fact that Ben's concentration in that innings was first class. And in this game, you know, he's got 2 low scores.
Snater bowling. Podmore turns this away up towards mid-on. Might have potentially been able to take a single there, but last ball of the over, so they decide against it. 69 for 6, 1 off the over. Cox on 10, Podmore yet to score. Yeah, and I just thinking back to his one earlier on today, can't quite decide if he's pushed at it slightly too hard, just in defence. He, you know, wasn't trying to necessarily score off the shot, that he was playing to the delivery from Cook, but in the end he's just managed to push at the ball hard enough that the edge carried to second slip.
So it's
and he got it wrong in the first innings, didn't he, when he was bowled leg stump by Porter. That was really rare for Compton to make that kind of error of judgment when protecting his own wicket.
Yes, I mean, the biggest difference is confidence, isn't it? You know, that when you sense things aren't going for you, you lose a bit of confidence, you make mistakes you don't make when you're really scoring. Here comes Cook. Bowls, and that's left by Jordan Cox, who has 10. One policy Kent could pursue here, I'm not saying for a moment they will, is to see that Cox faces all the Cook deliveries, and Harry Podmore faces whoever else is bowling from the other end, because at the moment Kent are 6 down and Cook has bowled 10.1 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 20. I think there's a clue there somewhere that you don't want to be facing Cook unless you're a really competent player, which Cox rather has looked today as he works this ball to Brown in the covers, and there is no run. He did play very well nearly all morning. Cox was only the last man out in the morning session, the 9th to fall, and was out in as I say, a rather bizarre way from a ball that did something, so I wouldn't blame him for that. And he's faced 40 deliveries already in this second innings, got 10 not out, but the runs are irrelevant. It's whether he can continue to hold Essex at bay, single-handedly maybe. Cook's in, bowls to him, and he just leaves the ball. It wasn't by any means a bad delivery, others would probably have been playing at it, but he has the judgment to know to leave it.
It wasn't far away from the off stump. Shane tweeting in, by the way, not good enough, he says. Rethink our overseas player policy required. Dig up those pitches. I'm not sure the pitch's fault, although they looked pretty flat when Kent were bowling on them earlier on, but Essex have showed that there is some life in this wicket, especially with a sprinkling of rain.
Yeah, they've exploited it very well, Essex today, particularly this man Cook, who bowls a short pitch riser, and again very well reacted to by Cox, who will have nothing to do with it. That was the delivery, I won't say the same delivery, but the same genre of delivery that saw the undoing of Joe Denley when he'd been looking rather good.
The other point that Shane makes on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport says get some decent fast bowlers in, and although I understand what he's saying, and I wouldn't say Kent's bowlers aren't decent, maybe they're not world class or top level in red ball cricket. This one is through to the wicket keeper, although maybe Darren Stephens has been at times in the right conditions. Notable that the games that Kent have won this season in red ball cricket, Gloucestershire here at home, they had the Kiwi Jacob Duffy, who got 3 wickets first innings, 5 in the second, and then a particular spell late on the third day, which really turned the game in Kent's favour. And then Warwickshire away, when they had Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini, they had both of them in that game. So overseas fast bowlers have helped them win their 2 games this season. This one's cut away by Jordan Cox, down towards the boundary. Nicely played. Out to extra cover, and a rare blemish from Sam Cook today. 6 for 24 now after that boundary, as he completes an 11th over of the second innings. 26 overs have gone in this innings, and Kent are 6 down, 73 on the board, 25 to go just to get through to the end of day 3, and then to begin some kind of rain dance and hope that we don't see any cricket from a Kent point of view tomorrow. From Essex's point of view, they will want to get this done today. They won't want to leave it in the hands of the weather going into the final day. They have been the best team in this game by a country mile, and they will want the points that they very much deserve from the match. Can they finish things up? Snater from the Nackington Road end bowls a short ball to Podmore, which didn't really get up massively.
No, it's well played because he got his head out of the way but kept his eye on the ball. What you don't want to see from any batsman, top order batsman, tail ender, keep your eye on the ball. You're going to be far better off than if you do what Graham Hick used to do, actually, and just turn his head away. There he was, one of the most prolific scorers of all time. Could not handle short pitch fast bowling.
Got an update for BBC Radio Kent shortly after the 5 o'clock news as Podmore leaves this next Snater delivery alone outside the off stump. Fairly wide one for that, as we just see the Essex 12th man making his way past our commentary position.
Yes, we were saying shortly after tea the light had diminished, but actually it's perfectly all right again now.
Yeah,
at least 8 out of 10.
Yeah, this looks like the sun's trying to sneak back out through some of the scratches of cloud overhead as this one's pushed away by Podmore. Yeah, a little bit blue sky as well, actually, over the hospital side of the ground where the weather has been coming from all day. So looks like it's potentially going to improve as the remainder of the day unfolds.
Yeah, well, that's entirely possible, actually. Sometimes when you get a day of heavy showers, when the temperature drops in the evening, the heavens just clear.
Snater bowling again. Full delivery. Oh, Podmore going for a drive, but just about hiding the bat away from that one. I don't know if he almost withdrew it with hindsight at the last minute, having been sucked into trying to play a shot.
Yes, that was a bit of an entry from Rada there. The drama of trying to convince everybody he wasn't really playing at it. Almost overbalanced in his determination to move the bat out of the line of the ball.
He's definitely played at it, hasn't he? He's definitely been having seen the replay.
Again, it was a good ball from Snater. He's not just had much luck today.
Maybe just needs to be a touch straighter with his line. Again, it's wide enough for Podmore to let it go through to the keeper this one. 73 for 6, 1 ball remaining in the over from Snater, which is a maiden so far. Trying to join those dots.
So Snater continuing his over. In fact, just got 1 ball to complete it from the Nackington Road end. 73 for 6 on the board.
3 slips behind Podmore as he pushes this one into the covers. They think about a quick single, although Cox is sent back in the end. Perhaps the wisest decision. So a maiden over from Snater. 8 overs, none for 15. Second time around, although could have had the wicket of Stewart, which was dropped by Alistair Cook before he was removed by Sam Cook. And 73 for 6.
Yeah,
the Kent score. 24 more overs to go.
Difficult to get the ball out of Sam Cook's hands on this day. Of course, he technically might end up taking all 10.
That'll be something.
Well, he's certainly having a very rich vein of form at the moment.
Here comes that update then. Driven up towards mid-on. No run. Yep, sadly I can tell you another wicket has fallen. Grant Stewart had a little bit of fortune out there as well before he departed, having been dropped by Sir Alistair Cook at first slip. A fairly regulation chance off Shane Snater. You don't see the former England captain drop those chances all too often, although did actually drop Harry Podmore earlier on in the game, so he's none from 2 attempts so far today. But Essex, regardless, have been ruthless with the ball. They bowled Kent out for 164 earlier on, and they've taken 6 second innings wickets, all to Sam Cook, their England Lions bowler, in this second innings for Kent, who have 75 on the board. Jordan Cox is out there at the moment, the last recognised batter on 15. Harry Podmore is there with him. Kent, of course, have got injury concerns as well. Sam Billings and Matt Milnes batted with runners earlier on, but unfortunately we haven't seen Billings so far in this second inning, so we have to wait and see whether they will come out. But Ken have got 23 and a bit more overs to last if they are to get to stumps today. There is still a fourth day, even though it is forecast to be quite wet here in Canterbury tomorrow. So Essex massively on top in the game. They're trying to finish this up before stumps this evening. Kent's trying to get through to that if they can, still with second innings wickets in hand. They're miles behind, 335 runs. As commentary continues online, they continue to try and survive. 74 for 6, Kent, second time around.
So, a couple of dot balls while Ben was doing his update there, and nice sunshine greets Cook, who comes in, and that's goes down leg side, superbly taken by Adam Rossington, who's actually had a very good day with the gloves, because that was going to be 4 byes all day long there. But brilliant take, and it went low as well. 74 for 6. Cook, 11.4 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 25. Apologies if you're hearing programme in the background. We'll sort that out for you in a moment.
It's just us who'll be hearing it.
Cook is in, and bowls, and that goes to Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket. There's no run there. Harry Podmore, the man on strike, has now seen off 14 deliveries, generally played very sensibly. And Cook, can he sustain his phenomenal bowling so far in this match on a ground where he has plenty of previous? He comes in now. The sun is its strongest that we've seen it now since this morning. And this ball is played to Shane Snater. And that completes an over which conceded the 1 run. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 25 to Sam Cook. And Kent holding out at the moment. They've got 23 more overs to negotiate with 4 wickets left. Jordan Cox has looked rock solid all day. He was only out in the first innings to a ball which behaved unpredictably, and even then he was unlucky in that it flicked off something and just nibbled his leg stump. And he was 9th man out, and he's seldom looked in any difficulty in this second innings, and generally has, without dominating the bowling at all, but he's nevertheless shown that with proper application it is possible to survive today's conditions on this pitch.
Snater from the Nackington Road end, in and bowling to Jordan Cox. Who's next due off for Nicky Chowdhury to come back in? Is it me?
I think it is, yes.
I'll do this next ball and then I'll let Nicky come in.
And then I'll make way at 5:30.
Because we've somehow ran on quite a bit from the back of the 5 o'clock news.
Yes, because that news bulletin was of unusual length.
Unusually long. And then I think I probably waffled on a bit too long as well with the update. But there's a lot to be said. A lot has happened today.
Indeed.
74 for 6. And his point is actually sent back to the boundary because it was a short ball to Jordan Cox, who just almost at the last minute thought about maybe trying to run it over the top of the slip cordon. I'll let Paul Newton take up this over from BBC Essex, and we'll get Nicky Chowdhury back in.
Thanks to Ben Watts there, listening to online commentary for BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. And very much Essex's game, 573, Kent 164, and now 74 for 6. Snater's in, bowls, and that's beautifully straight driven for 4. And whereas both Cook and Porter have stopped similar shots with their boots earlier in the day, Snater thought better of it. It was fiercely driven back, and 4 handsome runs to Jordan Cox, who has 19. Welcome back to Nicky.
Thanks, Paul. That was a beautiful looking shot, wasn't it?
Lovely shot. And Cox, as I was saying, has been without doubt Kent's best batsman on the day in both innings as he faces Snater again. And that's guided down to long leg and Sam Cook for a single. Cox will move to 20, 78 for 6, and in 79 for 6 rather. But for Jordan Cox, I think it's fair to say that this game would be over by now.
I think you're right, Paul, aren't you? Definitely. They just got to hold it together a bit longer.
Yeah,
22
absolutely.
overs. And then if all these weather predictions are right for tomorrow, then Kent might just be saved.
Snater bowls, and this ball's driven without timing into the covers for no run, and score remaining at 79 for 6. And the Essex slip cordon has varied a little bit during the day. Now we've got Cook as ever at first slip, but now we have, oh, I suppose that's still Critchley at second. No, it's Lawrence at second, and Nick Brown at third. And Critchley has caught a couple of fine catches in second slip. Don't know if he might have jarred a finger taking one of them, but he's not there now as this ball is played to mid-on, and there is no run, and that completes the Snater over. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20, and has bowled better than those figures might suggest, having had a catch put down and beaten the bat on 4 or 5 other occasions. 79 for 6.
I missed that catch getting put down. I think I went off on my wonder.
Right, well, it was a very straightforward one, you'd have thought, to Alistair Cook, who'd already put one down there.
Another one?
Yeah, afraid so. And this one was almost like a slow motion slip catch. Did
it look like it was one of those?
It looked one that he was absolutely certain to hold on to, and somewhere in his midriff the ball disappeared.
Oh, goodness. What was the reaction of everyone then?
Surprised it, well, Knight of the Realm, you know, respectful.
Here comes Cook. And they've gone up. It's hit him on the pads, but the umpire says no. That was quite a convincing appeal, though.
I think height might have been the salvation of Jordan Cox there, because it looked arrow straight.
It looked very straight. It just,
Yeah.
I think I agree with you with the height.
Yep. Wasn't going down, but it did hit him about knee roll or just above, and as I say, it still had a yard or two to go, so I think that's why the umpire found in favour of the batsman. Good ball, though.
Good ball. And Cook's been bowling a lot of good balls today, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
He's got 6 to his name. In he comes, bowls, and Cox is forward, just defends it.
Now, Cook is entitled to feel that he can't bowl forever. You know, he's bowled a lot of overs in this innings, but
He's bowled a lot of overs, hasn't he?
he would love to get Cox out before giving somebody else or allowing somebody else to give him a breather.
Yeah, I feel like he's back on because I think he wants to get that Cox wicket as well. It's an extra bit of determination.
Yeah, he's certainly trying.
Definitely trying.
Maybe he's been told, you know, give it one last over and then we'll give you a bit of a break.
Maybe that's what it is. As he comes in again, bowls, and Cox just worked this off his hips into the mid-wicket region. They've gone for 1, and the ball's just going to be picked up by mid-on, who's just rounded it. So puts Podmore on strike. Cox is on 21. Kent are 80 for 6. Building slowly.
So Podmore yet to get off the mark, but that doesn't matter in the least. Kent would be only too delighted for him to remain on naught, provided it was not out. He's faced 17 deliveries so far and survived them all.
Just cut to Podmore, and Podmore's forward defends to point. No run. Yeah, I think Kent will be very happy. He could be on naught for a while as long as he's there at the end of the day. And same goes for Cox.
Yes, I mean, obviously he's not a frontline batsman, but what he has got in his favour, he's a big, tall, well-built man. He presents a broad face of the bat, and is not afraid of the ball, so he gets into line well.
And he comes again, bowls, and this one's just defended back to him. And that's going to be another dot ball. But yeah, looking at the forecast, doesn't look too great with that weather map, especially starting from tonight. Can you imagine though if we wake up and it's bright sunshine and it's going to be... I don't think Ken want that. I'm not going to jinx it for Ken's sake. Otherwise Ben's not going to call me back. As in comes Cook. And this one just worked off the hips by Podmore. I think he's going to get off the mark, and he is. That's going to played to deep square leg. He's off the mark. Ken are 81 for 6. And that is the end of the over as well.
And I rather think that is the end of the spell for the moment for Sam Cook. He's hitherto gone down to field at long leg when he's finished an over, but this time he's departed into the offside regions, and looks to me as though someone else will be bowling the next over from this end. I noticed that Matt Critchley was wheeling his arm around a little bit during that over. Now he bowls leg spin, and you know, Essex could always go for the spin option. And there's Dan Lawrence, who I'm not sure he might even be shaping to bowl the next over from the Nackington Road end. I think he is, and it looks to me as if Tom Wesley has decided that perhaps, first of all, Snater's earned a rest. You know, he's bowled a lot of overs either side of the tea interval, and been very unlucky not to get at least a wicket.
We are going to have some leg spin.
And Jamie Porter's sort of bowled quite a bit, and Ben Allison was rather off line in his short spell before, so we're quite possibly going to have spin at both ends. It's going to be Dan Lawrence from the Nackington Road end with his very strange bowling action, often described as frog in a blender. Off breaks, and the first ball is played out. A diving stop in the covers keeps it down to a single, and that is Ben Allison with the fielding there. He's rather hobbled himself by landing awkwardly as he dived. It's 82 for 6. And Lawrence, can Essex find any help for the spinners in this pitch? Got Alistair Cook, who else at slip, and Nick Brown under the helmet at bat pad. Lawrence bowls, and Cox has hit this one for 4 through the offside. Lovely shot, rocked onto the back foot, and lovely force through the covers, and he moves along to 25 and Kent to 86 for 6.
Yeah, bit of a short one there. Just dragged that down a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, but Essex won't.
Got very interesting action though for a leg spinner.
He has, yes.
Got quite a high release point.
Yeah, like a spider. His arms absolutely going in all directions as this ball is again played out, but we'll find the fielder Ben Allison on the boundary this time at cover. Single, 87 for 6. But Essex, not the least reasoning behind bringing spin on out of the blue, as it were, is just in the hope that it might induce a rash shot. Perhaps particularly from Podmore, who's played the next ball into the offside and fielded there. There's no run.
I'll be honest with you, Paul, I feel very sorry for that short leg with the length that Critchley is bowling currently.
Yeah, it's Lawrence, yeah. No, you're right, I beg your pardon. It is Critchley as this ball is played to mid-wicket, and no run. I thought it was Lawrence who was lining up, but you're absolutely right. It's Matt Critchley with his leg breaks. Lawrence has been looking as though he might also be joining the fun, but Critchley, who has a little bit of a habit of picking up an old wicket or two, fields the final ball of the over to his own bowling. So 87 for 6 is the score on the board, and my apologies for getting my bowlers mixed up there. Cox has 26, Podmore has 2, and it's getting to the point now where this partnership from an Essex point of view is overstaying its welcome. They've done well, this partnership. 20 minimum overs remain.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be very keen on this partnership staying in place much longer, but I think, are we going to have a change in bowler?
Yeah, it's going to be Ben Allison, who picked up 4 wickets in a row this morning, but then didn't bowl very well. He was just bowling far too far outside off stump. Admittedly, he only had a couple of overs before tea, so Essex will be hoping he can find the same line and length that was so effective for him before lunch.
In he comes. And just down the leg side of it, just into the hands of Rossington, who thinks there was a bit of a feather, but nobody else seemed to have gone up on that one.
Yeah, I can't believe he really thought there was.
I don't think he did.
I think it was an appeal of frustration, and maybe just trying
Out
to...
of habit, maybe.
Yeah, maybe just trying to raise his colleagues'
momentum.
Level a little bit.
As in comes Allison to Cox. Bowls. Cox is forward and it's just sliced through the gully region. It's going to make its way to the boundary for 4. Luckily didn't take much height on that, just kept low and raced down to the boundary. It's going to bring Kent to 91 for 6.
Yeah.
Cox moves on to 30.
But Essex be quite pleased with that. It took the edge inadvertently, and although, as you say, it kept low and wasn't a catch, and wouldn't have been had there been a fourth slip, but I think Essex would be well advised to put one in, because there's not a lot of point in not doing so, seeing that runs are completely irrelevant.
Yeah, especially when you've got that amount of runs to play around with, you can afford it. And then comes Allison again to Cox. In he comes, bowls. This one's just slightly down the leg side. He's been played off the hips, down to deep square leg for a single. Cox moves to 31, Podmore on strike.
Yes, again, playing very well. Cox is...
That was very funny. Rossington had the ball and he was trying to get it back towards the... back to Allison, and you know when you've got gloves on, if you've ever done it as a keeper, they can never throw properly because the ball gets stuck in their hand, and we've got Allison ducking because it's gone high up in the air. That could hit him on the head, but eventually he's got the ball, and now he's going to make his way through again. Allison to Podmore. Podmore's forward defends. It's fielded by mid-off. No run. Oh, seagulls.
Yeah, there have been quite a few moments where they've been making quite a racket here this afternoon. Of course, we're not very far from the coast here, and often when they're around, it's a bit of a sign that the weather is about to turn.
Really?
Very much so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they sort of fly inland sometimes when there's a storm approaching.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Allison's in and Podmore defends off the back foot. Played to mid-on. I didn't know that. So the seagulls make their way inland when they...
Well, they can do, yes. I remember one of the worst night's sleep I ever had was when I was in a hotel at Worcester, which is about as far from the coast as you could possibly get. And there was an incredible number of them making one hell of a racket.
How did they get there?
Well,
there's not even any water close.
I didn't like to ask them.
In comes Allison and makes his way through to Podmore, who's forward, and he's beaten outside the off stump. And that is going to be the end of the over. Kent on 92 for 6. We've got roughly 19 overs left in the day. Cox on 31 and Podmore on 2.
Decent over that from Allison, because that last ball had good carry on it.
It did.
Through to the keeper, and we were observing in his spell before lunch in Kent's first innings that his height was enabling him to get greater bounce than the other bowlers we'd seen, and that was a case in point there. So Essex, who are now getting a little bit anxious to break this 7th wicket partnership, and they'll be very much hoping that Allison, who's already got 4 wickets to his name today, can get another one. But in the meantime, it's Matt Critchley from the Nackington Road end, and forward comes Cox, plays it defensively.
That was a much better length as well from him, wasn't it?
Yep. To Lawrence in the covers as next ball is slashed away and very well fielded at backward pointer, otherwise that was going to be a boundary. Ben Allison with good work there in the field.
Well, some great fielding.
And Cox looks a little bit unhappy with his bat. He's looking accusingly at it and asking Adam Rossington for a second opinion. In fact, I think it's maybe just got a little bit of the binding that is near the bottom of the bat, and Nick Brown obligingly just making sure it's smoothed over. Meanwhile, Critchley's on his way again. Bright sunshine, glary sunshine, and that's a very pleasant off drive, and mid-off is sufficiently deep, the skipper Tom Wesley, to keep it down to a single. 93 for 6. Cox moves to 32. Podmore into strike on 2. Has already faced 27 deliveries for his 2 runs, doing a grand job of keeping Essex at bay. Critchley bowls, and that ball's played away very nicely through backward point. The ball disappears from my view. They've taken 1, but that's
gone for 4.
Yeah, even that's not necessary. It's gone all the way to the boundary, and Podmore moves to 6, trebles his score in one blow, 97 for 6.
I think with bringing the spin on, obviously Essex know there's going to be more leakage of runs, but they can afford to do that right now, just in case there might just be a slight shift in momentum, in tempo from the Kent batsman. You just need that one mistake that's going to...
Yeah, Critchley bowls and just played defensively to Snater at either wide mid-on or fairly straight mid-wicket, one or the other, as this ball is played to the long leg. Feroz Kushi comes off the boundary, another single onto the board, and at the end of that over, Kent 98 for 6 with 32 to Cox, getting very close to his first innings score of 34, and 7 to Podmore, and Ben Allison will bowl the next over from the pavilion end, and we've got probably just about the best weather of the day.
Yeah, it's the nicest it's been all day. It's nice. Allison's going to be coming in. He's got 3 slips, a point, cover and a mid-off. In he comes, bowls, and it's just worked off the hips of Podmore to square leg. They've just managed to scamper a single there. And on the leg side, we've got a mid-on, a square leg, a long leg. And is there anyone down? I can't see. How many is that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There must be a fielder somewhere. I think there's a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, I would think so.
But it's just out of my vision as there's a staircase in my way, so... Here comes Allison into Cox. And this one's driven, beautifully driven, to the hands of cover, but it's ricocheted. So they've managed to take a single here. Just fielded by mid-off. That brings Kent on to 100 runs. That's what you can hear, the crowd applauding.
33.2 overs bowled, another 17.4 to come this evening minimum.
As in comes Allison to Podmore. And this one's left outside the off stump. Not much carry in this delivery.
I must make way for Ben to return. He'll join you, Nikki.
Allison's making his way back to the top of his mark. Ben's making his way into his seat. And we've got Podmore and strike. In he comes, Allison. Doing well here so far, Kent. And he bowls. Oh, and this one, she's just been beaten by this lovely delivery from Allison. Straight into the hands of Rossington.
Now, I'm a firm believer if everything's going the way you want it to, you don't change things. So, unfortunately, stepping back into the commentary box when the two of you have been presiding over a quiet period with no wickets, I apologise in advance for my rude entrance.
You can tweet at BBC Kent Sport and say that was your fault.
I have been cursing people all over the season, to be honest.
Allison's in, and this one's just defended by Podmore. Just a bit of movement there, squaring him up slightly.
Sometimes in Kent's favour, by tweeting nice things about them. Ian Mulder comes to mind. He was batting well for Leicestershire in that quarter-final.
You reminded me, I need to Monzo that money to Kevin.
other cash transferring.
You're going to give me praise, don't worry. In comes Allison to Podmore. He's just worked that off his hips. He's played that down to deep. Fine leg. And they're going to take a single, and it's going to be the end of the over. Kent 101 for 6 with a minimum of 17 overs left in today's play.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Nikki. Just to remind people how they can get in touch with us if they would like to, like Kevin did, kentcricket@gmail.com, via email, and then Twitter at BBC Kent Sport, which Shane has done. He's just he's apologised for his first tweet, which he says was a rant without much substance. So he's tried to expand upon that. Says frustrated that Kent haven't had a consistent overseas player, mainly down to injuries. With the potential of a smaller Division 1 in a couple of years, we need to fight tooth and nail to stay up this season. Clayton Brewer, meanwhile, has just replied saying, "Go Essex." So Critchley continuing as this is defended away by Podmore, but Essex just maybe trying to sneak the overs through a little bit with Critchley, offer the batters something slightly different.
to negotiate as this one's pushed back towards Critchley. Slipping a silly point in play as this one's slightly overpitched. Podmore driving out towards wide mid-off. No run taken. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. As this one is again floated up by the leg spinner Critchley, driven again to the same fielder by Harry Podmore. 9 for him, 33 Jordan Cox. This one's defended away by Podmore into the covers. Critchley again just offering up a bit of flight here. Trying to draw a mistake out of Podmore. Once more, this time left alone. Outside the off stump. Maiden over from Critchley. Well, I thought it was a lovely few minutes of sport from Alex. I managed to get a break off commentary to listen, Pat. And while I was off commentary, no wickets fell. So I'm slightly begrudging myself coming back on to talk to you and give you this update, because Nicky and Paul Newton from BBC Essex were doing such a fine job in Kent not losing any more wickets. Jordan Cox is out there on 33 not out. Harry Podmore is on 9, but he's faced 41 deliveries. So they have managed, well, at least since the last tweet that I put out when Kent lost the wicket to Grant Stewart for 5 and they were 68 for 6. That was 40 minutes ago. So since then they've moved the Kent score onto 102 for 6. As Alex pointed out, runs don't really matter because the deficit is 307. It is all about time, and the time that is a crucial is 15.5 overs for them to bat out until stumps. The sunshine has returned, so it's good conditions here at Canterbury. We should get all the way through to the end of the day's play with Kent 102 for 6, 307 behind. Commentary continues online. And this one from Allison, defended out towards point by Harry Podmore. And Feroz Cushy, the man doing the fielding there.
That's such a cool name. Feroz Cushy. Cushy actually means happy.
Does it?
Yeah, Cushy actually means happy in Hindi, so I wonder if he's a happy chap.
What does Feroz mean?
Feroz is just a name. I don't know what that means.
But all names have meanings, don't
But
they?
I don't know that. I'm not a name dictionary. I can have a look for you.
Yes, please. Just why not? Here comes Ben Allison. Clipped away by Podmore quite nicely behind square on the onside for a single.
Victorious.
Victorious and happy.
Victoriously happy.
Victoriously happy. Well, there you go. Feroz Cushy is both of those things after his 164 in the first
He
innings.
must be.
And I think Matt read out my tweet yesterday saying, as much as I don't tend to try and praise Essex cricketers too much, being a man of Kent, or a Kentish man, to be precise, Feroz Cushy, I really like him. He's a really talented young bat and showing some of that promise with that score. As this one's hooked away by Jordan Cox and it's dropped short of deep square leg, but that would be quite the way to give your wicket away in this circumstance.
He would not have been a happy man. He have that carried.
35 he's on. He does tend to be a bit of a compulsive hooker, Jordan Cox. I've seen him likes to take on the short ball, if you want me to describe it in another way. I feel like he might have got out at the Oval playing that shot, just from memory, earlier on in the season. As Allison will continue with 3 slips to bowl to Harry Podmore. It's defended away, a little bit of inside edge out towards square leg. You can just see the sunlight glinting off Sir Alistair Cook's shiny blue sunglasses that are on the top of his hat from first slip. Kent 104 for 6. Brian Barish has got in touch on Twitter. He says, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm assuming that means you don't support either of the teams. But he says, I'm just enjoying the last few weeks of first-class cricket for the summer. And you're calling of it from a gloomy and drizzly Philadelphia. Well, always lovely to hear from our overseas listeners, Brian. So thanks for getting in touch. As Ben Allison bowls a full wide delivery, which Podmore
has tried to chase. I don't really quite know
I
why.
have no idea why. I'm just literally questioning, why would you try and play that one?
I mean, you might have thought there were some free, easy runs there, but at the same time, when you're trying to bat time, no need to chase that. Meanwhile, Seahawk Gunner, I'm assuming because of his leanings of a footballing persuasion, replying to a tweet from Don Topley, who was, of course, with us on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, on days 1 and 2 of this commentary, and he was just talking about Sam Cook and Seahawk Gunner saying surely has to be on an England tour this winter about Sam Cook, who of course has got all 6 wickets to fall in this second innings for Essex, and I think we're about to see Jamie Porter replace Matt Critchley from the Nackington Road end for perhaps a final burst of the day.
And in comes Porter, and Cox is forward, defends that into the offside, no run. Got 2 slips in the gully now, and a deep cover. I'm having to I'm gonna need a magnifying lens to see them because they're literally hidden behind the stairs.
Yeah, so
2
the
slips,
corner
a
of the
gully,
Frank Willie stand just juts out.
a deep cover, mid off, mid on, back, deep square leg and a long leg.
Particularly when we're over this side of the commentary box, actually.
As in runs Porter, bowls, and just played off the back foot into the deep square leg region. Cox is just on the move. They take a single. Which puts him on to 36. And Kent 105 for 6. You're done well so far, Ken. Given they were 53 for 5.
Yeah, I think that you needed to clarify that point.
Yeah, I was.
Because up until that point,
you
they were
looked at
doing
me as though I was getting there. From 53 for 5, they've steadied it.
Yes, up until that point, they were doing very badly.
We won't talk about that as Porter's in bowls. Ooh, and he's bowled him. That is going to be the end of Podmore, who's gone, and that is his off stump.
Off stump, out the ground.
Stump is out the ground.
So Jamie Porter's ruined Sam Cook's chances of getting all 10. I wasn't sure if that kept a little bit low or if Podmore has just misread the length there from Porter. Just seeing the replay now. No, he just hasn't really got forward to that delivery.
It was a bit, again, stuck in the middle. But to be fair, most of the dismissals today have been a bit of lack of foot movement and
just a bit of hesitation from Podmore, really, to get right forward to that delivery. So good captaincy, you'd have to say.
Yeah, not really looking to get over it, get on top of that delivery, just hanging back a bit.
Good bowling change to get Porter back on, and he's removed Podmore. So Kent 105 for 7, still 14.5 overs out.
Look, you're back in the comms and you've made us lose a wicket.
Told you it was going to happen. Unfortunately, it was
just
my
watch
turn.
Twitter explode now.
Unfortunately, it was my turn. I had to come back. Where's Paul Newton? He's left the commentary box.
He's gone. Paul, come back.
He knows that Essex are going to take wickets while I'm here.
Paul did say he thinks it's all going to be done today. He doesn't think we're going to be back tomorrow.
Well, Podmore did face 46 balls for his 10.
Yeah, and we've got 14 overs left in the day. 7 wickets down.
Who's coming out to bat? Sam Billings, number 9. Probably the lowest he's ever batted, I would expect, I would suggest.
Has he got a runner coming with him?
Yeah, Jack Leaning is coming out. And this is what I was saying earlier on. Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning are so good at running between the wickets together. Why wouldn't you get Jack Leaning out as a runner? And maybe Kent have decided that is a good idea. And Leaning is coming out with Billings as a runner then. But clearly the fact that Billings has let Podmore and Stewart go in ahead of him shows you how...
To be fair, it looks like Billings is walking slightly better than what he was
that
this
is
morning.
true.
There's a bit more like
he really did limp off earlier on, didn't he?
A bit more fluidity in his steps.
Maybe.
Let's hope there's more fluidity in his batting.
Yeah, maybe he's had a couple of painkillers or something in the physios.
Drugged up.
Yeah, we're just seeing the ground stuff actually move the sight screen at the far end, at the Nackington Road end. I don't know if there's a suggestion that Porter bowled so wide on the crease, that delivery, that Podmore didn't pick it out. But I mean, they're clearly moving it for a reason. But it feels unlikely that Porter would go that wide of the... Maybe it's the shadows or something. What are they doing? The ground stuff at the far end. They are very much moving.
They are moving them. Oh, they're a bit confused.
But they're moving it from
One way to
back,
the other way.
back and forth. Maybe it's a slight shadow that was being cast. I don't know. But they've done something.
I feel like nothing's changed. It's
No.
gone exactly back to where it was. Goodness knows. Anyway, we've got Porter continuing from the Nackington Road end. Billings on strike, just currently marking his guard. Now I'm off to do a bit of gardening. He's not going to be running. He's got a runner. Jack Leaning is his runner. So we've taken Gully out, and we've now got 3 slips. As in comes Porter to Billings. Who's forward, defends that to point, no run. So, field-wise, we've got 3 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. A wide-ish mid-wicket and a long leg. And I'm pretty sure I'm missing someone. Again. And that's going to be a dead ball. Porter running in. Decides he's not going to continue with that. And decided to run all the way back to the top of his run-up. Here he comes again. And Billings is forward. Looks to play that, and he's just been beaten outside the off stump. Ball just holding its line. And straight into the hands of Rossington. That's going to be a dot ball. We've had literally the most weird weather today, haven't we, Ben? It's like when we got here it was bright and sunny, and then suddenly we looked up and it was like howling it down, and now it looks like it's another summer's day again.
Very random weather today.
So random. As in comes Porter, slightly shorter delivery, played off the back foot to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it's playing that kind of shot there from Sam Billings, more off the back foot than the front
It's
foot.
that weight transfer that really seems to be
putting him in
getting-
discomfort.
Yeah, making him feel a bit uncomfortable.
Because that one he sort of had to go back, and then suddenly that weight is going through that back leg, and it's that right leg that...
It's not just the fact he's going back, it's he's going forward to go back, so it's that entire push movement that's...
Yeah, so when we saw him earlier on and he was just wearing his training gear and his Kent shorts, we saw some big white strapping around his right thigh.
There was a lot of strapping.
And obviously it's a groin injury that he's got, so yeah, it's particularly that back foot for him as a right-handed batter, that when his weight's all going through that back leg, that he almost seems to be hopping out of it and trying to relieve that pain. So the runner leaning at the non-striker's end, Cox on strike to Ben Allison, and defending out into the offside where Tom Wesley does the fielding. Of course, as I mentioned to Paul earlier on, Kent don't play another game before the One Day Cup final. They have a free week next week. They have a week where they're not involved in county championship cricket, so they will be able to, after this game, turn all of their attention to that One Day Cup, or at least those players who are going to be deemed available for selection for it. As this is short and pulled away by Jordan Cox and out towards that sweeper, a deep square leg on the onside for a single. So of course the likes of Jordan Cox, Jack Leaning, all these 3 guys out in the middle actually at the moment aren't being considered by Kent for selection, I guess, unless somebody else got injured and they decided then to pull somebody in. But with an injury to Milnes and Billings, maybe it'll be good for them to rest up after this game ahead of a trip to the Ageas Bowl to take on Hampshire in the penultimate week of the season before they host Somerset. So if Kent do indeed lose this game and only take 1 point from it, which is all they've got in terms of bonuses, if Kent do indeed lose this game, arguably they could really get sucked back into it, knowing that Hampshire's their next game, who are of course going for the title. Could be another tricky outing, as this one beats the outside edge of Billings' bat, just feeling for it on the front foot as it moved away from him as a right-handed batter through to the wicket-keeper. 106 for 7 here. Kent on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, BBC Sport Online with Ben Watts, Nicky Chowdhury, Paul Newton. We'll be back in for the concluding part of the commentary in about 10 minutes or so's time. As Allison back to the top of his mark once again. Past the umpire and bowling.
Ooh.
Beats Billings once again. So yeah, obviously depending on how results go elsewhere over the next couple of weeks or so, it could end up being a nervy final week here at Canterbury between Somerset and Kent. It could almost be a 4-day game to see who stays up. Depending on how, say,
There's a lot of pressure then, isn't it? When those
Warwickshire,
games...
Yorkshire get on. Somerset, of course, playing Gloucestershire this week. So yeah, it could be a nervy end to the season, possibly.
It's when your eyes are all... you're watching what's going on elsewhere just to see where you're going to be in the table.
This one's pushed by Billings out towards point. So after day one, Somerset was struggling against Gloucestershire, and it is indeed advantage Gloucestershire in that game, who got 3-4-3 all out on the board first innings, thanks to 150 from Marcus Harris, although Somerset really did skittle out there, the middle to lower order of Gloucestershire batters. Tom Price, who got 5 wickets here at Canterbury, has taken 5 in the Somerset innings of 248 all out. Billings lets this one go outside the off stump, so actually Gloucestershire carrying through almost a 100-run lead, despite new Somerset overseas Imam ul Haq at the top of the order making 90. Then Gloucestershire second time around, half centuries for Ollie Price, for Miles Hammond, not out at the moment, for Ben Charlesworth, and Gloucestershire 228 for 4, so they have a lead of 323 runs over Somerset. So the one piece of good news for Kent is that Somerset, as things stand, although they will be taking more bonus points from Kent than this week, looks like Gloucestershire at the moment are in a good position to potentially go and beat Somerset in that game. So it may well be that Somerset don't gain as many points on Kent as they perhaps would have liked, the way things are going this week. As this one's pushed out by Cox into the covers, I'll let you take up the commentary, Nikki. I'll stop talking.
You can always talk, Ben. You can talk as much as you want.
Thank you.
I'm not going to stop you.
Unfortunately, some Kent fans would like me to stop talking.
Okay,
so I
for
could
the
stop
Kent
putting the
fans,
rockers
I'll
on.
save you. We've got Porter coming in from the Nackington Road end. And in he comes. Cox on strike. He bowls and Cox is forward. Drives it to mid-off. No run. As he wanders back to his stance.
What is the points difference between the teams? As I don't know if we've talked about it today, but maths isn't necessarily my strong point. So, 15 points. And that was at 3 o'clock this afternoon, this table, so presumably some bonus points have been added. 15 points between Kent and Somerset.
In runs Porter. Cox is forward. Drives it again to mid-off. Just a bit of a misfield, but they didn't take the single. Never run on a misfield, apparently.
So
unless it's pretty evident.
Well, so the saying goes, yeah. Particularly in a situation like this, though.
Yeah, you do not want to be run out. Nah, not at all. Kent 106 for 7. In runs Porter. And it's bowled. Cox is forward. He's just softly played that towards mid-on the front foot. It's been misfielded by mid-on. They've taken the single, looking to come back for 2. Leaning says no. Bearing in mind Leaning is in as the runner.
Yeah, I was confused there because obviously it is Leaning out there as the runner, but he overran the crease by quite some way actually. So he wasn't really
thinking about the 2.
No, he wasn't best positioned.
I don't think he was expecting that to be misfielded either, to be fair. I don't think. Right.
Got a couple of emails, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Billings on strike. Yet to get off the mark. In and runs Porter. Bowls. Billings is forward, drives it to mid-on, who long barriers and fields the ball.
Yeah, I guess they're just talking about obviously the team selection for the One Day Cup. Kent have decided that they're only going to use players that have been involved in that tournament so far. The vast majority of the games, a set number of players are only available. It's just this final where Kent would have extras available. Guess they're wondering if maybe teams should define their squad for the Cup at the beginning of August and use the same squad the whole way through.
In runs Porter. And Billings is forward. He's chipped that up, and he's been caught by the man at mid-off. He was running backwards. That's a great catch, just jumping up as well, taking it behind his head, and that is going to be the end of Billings, who's gone for a duck.
Pair for Sam Billings today. Man on one leg, but regardless, looks disappointed with himself.
He's not going to be happy, is he?
He's just... I don't quite... Just
He's hobbling a little bit. Look at him.
Yeah, but just seeing the shot again on the replay, I'm not quite sure what he was thinking. He's kind of got there too early and scooped it up in the air. He's getting a hand from some of those spectators that are here who know that he's gone out there despite the injury and done his best for the team. It's a slightly disappointing dismissal because he's gone for a drive that maybe wasn't there to hit. I don't know whether it stopped in the pitch or anything from Porter, but he's just scooped it straight up in the air, took his bottom hand off the bat and already started walking off before the catch was even held. So he knew his fate was sealed. And Kent, with 12 overs remaining, find themselves in a position where they're 107 for 8. And Essex need just 2 more wickets to win. One of those is Matt Quinn to come in next, and the other is Matt Milnes, who is coming out, I say not with a runner, that's because Jack Leaning is staying out there to do the running for Matt Milnes. So
I don't think we're going to be back here tomorrow, Ben.
Well, Essex have got enough time. They've got enough deliveries, haven't they, to get these final couple of wickets.
What a shame.
But we shall see.
We shall see. Come on.
It's going to need.
Can happen.
It's going to need Milnes to dig in. You feel?
I'm not going to say anything. I feel like I'm going to just jinx it. I think Paul was very close to being right. I'm guessing if things went Essex's way, they'd just jump on the bus back home tonight, right?
Yeah, of course.
Allison's in, bowls, and Cox is forward, just kind of reaching out with his hands a bit, that one. It's just gone straight into the hands of Rossington.
I mean, they could do some sightseeing in Canterbury tomorrow.
I don't think that's gonna...
Don't think they'll plan to. And get an extra day off.
Go home. Allison running in. Cox on strike. He bowls. And this one again outside the off stump, left by Cox. Didn't decide to dabble his bat at it. Two slips in the gully. Deep cover. Extra cover. Mid off. A mid on. A deep square leg. And a long leg. In comes Allison. Bowls, and this one slashed away down to deep cover by Cox. Walking that single.
In fairness to Cox, he's managed to keep up his intent in a way.
Yeah, that hasn't dropped. He's managed to keep going at.
He's almost managed to get himself in his own bubble and just bat normally, which is one of the schools of thought, isn't it? You either do that, or you completely try and block everything out, or you just try and bat normally. And Cox, looking at that strike rate, 52. He's got 39 from 75 balls. This is, you know, almost a typical kind of innings.
And in comes Allison to Mills, who's left outside the off stump. It's probably around a 5th, 6th stump line, that one.
But yeah, so I would, just to conclude on it, Kester's email suggests that you almost don't need to submit a squad list. You know, the players that you're paying, you are fully entitled to pick. As far as I'm concerned, Lancashire can do what they want. I don't see a problem them bringing players back in for that One Day Cup. Kent have just taken the decision themselves.
In comes Allison, and this one's just been played with a slightly open bat face by Mills to point, no run.
They feel they want to reward the guys that have got them to the final, which is,
I think that's fair.
Their prerogative. Absolutely. If Lancashire want to bring guys in to try and improve their team to win a trophy, again, that's their decision. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I feel like
I don't personally have anything, you know, have that problem with that.
Obviously, it's each their own, but
Yeah, and it is each their own on the basis that there aren't specific rules.
And this one's just been driven by Mills to the third man area. They've just come back for 2.
Thought Jack Leaning had slightly misjudged that second run. I thought he was going to have to make a dive for his ground.
I did get a bit confused with what happened there because like there were so many people running at that point. That's going to be the end of the over. Kent 110.48. We've got roughly 11 overs left in the day.
So a tough afternoon for Sam Billings. I believe he's being put up for press later, which feels a little bit harsh on the basis that he's batted twice today and hasn't scored a run. And
are you going to go down and have a chat with
done
him?
so twice on one leg. So there we go. We'll see if it is indeed Sam who's
Make sure you're nice to him.
going to hobble around and come and face the media at the end of the day. But as the club captain, this one to Cox goes through to the keeper from Porter. Wasn't far away from sneaking an outside edge. I guess it's up to someone in a senior position to come and chat about what has been a disappointing day for Kent. Tony getting in touch on the email saying, full of hope and anticipation at the start of the season, which has slowly eroded as it has progressed. Very disappointing performance against Essex. Failure to show mental application and an ability to dig in could cost Kent dearly. Remaining 2 fixtures includes Hampshire. This is pulled away by Jordan Cox for a single, and it could be a winner takes all, as I was almost alluding to in that final fixture.
I do love how he signed off this email, by the way.
Against Somerset at Canterbury. Big internal inquest required at the end of the season, regardless of whether they stay in Division 1. Yours in fading hope, Tony.
Tony, that was a good one.
Well, and it's fair to say that Kent's run to the One Day Cup final has been the one big positive in a season which hasn't had many wins, really, overall. Very disappointing T20 campaign for Kent. This one's driven away by Milnes. At times they have dug in and got draws in games in County Championship cricket without quite being incisive enough. I mentioned the fact they only got a couple of wins, and those were heavily assisted by overseas fast bowlers. David Price says, thanks Ben for getting us the 2 wickets in this spell so far. As an Essex fan, I was a bit worried. I commend Kent for their approach to the One Day Cup final. As Jamie Porter running in hard, 111 for 8 as this one is fenced away by Milnes without much foot movement into the covers. Steve Pilkington saying he was at the game day 1 and this morning, and now watching by the live stream. Very disappointed season ticket holder, as injuries aside, the same problems are repeating themselves. He goes on to mention those. I'm assuming he's a Kent fan, so we'll get to those in a moment. 111 for 8, as I mentioned, Kent, with Milnes facing up to Porter. Defends this one back down the pitch. Says on the batting front, inconsistent form, but not the biggest issue. Game management, very questionable at times. Facing better bowlers, variety of deliveries in real matches than they do in training at nets. See below. Was very much in agreement with your commentary England team selection earlier. Too much emphasis on pace. Kent's seam bowlers are all very one-paced. Have too often given runs away by bowling too full, then losing accuracy by trying to go for that pace when they need variety and pace off. That just hands the initiative back to opposition batters as Porter bowls a short ball to Milnes. He's gone for a hook shot, but he's pulled out of the stroke and he's ballooned it in the air, but down towards long leg and safe, where Allison does the fielding. And so Matt Milnes getting away with that one somewhat. I don't know if they ran a single, did they?
They did.
They did run a single. So Milnes is going to have to walk up the other end to take strike for the next over. 10 overs to go in day 3 of the action here live on the BBC. Critchley looks like he's going to have a bowl, the leg spinner. So a change of innings. And yeah, we're going to have a change in the box. Going to get Paul Newton in for the final half an hour. So thanks very much to Nikki Chowdhury.
Thank you, Ben. And I hope I am back tomorrow.
We shall wait and see if Nikki is going to be joining us for the final day of action. Just to continue Steve's email. He's saying shows a lack of guile in game management skills that could surely be addressed by coaching and better on-field instruction. I think that was continuing his point about some of the bowling. One Day Cup final, stick with the players that got Kent to the final. They've earned it. Should be no place for those who chose to play in the 100. Don't get me started on the captaincy. That's from Steve. So those his views. Get yours in. kencricket@gmail.com if you would like to, as Milnes clips this delivery from Critchley up towards mid-on. The leg spinner has a slip. A short leg under the helmet, mid-wicket, deep square, tight cover. As Milnes defends softly out towards point. There's also a cover point and a mid-off. Paul's back with us, and Essex on the brink, just needing 2 more wickets to win. Time 9.4 overs left here on day 3 for them to do it, as this one beats the defence of Matt Milnes and taken by keeper Rossington standing up to the stumps. Critchley so far 3 overs, none for 12. He bowls again to Milnes and he drives it back towards Critchley, picks it up in his follow through. Feel like Essex may be just trying to sneak back the over 8. It's currently -2. This bowling change, we've seen a lot of seam from them so far. They won't want to lose points potentially in their attempt to take as many as they can from this game. We're hoping it'll be the full set for the victory, of course, as this one's driven away very pleasantly by Matt Milnes in the gap. Had extra cover for 4. No stopping that one, so Cushy will go and pick it up as the over concludes with that boundary for Milnes. So he's on 7, Jordan Cox on 40. And Kent are 116 for 8 with 9 overs remaining in this 3rd day of play here at Canterbury on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex.
Yeah, point we haven't quite raised yet is that you can, at least in certain circumstances, claim an extra 8 overs if a certain number of wickets are down, and 8 would be entirely... I think you only have to have 6 down if you really feel you've got a chance to win it. Now, there are already overs that have been added on, so whether that would apply here, I'm not clear, but it is possible.
Yeah, good question. Obviously, on the board on the far side, it says a minimum of 9 overs to be bowled today. As Porter is defended away by Jordan Cox out towards deep point for a single. There was a point raised by one of our emailers earlier on, which I might just get to in a second after this BBC Radio Kent update, Paul, as Matt Milnes prepares to take strike.
Yeah, Porter might be well advised to try the odd short pitch delivery, I think.
Well, that one almost fruitful that he bowled to Milnes in the previous over when he pulled out the shot. Back in defending this one, Matt Milnes. Michael Alexander getting in touch, saying, missed much today, honouring my mother's birthday, but thoroughly enjoyable late afternoon to add to the thoroughly previous 2. Made special by the presence of Roland Butcher, who was with the team. Matt Cole and Don Topley. Says, just wonder who's popping up to Yorkshire from the Essex team next week.
It's Dick Davis and myself.
Splendid trip. Headingley, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
This is a short ball from Porter to Milnes, but he ducks underneath it. So here comes that update. And Kent are 117 for 8 here on day 3, the closing stages of it. 8.5 overs still to go, and it has been Essex's day, I'm afraid. The visitors bowled Kent earlier out for 164 after Kent had resumed the day on 74 for 4, and then the second innings, Sam Cook being the dominant bowler for the visitors, taking the first 6 wickets to fall. The only real resistance has come from Jordan Cox, who is still there on 40 not out. Joe Denley earlier on making 24. We have had some rain interruptions. We will need many more tomorrow if Kent are to walk away from this game with a draw. They still have to bat at least 8.5 overs to get through to the end of play today. The sunshine is out. Just Matt Milnes, Jordan Cox and Matt Quinn to come as the number 11 to bat for Kent in this game. Essex will and should end it as thoroughly deserved winners, but we'll have to wait and see if that will be tonight or tomorrow. 117 for 8 as the commentary continues via the BBC Sports app and the website.
So a bit of a play and a miss there from the most recent delivery from Porter. But the ball's gone past the outside edge a fair number of times, but whereas earlier in the day it was catching the edge, it's some time since it did that. As Porter is in, Dan Lawrence has gone to the leg slip, interestingly now. And there's another short one, and Milnes successfully ducks under it. Right technique. Essex would love him to have a go at it, but he's not to be coaxed into that. And so 7 to Milnes, 41 to the admirable Jordan Cox, who's been Kent's best batsman really in both innings. Okay, we'd say that he shares the honour with Leaning in the first innings, Jack Leaning, but in the second innings he's been out on his own really. He's faced 78 deliveries, that's 13 overs that he's seen off. It's going to continue to be Matt Critchley. I just wonder as we move into the very closing overs whether Tom Wesley's final gamble might be to bring Sam Cook back. But for the moment it's going to be Matt Critchley.
So Jordan Cox on strike. They have just pushed a couple of fielders out, almost to encourage him to take a single. He defends out towards cover. Kevin getting in touch, kentcricket@gmail.com. Says, going back to the one-day final, is Alex Blake going to be fit? TBC, I don't think we are 100% sure on that at the moment. Will they bring anyone in Kent if there's any injuries, as this one's defended away? As yet, all we've been told is that they're going to pick from the squad who have got them there. So I guess if Blake was injured, they could bring Tawanda Mayeye in, who's been playing for the second team this week. As Critchley bowls a loopy one, which is driven away by Jordan Cox. And he will walk through a single up towards long off. And he is suggesting as well, don't forget that Essex can claim that extra half an hour. So Kevin is with you that they will be able to do that.
Which means there could be 15.3 overs minimum to be bowled. Now, a big factor would be the light at the moment. We've got bright sunshine.
Yeah, well, it would indeed. Take us up to 7 o'clock potentially. This one's defended away. Obviously we started at 10:30. Well, we didn't start at 10:30. We started at 20 to 11 because we had a 10-minute delay. Start of proceedings. This one's clipped back towards the bowler by Milnes, and then we've had rain interruptions. So in a way it does make sense for us to be playing now while the weather is better. We were going to have an elongated day anyway, weren't we, to try and make up for some overs lost at the back end of yesterday. This is a leg spinner which beats the outside edge of Milnes' defence through to the wicketkeeper. 118 for 8 Kent. Cox 42. Milnes there on 7. A minimum of 7 overs remaining in the day. Jordan Cox, does he want a drink? Hamid Kadri is lurking on the boundary as if to ask whether or not somebody wants some refreshment brought out. Jack Leaning's giving the two batters a bit of coaching out there. As I mentioned earlier, almost, you know, as the runner, you're not doing any of the strike. Why not have it being a senior player like Leaning who can offer some advice?
Yes, absolutely.
To the two guys in the middle.
Jamie Porter will continue from the Nackington Road end. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. He's bowled pretty well. And comes in now. And bowls, and that ball's run down past third slip. Goes down to the third man boundary for 4. And Cox moves to 46. And bidding to become Kent's first and probably only half-centurion, but you never know. Maybe one of the 10 and Jack can reciprocate, but that obviously seems a bit unlikely. Cox to 46, 122 for 8. Porter back at the top of his run-up. Cox 2 slips and a gully. That's a leave outside off stump. Porter making his way back. So the various options for Tom Wesley. He's got 3 spin options. Matt Critchley, who he's used for 5 overs. Dan Lawrence, who we haven't seen at all and I thought might have been given an over. And he himself, Tom Wesley, the captain, who bowls perfectly reasonable off breaks. And of course he's got Snater and Allison currently out of the attack who he could turn to. He could go back to Sam Cook for one final go as the next ball is played for no run into the covers. And no run. Alistair Cook is back at first slip. He had a brief period off the field about 20 minutes ago, and Dan Lawrence briefly filled in at his first slip position. Matt Critchley at second slip. Nick Brown in the gully. Porter, lovely evening sunshine here at this lovely St Lawrence ground. Comes back down the hill. Bowls to Cox. Cox Not quite out of the middle of the bat, but it's not to matter. He plays it very safely back to the bowler. 122 for 8, having trailed by 409 on first innings.
I think he was annoyed at himself that he didn't manage to push that away through the covers.
Yes.
Maybe saw his half century there.
Because it was a bit inside edgy, wasn't it? It wasn't where he was aiming, really.
Yeah, I thought he might be able to caress that in the gap. That cover.
Porter again. In and bowls. Well, Cox. Well, was he playing at that or wasn't he? Have us believe that perhaps he wasn't. Then again, I suspect
I think he was, yeah, I think I'm with you.
And anyway, you'll gather it didn't take the edge. And he survives. A very worthy effort from him in both innings for Kent. Kent would just have wished perhaps that 2 or 3 others had emulated his resolve, his concentration, his judgment, as Porter to complete this over. 6 left after this on the original calculation, but we believe there could be an option of another 8.
Yeah, if there is indeed a half an hour extra, we might see Nicky Chowdhury back for tomorrow.
Yeah, this one's played into the covers for no run, and the over ends with Kent 122 for 8, and Matt Critchley certainly is going to bowl at least one more over. 5 overs, none for 17 so far, and he will be bowling from the pavilion end.
So Critchley continues from the pavilion end. Just realised I need to message my mum and say I'm going to be late picking up my dog. She's been looking after the pup this afternoon. It's going to be staying there for a little bit longer, the way things are going. 6 overs minimum, plus an extra half an hour available, defended away by Milnes, with Essex on the brink of a possible victory.
What's the breed of your dog?
He's a sausage dog.
Oh, right.
It's called Frank.
How nice.
Not after the
Frank the sausage.
Not after the Essex-born footballer Frank Lampard, but after the sausage, yes. Frankfurter sausage. This one's defended away by Matt Milnes. I digress, as this one is, well, now silly point in position for this delivery. Nick Brown has moved across as Milnes defends again out towards Feroz Kushi. Yeah, I've not yet brought him to a cricket game. He's not quite patient enough to just sit and watch. So this one is off the outside edge of Milnes' bat. Just play with a slightly open blade out towards backward point. I'm also aware that when you mention dogs, I remember one commentary, we had a whole morning where people were just sending in their cricketing tales that are all dog related. If you start people off talking about their pets, I'll keep going. 2 slips now, as well as that silly point, really crowding the bat to try and put pressure on Milnes, but he defends this one away solidly. It's collected by that close fielder under the helmet. Sunlight still glinting off Alistair Cook's sunglasses. This is a leg spinner that turns and beats the outside edge and wasn't far away from flicking the off bail. Really nice bowling from Matt Critchley, a maiden from him. Just as the shadows lengthen on the outfield from the Frank Woolley stand and the Colin Cowdrey stand almost out towards the square itself. Shows that we are in the final part of the day. And Kent 122 for 8. 5 overs minimum remaining, having earlier been bowled out for 164. 287 runs to deficit, but runs are almost not applicable anymore. It's about Essex trying to take these final 2 wickets, and they're going to bring Shane Snater on as they look to do it.
Indeed, Snater preparing to come down the hill from the Nackington Road end, and is on his way at this very moment. 2 slips in a gully and a short extra. This ball doesn't go anywhere near any of them as it's driven down to mid-on. Jamie Porter.
Wonder if Essex can just eke out the wicket of Jordan Cox just while he seems to be thinking about that 50. He almost looks like he wants to hit a boundary to get there.
Snater bowls to him, and he's forced this off the back foot, but doesn't time it really. He could have taken the single there as Sam Cookfield's on the cover boundary. and he wants to keep the strike. I think perhaps the Kent ploy, assuming that Essex bowl the same two bowlers, is just waiting. I'll just have a.
Do you want? I'll say it on air. Do you want to? Who are you interviewing at the end of the day? Sam Cooke, I'm assuming, possibly.
Yes, sorry, yes.
That's all right.
That would be the idea, I think, as this next ball hits the stumps at the bowler's end. There's no case of it being deflected into them, so there's not a run-out scare for Kent there. Jack Leaning is actually at that bowler's end, but was alive to that. It was a nice on drive. I don't think it prevented him getting to his 50.
No, I think it maybe would have gone for 2.
Yeah, something
I'm not sure
like
it
that.
quite had the legs. You never know. The stump certainly took all the pace off it. We're just in a square leg umpire decided the sun's in his eyes, so he's going to move to point.
And Snater is in. There's got a leg slip in now, Dan Lawrence, and that one, yeah, predictably dug in short. Cox would have nothing to do with it.
Good bouncer.
And avoided it very nicely. 46 to him, 7 to Milnes. All these later Kent partnerships have held Essex up, or nearly all of them. Sam Billings didn't, but he can hardly be blamed for that. It was a game effort to get out there at all with his groin injury. Sadly bagged a pair for his pains. As Snater's in. Bowls and attempted pull there from Cox, who looks accusingly at his bat. But I think probably he should point the finger at himself for that one. He didn't time it.
He does try and get on the hook when it comes to those short deliveries, and that was more of a pull stroke, wasn't it? It wasn't quite as short from Snater, but yeah, you can see that Cox, he's not trying to just bat out these final 4 overs plus the whatever extra half an hour. He's trying to get to 50 here.
Snater bowls to him. That's so far wide that it is one. 123 for 8.
I mean, I rate the theory. Chuck it really wide. Cox looks like he's trying to throw his hands at stuff at the minute. So let's offer him up a really nice wide one. Unfortunately, it was really wide. I don't think it made it.
No, he did need an
on
extension
the wicket
to
almost
to reach that. Yeah. Snater comes in again to complete the over. And that one goes through. It was not a wide, but it was wide of off stump, and Cox decided not to give in to temptation.
Cox now looks annoyed at himself that he didn't drive that.
Yeah.
He's got one hand on his hip, almost to teapot himself. Why didn't I drive that for 4? 123 for 8, so Cox has faced 93 balls for his 46. Matt Milnes on 7. 4 minimum overs up on the scoreboard. But we're assuming that there'll be an extra half an hour after that. So we could be here till 7 o'clock to see if Essex are going to try and win the game today. Get it wrapped up against Kent, with Essex, the visitors, being the outstanding team in this match so far, quite comfortably, as this one's driven away by Matt Milnes. No intention for anyone there to run a single. Jack Leaning, the runner, has just stood at point with his hand on his hip and is leaning on his bat. Jack leaning at point at the moment. As this one is again defended by Milnes. Maybe the decision has almost been made out there in the middle to say, Matt Milnes, you face the spinner. You feel comfortable enough against Critchley. You just bat. He defends this one into the ground. And the silly point fielder collects.
I think if Essex's ploy hasn't worked by the end of this over, I think they've got to bring Sam Cooke back for the next one from this end.
Critchley bowls, again defended away by Milnes. Yeah, I think you're probably right. It has to be Cooke to see if he can see things off.
Yeah, I mean, if he feels tired, you just say, fancy the day off tomorrow?
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Critchley bowls, and again defending Milnes here on the front foot, so 1 delivery remaining in the over. He's safely negotiated the other 5 balls so far. Nick Brown is moving out the way and going back to regulation. Short leg. It's dragged down slightly and he just clipped it past him. Matt Milnes, nobody's running. Come on, Kent, somebody in the crowd shouts. But Kent have decided they don't want Matt Milnes on strike for the next over. So it is a maiden. They turned down the single rather than signal. As end of the over. So 3 more to go. 1, 2, 3 for 8. Jordan Cox will be on strike. So interesting that Kent now turning down singles and almost deciding, right, we want this batter, Jordan Cox, to face the seamers, and Matt Milnes, you handle the spin. So I think that in itself, as you suggest, Paul, may force Essex to change their tactics and bring a seamer on at both ends, possibly.
I think so. He's bowled well as Matt Critchley, without perhaps quite looking as if he's going to take even the wicket of the tail ender rather than Jordan Cox, who now, Cox that is, faces Snater, beginning a new over from the Nackington Road end. And he's pulled this ball away to deep square leg, and as you'll know from what we've been saying, eschews the single for Rose Cushy. And he does the fielding. He's had a very good game with a career best 164. And smart catch that was the first wicket to fall today, that of Jack Leaning, who looked in, I won't quite say total control, but he looked pretty assured. Went for 34, the same number as he wears on his back. Meanwhile, Snater's in. Bowls, bouncer, and Cox just very slightly moves his head about an inch there, otherwise treats it with disdain. And the score, which is academic in terms of the runs, 123 for 8, trailing by 409 at the start of this innings. So still 286 short of obliging Essex to bat again.
What's going on here? I think Matt Milnes is going to stand over the other side with the umpire. He's saying, yeah, the sun's in my eyes too. We're actually seeing the mid-wicket fielder. I think it's Brown in there.
Yes.
He's crouching down to try and see better, and he's holding one hand up above his face.
Yeah, it's really low, the sun at the moment. You wouldn't want to be driving into the sun at this height. And that goes through outside leg stump, and a wasted delivery from Snater. 123 for 8. Big question now is, do Essex have the option of taking a further half hour in a couple of overs' time?
I think we'll find out in a couple of overs' time, won't we? I also wonder if Kent's tactic is right here. Is it just putting in too much pressure on Cox, who clearly wants to get to his 50, to if he plays a loose shot here going for a boundary?
Snater's in, bowls to him. Oh, and he did just rather chase one that was bouncing around about heart level. And he did just jab the bat. Could easily have gloved that, actually, through to Rossington, but doesn't. And stays there. Yeah, I'm sure if you gave him the option, he'd rather be 46 not out and have saved the game for Kent, assuming that tomorrow were to be rained off in its entirety, than worrying about a half century. But not for me to say. Here is Snater again. Bowls, and he's dabbed this one down. They have started running, and they're going to come back for a second and succeed in it. And it was, well, if there'd been an absolutely brilliant bit of fielding and a bullet-like throw, they might have been struggling there. It wasn't a bad bit of fielding by Allison by any manner of means, but the throw was a little bit off balance and didn't really threaten the run out, but it was a risk taking.
It was a bit risky, but Cox is rapid between the wickets. And there was little hesitation, really. He came back for the second. He was backing himself. He was running to the danger end.
48 to him. 125 for 8. Snater to complete the over. Bowls, and he's pulled this one away, and there is his 50. And that was short. Sat up and begged, and Cushy, who's been on that mid-wicket boundary all afternoon, wasn't there. He'd been brought in, and applause, and deserved applause, for a fine effort from Jordan Cox. 52 not out, perhaps giving a little bit of an indication to some of his colleagues, if only one or two of you had kept me company. 129 for 8.
Would be a fairly valid point from Jordan Cox, who has batted very well.
Here comes Sam Cook.
And as I pointed out, batted almost as if the match situation wasn't totally against his team, and you know, it was just any other county championship game in any other situation. He's just tried to bat normally, tried to be positive and put the bad balls away and score his runs, and he's the reason that Kent have got any kind of score on the board
I think Essex do expect to get an extra 8 overs, or I think Sam Cook would have been recalled earlier.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Here comes Sam Cook, bowling to Matt Milnes, who lets it go outside the off stump. Wonder if Kent will now try and change their tactic. We'll start taking a few more singles, whether Jordan Cox will look to try and get up the other end to face Sam Cook.
Just Matt Quinn to come for Kent, formerly of Essex, of course.
Here comes Cook. Bowls to Milnes, defends this back up the pitch.
Yes, no sign of Milnes struggling to cope with Sam Cook. Now the sun has suddenly gone in.
Well, that might be slightly helpful for some of the fielders who were struggling a bit out there, weren't they?
Well, it could be, but the light getting a little bit borderline. I'd have thought perhaps the floodlights need to come on.
Here comes Cook to Milnes. Oh, inside edge, going for a bit of a drive, and he's dragged it down towards long leg for a single. Yeah, like you say, as soon as that sun is hidden away behind a cloud, it does look a lot darker out there. The floodlights are elevated, so they can be brought on if required. Jordan Cox now taking strike, 130 for 8. 3 balls remaining in the over. Full delivery pushed up to mid-on. We've sent fielders back at deep square and long leg and deep point.
Yes, it's kind of like a field set for various options. So you've got 2 slips and a gully for the ball that leaves the batsman and takes the edge, but you've also got someone on the square leg boundary, should there be a short one, hoping for a catch on the hook.
Here's a short ball to Jordan Cox, which he sways out the way of.
It was a good delivery, but nicely left by Cox. Just this and 1 over of the original arrangement after we lost 23 overs in the afternoon for a heavy shower.
Hamidullah Kadri's got a can of something or other that he's seemingly bringing out for Jordan Cox in a minute, as well as a drink. Full delivery from Cook. He's nudged up towards mid-on. Into the over. So 50 gone in this Kent second innings, and they're 130 for 8. Kadri running on. Jordan Cox just taking his helmet and gloves off. And then a minimum of 1 over up on the board remaining in the day. But the general feel around things, we're very much expecting an extra half an hour. Just this doesn't feel like a situation where everyone's just trying to get through for 6 more balls. It is going to be extended period for Kent to see out.
So, I mean, if there were no possibility of taking the extra 8, you'd have to say, well, surely Sam Cook, who's been a bit of a one-man band for Essex in this second innings, got the first 6 wickets to fall. You'd have to say, well, surely he should have been given more than the 1 over at the end of the day. So we do anticipate that they will be able to take another 8. Whether they'll be able to get them all in, our floodlights are just beginning to come on now. Snater begins a new over from the Nackington Road end. 3 slips. Bowls. Oh, what a good delivery that was, actually. It got considerable climb, but well negotiated by Matt Milnes, who's no mug with the bat, and even with his injury, he's showing good resolution, good steadfast character, as the more recent Kent batsmen have done. Of course, batting was undoubtedly harder when the ball was harder earlier in the innings. Snater in. Bowls, and this ball is nicely forced off the back foot. Lovely bit of fielding by Brown, who really is a fine fieldsman in this sort of region that he patrols. Short extra or short mid-wicket, no run.
Oh, the floodlights are coming on now,
yeah.
Then. And, well, the sun's trying to poke back out as well. We're seeing those long shadows from the Colin Cowdrey and Frank Willie stand over the outfield too.
Snater on his way in again. Bowls, short pitch delivery. Milne's in no way intimidated by that.
Just maybe giving him a bit of grief, though, because it's his back that's the issue, I think, Matt Milne's, the injury.
Yeah.
So having to duck underneath the bouncer.
Yes,
although I'm sure he'll be very drugged up in a sense of painkillers.
He ducked well, but it did look as if it hurt a bit.
Particularly just the getting up from that crouch position.
Yeah.
For Matt Milnes.
Snater again. And bowls and played to backward point, no run.
Update for BBC Radio Kent on the way. Here we're in the closing stages of day 3, and we are waiting to see if Essex are going to have an extra half an hour to try and conclude the game today, because they only need 2 wickets, and in fairness they have only needed 2 wickets for the last half an hour or so to try and win the game. But Matt Milnes has been digging in for Kent, 8 off 40 balls for him, and then Jordan Cox, who has been their one real batter of note, 52 from 102 balls, 7 fours he's hit in his knock. Nobody around him really has managed to quite batter in the same manner, and it has been all about Essex's bowlers. Sam Cook taking 6 wickets earlier on. Essex bowled Kent out for just 164, so the deficit between the teams, 279 runs, is almost irrelevant. It's about Essex trying to take 2 more wickets tonight to wrap up this match. For Kent, they are trying to delay this and prolong the game into tomorrow, where possibly the rain could save them, with the forecast not being great and being quite damp overnight and tomorrow morning, as Milnes defends this one away. So we are now up in terms of overs in the day. The players are indeed staying out there, so an extra half an hour will be taken. So we're going to be playing this evening, potentially up until 7 o'clock tonight. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website.
So nothing of note to report from the final delivery of that Snater over. And Kent, Milnes, I must say, has played it extremely well. And the big question now, can Cook from somewhere find the inspiration to add to the 6 wickets he's already got? He's also looking for 10 in the match, as Nicky Chowdhury is going to join myself, Paul Newton, for most of the remainder of an intriguing day's cricket, to be sure. Very one-sided, but...
It has been very one-sided, hasn't it, Paul?
So you take over, Nicky?
Sure. As Cook is in, bowls to Cox, who's forward, and just plays that in to the cover region and scampered a single. Kent 131 for 8. So I'm assuming we get an extra 30 minutes, right?
Yes, that is the case of it, and usually it amounts to 8 overs.
8 overs, okay.
You could, if you can squeeze sort of 10 into 30 minutes, bowl more, but that's unlikely.
Well, I don't think the Kent batsmen are going to let them go at that pace, that's for sure.
And of course the quicker bowlers are likely to be bowling, because didn't really look as if spin was going to do the trick.
I don't think that tactic worked, did it?
No. The one thing I would have liked to have seen, okay, Critchley didn't bowl badly, but didn't really look like taking a wicket. I would have liked to have seen Dan Lawrence given a couple of overs just to see if he could work the oracle, because he does have a unique action. Nobody else bowls quite like him on the circuit, and you know, he has been known to get a wicket straight away.
You never know, they might go in and do that later. But for now, Cook is continuing from the pavilion end, and we've got a short leg in place as he's making his way through. Bowls, Milnes on strike, drives it down, a beautiful off drive, and it's making its way down to the boundary for 4 runs. None of them, neither Milnes or Cox, even decided they were going to attempt a run there, and there was no need. It was a beautiful looking shot. Kent 135 for 8.
Yep, lovely shot, as you say. Now, we had a little bit of a dull period, so the lights came on.
Yeah, I did. They're on right now.
But meanwhile, the sun has come back in all its late evening glory.
But you know what? It's a bit chilly. I can feel a breeze coming in, and that autumnal chill is definitely here as Cook makes his way in, bowls. Milnes is forward, defends to cover, no run. Yeah, there's a bit of a nip in the air now.
Definitely.
Although I do really like this change in season. Like, this time of year is probably one of my favourite times of year. It just all looks so pretty, and it's very nice.
Well, certainly it was a bit too hot for me for much of the summer, so...
Nah, you can never be too hot.
Oh, I think it can.
Okay, if this commentary box is a different situation. This commentary box has literally nowhere as Cook is in and bowled, and Milnes ducks this one, short delivery straight into the hands of Rossington. Now that was a really, really hot day, and this becomes like a greenhouse, so that's a different, we're not even comparing that. But apart from that, it was a good summer. Did you get a fan? Did you invest in a fan?
I already had one, actually. I've already invested.
That's clever, good.
But I even needed it last night, actually, to get to sleep. It just got too humid in the night.
I feel like I've got used to the fan in terms of the noise it makes, so it kind of puts me to sleep.
Me too.
As Cook is in, bowls slightly back with the length delivery, defended by Mills, and it's fielded off his own bowling. Yeah, I feel like I've got, even though like now we're not really like fan weather, but I feel like the noise, I'm used to the noise. I need to turn it on just to make me fall asleep.
Matt Milnes is playing thoroughly well out there, actually. His judgment's been good. Of course, he's only having to defend, but he's making a very good job of it.
He is a solid defender. As in comes Cook, bowls, and again he's ducked. And I definitely think they know that he's got a sore back here.
Yes.
They know, they're really working this, making him duck against these shorter deliveries.
Trouble is, from an Essex point of view, it's a decent theory, but it hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked yet. You never know. It might just need one for it to go pop and then...
Yeah, the way Cook would take most of his wickets is by pitching it up.
Uh-huh.
And a little bit of late movement. Now, of course, he was...
Like we saw earlier in the day, right?
Exactly, but the difference was the ball was then hard, it was doing things.
Now it's not as...
Now it's a pudding. Yeah.
It's pudding.
It's not
it's
really...
a bit of custard.
it's not really deviating, is it?
No, it isn't.
It's quite a while now since we saw a ball really sort of do what it was doing regularly earlier.
Yeah, it's a bit soft now.
If you think of that first over of this innings, Jamie Porter, who got the ball moving all over the place. And
yeah, he did, didn't he?
He so nearly had...
He's going everywhere.
Yeah, Robinson straight away, yeah. Snater's in. Nackington Road end bowls, and ball is just dropped by Cox. A few yards into the onside, and 135 for 8. And as ever with cricket, first and foremost, tail-enders now are a lot more accomplished.
Never used to be the case, did it?
No, but and also, of course, remember that they've got protection now in the way that tail-enders didn't used to, you know, in the pre-helmet days. So that makes it harder. And when a tail-ender has got a reasonable defence and doesn't need to attack at all, then it's not easy to dislodge them. This is what has held Essex up this afternoon. The ball's played here to short extra, and there is no run, 135 for 8. And now, obviously, if one wicket fell, then perhaps another one would. But I think Essex...
It's like a bit of a dominoes effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once you get one, it kind of comes, but if it...
But I'm not sure one's going to fall. These two are looking pretty accomplished out
Ben's
there.
going to go touch some wood now. I hope one's not going to fall. I hope so too.
Brown has come in. Tom Wesley, to his credit, is varying his tactics. Brown's gone into sort of, well, it was a leg gully, but now he's been asked to take a few steps to his right, and we'd call that a leg slip. For Snater, who storms in, bowls, and ball very, very comfortably played by Cox to mid-on. Porter has a little bit of ground to make to his right, but they weren't interested in a run anyway, and score remaining 135 for 8.
Halfway through this over.
Yes, maybe we should have something absolutely outlandish, like a very rare over from Sir Alistair Cook. But Snater's in. Bowls for Cox, and Cox has pulled this ball round to Feroz Kushi, patrolling the square leg boundary. Single. No, they don't take
run.
it. Yeah,
they don't
no.
run. Cox
I was forgetting
stays
for the
firmly
moment.
in his position.
Yeah, I mean, he's there on 53, and it would appear that they're quite happy for Milnes to take Sam Cook now. And I must say, in that last over Sam Cook, it was a decent over, but the ball wasn't moving the way it had been earlier in the day, and Milnes quite easily negotiated it. Snater's in again. And
that's got carry.
It had good carry. It was quite a decent delivery. If the batsman had been drawn into the shot, it might have taken a wicket, but he wasn't. And Cox, who's now faced 108 deliveries for his 53 not out. And Milne's just as valuably in many ways, 47 deliveries for his 12. And these two have gone a long way to bolting the back door on Essex's attempt to finish this in 3 days, in the knowledge that there may not be any play on day 4. Snater in a bowls. Oh, and that's a nasty one, and that has not quite sure exactly where that hit Cox, but he's all right. It took him aback, and you can understand why. It was very well bowled, actually. 13 overs, 4 maidens, none for 27 for Snater. But even that couldn't do the trick of breaking this obdurate 9th wicket partnership.
No, it couldn't. And with that, we move on to the next over. Kent 135 for 8. That one really did look to have taken Cox by surprise, but at least he managed to play that with soft hands at the end. He literally just...
Yeah, he sort of...
made sure.
I'm not sure if it came off the bat, but he threw the bat to ground, which is quite a clever thing to do, you know, because then you avoid the possibility of periscoping the bat upwards, which has seen the departure of many a batsman.
Yep, and we've got Cook from the pavilion end. In he comes to Mills, who's forward, defends it, and it's picked up by the man at cover. No run.
Might just be worth Cook trying a slower ball.
You could be trying anything. They just want to get a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to vary it, haven't you? If you keep knocking at the door and it doesn't open, you've got to think of what else you could do. He does bowl a very good Yorker, and I haven't seen that from him yet in this spell.
You never know what's up his sleeve in this next ball as he makes his way from the top of his run-up in to Mills, who's forward, again defends solidly, picked up by the fielder at point, and dot ball.
I certainly think there will be some drama if a wicket does go down and Matt Quinn has to come out. Now, in the first innings, you know, he was throwing the bat with a certain amount of abandon. I don't think he dare do that if he came out in the second innings. And in fairness, he can defend if he has to.
They've been defending very well, this pair as well. As here comes Cook into Mills, defends again, fielded by the tumbling man at cover. No run.
Nick Brown still finding some enthusiasm this late in a long day. We are actually just seeing, whether it's purely out of self-interest or a vain attempt to attract his captain's eye, but Dan Lawrence is now limbering up a little bit as he stands at third slip.
Here comes Cook. In he comes, bowls, and this one's played to third slip.
That's right, there he is, Dan Lawrence, but just coincidentally there, because we've just been mentioning him as limbering up. Going to be interesting. It wouldn't be the worst idea, actually, just to give him an over now, you know, while there's still...
Well, he's just, look at him.
Yep.
He's just going through his action. You never know. They might have heard what you've said, and he might be coming on soon.
Because obviously if Sam Cook could be bowling at Matt Quinn coming in out of the pavilion cold, you know, that would be an easier task than the one he's currently got.
Exactly, and in comes Cook, bowls, Mills is forward, defends, and it's fielded by the man at mid-on. No run. 5 dots so far on the over, looking like it's going to be another maiden over for Cook.
6 for 33, his figures in 15.5 overs, 5 maidens. Another superb performance, but nothing like as easy to take wickets now as it was when the ball was hard and fairly new.
Exactly, it's going to be slightly harder. You're going to have to work a bit more with this older ball. As in comes Cook, bowl, shorter delivery, which did not take too much height, so it actually kind of stayed a bit low. And that's another maiden over for Cook. And Kent 135 for 8.
And probably got 5 more overs left.
5 more overs left.
3 have been bowled since this extra half hour was taken. Well, it's not going to be Dan Lawrence after all that, or at least not from the Nackington Road end, as Snater has claimed the ball and marching purposefully back to the top of his run-up. The sun has disappeared now, and floodlights therefore taking greater effect. There will come a point where if they're taking too much effect, then they have to leave. But Snater into ball to Cox. Cox plays this. Maximum efficiency to Nick Brown at short extra, and there's no run. None for 27 Snater in this is 14th over. The ground largely empty by now.
Yeah, pretty much, isn't it? I can only see a handful of people on to my far left.
There are quite a few cars still parked up on the bank, and there may be people who've gone and watching
from the
closing.
car.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a bit cold now.
That's right.
Unless you've got a blanket with you, then you might be better off sitting in the car and getting cozy.
Another short one from Snater is allowed to pass through to Adam Rossington. 2 balls gone in this, the 4th over during this extra half hour that's been claimed by Essex. But really now, as has so often been the case with these Duke balls this season, you get to a certain point where the ball just has become soft and doesn't do what it was doing previously. And 2 good men out there in the middle as this ball is played by Cox to mid-off for no run, have succeeded in defying Essex's best attempts, and indeed the last 3 or 4 partnerships, with the exception of Billings, who wasn't in any fit state to do what he'd normally do. But elsewhere, Podmore was very useful. Grant Stewart played a very useful hand as well, all with partnerships with Jordan Cox, who plays the next ball to long leg and eschews the single. 135 for 8. And probably it's been a good idea, as Ben was saying, to have the experienced Jack Leaning as the runner.
Especially when Cox and Leaning run so well together, don't they?
Yeah.
So
running, of course, for Matt Milnes, who has a bad back. Snater again. Penultimate ball of the over. Balls to Cox, a lead outside off stump. And it's got to a stage where if you don't bowl at the stumps, the batsman will leave it. And if you do, he'll probably just defend it. And that, of course, is entirely the proper tactic for Kent here. It could be worth 8 points to them. They're only going to get 1 point if they lose the game. If it's a draw and there's no play tomorrow, then they will get to 9 points from the game as Snater's in. Bowls, and that one does move. First one we've really seen move, but it began just slightly too far outside off stump and then went further away. But Cox certainly begun to play at that. I think eventually pulled out. And at the end of that over, roughly halfway through the extra half hour, Kent still only 8 down. I say only because that's where they were at the start of this extra half hour. Ben Allison looks to be coming into the attack to replace Sam Cook. And the score's 135 for 8.
Essex are just kind of having a bit of a swap and change, aren't they? Just to see which bowler can just get that breakthrough.
Yeah, I think the answer's probably none, but
at the moment, no, so far. None of them have been as lucky.
Allison just warming up.
It's going to come in from the pavilion end. Got Milnes on strike. He comes in. Milnes is forward, defends it to point. No run. I think the tactic between this pair, it's very clear what they're going to do. So anything on the stumps, they're looking just to defend. Anything with a bit of width, there's no point slashing your hands at it. Just play out the rest of the 4 overs.
Which is why, really, to have any chance at all of getting the breakthrough,
you're going to have to bowl at them.
You've got to bowl at them, yeah, absolutely. Got to bowl at the stumps.
Bowl at them. Tempt them. In comes Allison. Bowls. And this one's just been cut over the third slip, who's managed to jump and just get his hands to it. And they didn't even take a run.
No, now that was the closest we've come to a
That
wicket
was a very close one.
for a long, long time, because Milnes was not in control of that.
Nah.
And it was just as much by good luck as anything that the ball flew over third slip. It could easily...
He managed to jump it. I think his hand just got it, and
Yep, could well
he
be.
just kind of bounced off his hand a bit.
In which case, technically a chance, but very, very difficult one.
That would have been quite impressive had he got it. In comes Allison bowls, and this one again, Milnes just played off the back foot. I think he was initially thinking he'd have to leave it, but he's played that to point. Dot ball.
Allison, though, nevertheless, is targeting the right sort of area where he draws the batsman into playing a shot. And as I say, he did actually come quite close with that previous delivery to the last one. That flew over third slip, as you say. Third slip may just have got fingertips to it. Dan Lawrence. 4 slips now, at last. I think Essex should have had one all afternoon.
In comes Allison. Mills on strike, who leaves it outside the off stump. Not much carry, drooping down as Rossington takes it into his gloves.
Yeah, bearing in mind that runs with Kent trailing by 409 on first innings are totally irrelevant from Essex's point of view. It was all about whether they could get the wickets, and you might as well have had an ultra attacking field with 4 slips, maybe a gully as well, maybe a back pad.
Yeah, maybe that was worth it, but they've got 4 slips now. 4 slips, a point, cover, and in runs Mills bowl. Sorry, in runs Allison, sorry, Mills who just had that one jagged back into him a bit, and I think it's caught him on the thigh pad.
Yeah, no appeal.
No appeal. It's definitely come off the thigh pad. That one's pretty high.
Yes, and I think probably
Bit uncomfortable as well by the looks of it.
probably going down leg side. It was slanted across the batsman, and 135 for 8 remains the score. We're in the 5th over of the last half hour. There's usually 8 overs in these on these occasions.
In he comes, Allison bowls, and it's been given a no ball as Mills defends it to mid-off.
Yeah, that I think it's the first overstepping by Ben Allison today, but
Maybe a bit of fatigue.
yeah, means he's got one more
Got one more delivery.
opportunity. It's been quite a good over actually that he's bowled here.
Yeah, it has. Just apart from the no ball. In he runs, Mills still on strike. Bowls, down the leg side, and it's just taken into the hands of Rossington. It's going to be the end of the over. Kent 137 for 8.
2 runs for the no ball, otherwise that was a maiden. And Allison 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. His figures. Just looking to see, maybe Jamie Porter is being lined up to return at the Nankington Road end. He's up there, and I assume not for the good of his health. And indeed, he's being brought back for one final attempt here. So, no joy for Snater. But Porter, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38. Snater bowling 14 overs, none for 27. And Porter, one last attempt to charge down the slope. See if he can polish off these last 2 Kent wickets. This will be the 6th over after the extra half hour was claimed. 3 slips in the gully. Bowls, the ball's hit firmly back to him. Very good fielder to his own bowler, Jamie Porter.
I think it's worth it, right? It's really important that you can field off your own bowling.
Well, of course, he doesn't like conceding runs, and
I don't think anyone likes conceding runs.
he thinks nothing of putting his boot in the way if the ball is hit really firmly back.
Oh, but that's a dangerous one for the shin.
Well, it is, but that doesn't worry him as Porter's in and bowls, and this ball is nudged into the onside where another single will not be taken, even though it was there.
It was definitely there.
137 for 8, 2 balls into what may turn out to be the 3rd last over of this lengthy day's play.
You hear the Essex boys just giving each other a bit of encouragement through the effects mic.
Porter again. Bowles and Cox just, well, he could have had another single if he wanted one there, but he doesn't. He remains on 53. He's now faced 118 deliveries, and it's entirely down to him that Kent will probably take more than 1 point if the weather forecast proves accurate tomorrow from this game, because without him, bearing in mind he joint top scored with 34 in the first innings, and here he is, the only Kent half centurion in the match in the second, so far anyway, as Porter's in, bowls to him, and he's a little bit squared up here, and the ball ends up at deep backward point. Took a little bit of a leading edge, but
Bit of a leading edge. He just managed that well, just covering his line with his back foot after the thing. He realised he was going to get beaten, so no run though.
no,
They've really decided it's not, no matter how far it goes, unless it crosses that white line, we're not running.
we've got Cook, Critchley and Lawrence 3 slips. We've got Brown in the gully, and Porter running in. Bowls to Cox. Covers up, plays it down to mid-off. And Tom Wesley, score remaining 137 for 8. Still got a little slice of sunlight illuminating the scoreboard by one of the floodlight pylons here.
Just a little bit, isn't there? It's just there. I'm just checking the forecast. At the moment, it's meant to be pretty bad rain from 10 o'clock tonight, all the way until tomorrow afternoon.
Porter to complete the over. And that's a leave by Cox. And so we may well have just a couple of overs left of the day's play here. And unless Essex can do something pretty spectacular, dramatic and above all immediate, Kent will have achieved their task of seeing if they can hold out tonight in the hope that the dire forecast for tomorrow proves accurate.
They would have indeed, and I think Cox will be able to go back to that dressing room with a massive sigh of relief after what he's managed to put on.
The umpire's just conferring. Doesn't look to be anything to do with the light. Or maybe it is, yes. They put the light meter on the stumps. And, well, I think everybody's leaving, or certainly the Kent batsmen are making their way
Well,
up.
they're definitely going to want to get off, aren't they?
Yeah, so well played to Jordan Cox in particular and the Kent lower order in general.
They've done very well, the pair of them, Mills and Cox.
They've frustrated Essex.
And don't forget Jack Leaning's little helper's runner, which has been extremely helpful for Mills, who's struggling with a bad back. And I think that is going to be, that's going to be it for today. Bad light again.
Yeah, so the bare facts are Essex 573, Kent 164, and following on 409 behind, 137 for 8. Sam Cook 6 for 33, I think we said. Brilliant bowling from him, 9 wickets in the match, and power to add if there is any play tomorrow. Rest assured, if there is, we'll be here to describe the last throws of the match to you, but it has to be said the forecast will have to be considerably wrong for there to be any play at all, because there will probably, if the forecast's right, already be one very wet St Lawrence ground before anybody even comes here.
If it is right, it's going to be a very wet St Lawrence ground.
So